What's up, Stranded? What's up, Rogan Leaf? Rogan Leaf! What is going on, you guys? Good lord. Oh. Hopefully you guys are doing, as Rogue would say, hopefully y'all having a good. Hopefully everything's good. Oh, I am like fighting off the beginnings, I think, of a cold or something. Could be wrong. I could have just wiped myself out earlier. Gave myself the old made myself pasta or whatever like way earlier. Got done eating, was like, oh, carb dumped and passed out. Just completely zonked. Woke up to the emergency alarm just in case I started to oversleep for a stream, and well, here I am. Hammering back some coffee, talking to you nice fine folk. You guys had a rough day too? Tell me about it. I mean, my day wasn't terrible. Amazon fucked up. I'll get into that. Been finding out all kinds of interesting stuff about YouTube lifting restrictions on certain things too, which is interesting. And then watch the trailer or two. There's one that stuck out we can go over later. And then just trying to stay away from, how shitty the news has been. So watching a lot of Kino Casino, and they just take the piss out of people. But there's one person that they take the piss out of that I've often made fun of. And like they do deep dives and all kinds of stuff on the one dude, and like, bro, we'll get into it. Hey Bubba, what's up? Damn, a whole bunch of people watching. Thank you. You guys all smashing the like button. I didn't even have to say nothing. You guys are amazing. As I gulp down some coffee. Yeah, there's definitely some interesting shit, like finding out, how a guy with a like 3 or 4 million sub channel and all that, supposedly 30K viewers, yet my chat's moving faster than his with more replies, more responses, and more talking. And I've got like 10 to 12 people, but he supposedly has like 30,000 people watching and everything else. Like, yeah, there's a lot of fuckery. Oh, that's awful, Stranded. Hopefully you make that deadline. Hopefully you knock it right out. Well, I set up the new printer earlier too. Like early this morning. I haven't turned it on yet. Because I got hungry after I was done setting it up, ate that pasta, and passed out like a fat, sloppy bastard. Shout out to Beans, too. Thank you for tossing the coin to Witcher. There was somebody else who tossed the coin to the Witcher last week, and it was a he. And I'm not going to say his actual name. I think it might have been Rebel. Like, I'll ask Rebel if he comes in tonight and I see him. But I was super appreciative. He definitely tossed a couple coins. Nice of him and everything else. I'm humbled by it. I always am. I appreciate you guys for that. I appreciate you guys appreciating me. That's always amazing. So, the new printer. I'll tell you what. They do not make this thing. Like, if I were to buy a kid a 3D printer, I wouldn't have bought him this one. I had to put shit together. I had to take shit apart, to put it back together, to take it apart again, to put it back together. But it must weigh a good 60 pounds, 65 pounds or whatever. Like, it's heavy as shit. And the whole thing was, I had like an old card table, and I set up this old card table. I'm like, that should hold it or what have you. Yeah, tested it, just like for shake and everything else, because the whole thing is it's a 3D printer with this giant head, and the bed moves and everything else. It starts moving back and forth real fast. It's going to make the table shake. So you got to like almost earthquake test it, right? Table would have fallen over, like nasty too, like broken with the printer, everything. So I had to order a table for it, and found the stainless steel kitchen tables. I was like, there you go, right there. Was on sale. Picked this bad boy up. Let me turn on the camera, actually. Go and pick this bad boy while, waiting for this sucker to get delivered. It got delivered yesterday, like late night. So go to bring it in. There's 2 tables out there. What the fuck? I ordered one of these things. Here, the company that makes the table sent one off when it was ordered, and so did Amazon. So I only got charged for one of them. Call Amazon. Amazon's like, yeah, just keep it. It's our mistake. It's our bet. How the hell do you knuckleheads stay in business? What do you mean? Like, it still costs money to ship this thing, everything else. And like, you're just like, oh yeah, keep the second one. So now I got a second giant ass steel table. I guess I gotta get a second printer. That's my solution. I just gotta get a second printer. But yeah, so that happened. So then today I was like, all right, it's kind of late night and everything else. Wife's asleep. I'm like, I'm not going to fire up the drill. I'm not going to, all this stuff, put everything together. So I put it together this morning. I was up late or whatever. Put it together this morning. Get the printer all set up, all that stuff on top of it. Man, that thing was a pain in the ass. I put it all together, get everything ready to rock and roll. And I had watched the video a while ago. They said, do not fire this thing up and just run a test print. You got to make sure that your bed's level, that the printer itself is level. And most important, you need to download firmware. So I started researching how to do that. And I was like, damn, I'm fucking hungry. Like, I'm hungry, right? So I go and make myself a little spaghetti with blush sauce and all this. Sit down, I ate that spaghetti. I was like, oh, put the thing in the plate in the sink, and then came back into the boneyard, sat in my chair, and like a fat sloppy bastard just passed right out. Just snoozing. Snoozing. But yeah. So I talk shit all about the one guy. I'm going through this, what I've got to do tonight. Looking at his armor and everything else. This is going to be a hell of a paint job. I thought about doing something a little easier because I'm kind of out of it. Instead of starting Atrocitus, I thought about going to the wife's project. And Valentine's Day is next week. All right, those are all. These guys are going to have to get painted. Oh, it's lighting. There we go. So you got some twisted ass skulls in there. And chains, there should have been a second chain here. It broke off, it looks like. I may even just tear that other chain right off of there. So what is going on with you guys? How was your days? What's everybody been up to? I know tomorrow night we'll be gaming. And no, before anybody asks, I still have not heard a word from the Smurf. So don't know what happened to him. Bubba says, "That's badass." Watched a watched a new movie. A lot of people were talking about. It was okay. It's called Iron Lung, and it's based on a video game. It was all right. Interesting premise, kind of sci-fi, and like I said, based on a video game. Apparently, it was only made for $3 million, and it's already made like 25 million or something like that on its opening weekend. It's pretty good. You know, three. That's like little small indie film. No famous like major actor that I could discern. And the premise was interesting. It's basically all the lights in the universe, well, all the planets and everything are starting to blink out, like all the suns for no reason. They call it the quiet rapture, and all humans have disappeared except for like on space stations or what have you, like people that were out in space. But they seem to have found something. There's like this one planet that's sticking out, and it's covered in an ocean of blood. And like it's this dude. He's basically in the submarine, and he's, I guess, pretty sure he was a convict or a criminal. Yeah, a criminal, right? But a convict. And he wakes up and he's locked inside this thing, and they've like welded him in there. Like they sealed him in. It's called the Iron Lung, and they're dropping him into the blood ocean. And he's got like an X-ray machine that takes pictures. He's got to take pictures of shit and all this. He finds like a skeleton, and then it was like it's like this liquid starts seeping in. As it's seeping in, he's starting to go nuts while he's in there, and like the ship's getting filled with more and more of this bio shit. It was interesting to say the least. I won't spoil the whole fucking thing, but there actually was like a big ass monster in it and stuff towards the end. It was all right. I mean, it wasn't one that I'd rush out to the theater to see, but it's one of those I'm bored. There isn't shit to watch. Let me throw this on kind of movies. And so that Markiplier guy. I think he was the main star of it, right? I've never seen him be. I've never watched his channel or anything else. Like I said, if he self funded it and did all that and bet on himself like that, God bless that dude. Because, like I said, it wasn't a terrible movie. Like I've definitely seen movies where I'm like, oh, this movie is just dog shit. It wasn't that bad of a movie. Like it was an all right. It was kind of like it's a slow burn, but that's just it. Like there's parts of it that drag and are kind of fucking boring. Um, but it wasn't terrible. Yeah, I didn't know that about the guy who directed it or funded it or anything. So it was a YouTuber. I mean, like I said, shout out to that guy because that's somebody who actually did some shit with his money that makes sense. Unlike the guy I've been deep diving, that holy shit. It's a lot worse than I ever thought it was. But good old the quartering. We'll get into it, but man, that fat's he makes me want to apologize to ABL because you know what? I do. I kind of owe ABL an apology because he may be watching like different people's clips of the news and then giving his hot take on it, but he actually gives a fucking hot take. And ABL, for better or worse, has some kind of decorum to him and isn't a total piece of shit as a human being. He's doing a blood drive alongside the movie. That's awesome. That's using your popularity or your star or what have you to great effect. And shout out to him. I don't have a link to give you because I didn't even know it was a thing until Rogue told me. But congratulations, dude! You nailed it. You did a great job. That's better than the movie. I might have been able to write a different movie that would be completely different than it and fun, but there's no way I could make it for like $3 million and make it that fucking good. Like, so shout out to him. Make it compelling and interesting. Even though like I said, there's parts where it drags, kind of gets a little stale at certain parts of the movie, but because it's really just it's a dude in a fucking submarine. Like, how interesting could it be? But it actually is. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, I'm gonna go on a rant on the quartering a little bit here. I gotta wake up a little bit more. I'm still there on my coffee out of that. So I'm still in that wake up process and getting the brain juices flowing. I'll answer your question, Stranded and Rogue. That is awesome. Shout out to that dude. Way to use this stupid internet machine to great effect and actually do something good for humanity. Blood drives are very important. As an old dude, I need to go get some blood drained off me. Like, it's always good to get a pint drained off you, simply because you refresh your blood. And I feel bad for whoever gets my blood if I donate it because it's going to be full of nicotine and caffeine. So they're immediately like, they'll get hit with it and it'll be like getting a rock star just injected directly into your veins, along with like a pack of cigarettes. What's up, Eugene? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, the smack I'm going to talk on a quarter in a little bit though. Mild smack on Tim Pool too, but even Tim Pool, I can kind of defend his shit. Um, yeah, actually, man, he is. Um, let me wake up more. Let me get this caffeine flowing. This shit's gonna go on for a minute. Holy shit! You got 3K comments on someone's post. That's awesome. I think to be an influencer, you got to like show your feet on camera or something. I don't know. I have no idea how that shit works. It's the same way I wouldn't call myself exactly a YouTuber, more like a hobbyist YouTuber, I guess. Like I do this for fun. I don't do it for like it's my living or anything else. I think to be an influencer, I don't know. I don't know how that shit works. If I'm being honest with you, Stranded, that is a fun question. But congratulations, good job on getting like 3K likes. Hey, that's more than I ever get. I think my record on someone else's stuff that I posted was like maybe like 700 or something like that. Dude, that's awesome, Stranded. Good shout out. Yep, one of these days, Eugene's going to drop the absolute banger with Haters Eat These Nuts. And we're all waiting. Everybody's been waiting. Actually, Eugene, I haven't heard music out of you in like a month. You all right? Taking a break, enjoying the holidays or something? What's going on with that, Sparky? Unless you dropped something recently and it didn't show up in my feed or give me a notification. Oh God. Yeah, there was a movie trailer. It was a movie trailer that dropped that is absolutely going to get me hit with. See, like the whole thing is, I keep getting hit with copyright claims, but no strikes, right? So different companies are hitting me with these copyright claims, and they only mean anything at all if I'm monetized. Then they can claim my entire video. Right. They can claim that I didn't do transformative content or whatever, and then I got to fight them. But since I'm not monetized, as long as I'm not getting like a hard copyright strike, I realized I'm like, what the hell does it matter? Like copyright strikes apparently will take down my channel. I get 3 of them, I'm done. Right. Like I think the first one they give you, it's like a week. And the second one's like you're shut down for like a month, and then you're like banned off of YouTube or whatever for the third one. But I'm wondering too, with AI, with everybody doing what they're doing with AI, if that whole copyright system is going to go out the fucking window. Because yeah, like you can play 30 seconds of like actual music over everything in your video on shorts on here or reels or whatever the hell they call this shit on YouTube. Like if you're doing a little short content, like Timu TikToks. But yeah, I started to notice. I was like, what? Why am I even worried about getting copyright claims? Like all they're aiming for is my monetization. If I got monetized, all I'd have to do. Who the hell's watching my back? Well, maybe somebody's watching the back catalog for the art. But I mean, I got a lot of views on Sinestro. Well, not a ton of views. It wasn't my most looked at thing. But I think we only had like 35 when I posted the finale of Sinestro. And it was up to like 53 or 50 or something like this. Like it gained like 15 views after the fact. So I may want to go in there and just use their YouTube's AI to go in and wipe out whatever the back stuff was. Wait, hold on. A guy wants to turn music into something like Fortnite. How does that work? How would that work? So Fortnite is, you're fighting until the last person's left alive. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, like PUBG, or Victory Royale in Fortnite. How does that work? Like everybody basically uses Suno to make a song with it, and then the best song wins. Is that how that works? How it like it won't play the song for everybody else unless you're like the first place champion with it. How the hell does that work? Damn, Rogue. All right, get some rest, brother. Thank you for hopping in. I will see you tomorrow night, Rogie. I will see you on Friday, sir. We're going to do a little adventure and a little hunting, which there is a new game I have pre ordered called Icarus. It's a survival game. And it's looking like. It's definitely looking like there's going to be a group of us playing. I don't know. My one buddy, Twisted, I think may pre order it too. So that's going to be interesting to see. Eugene's done no new music. He's the dude. You got like shit, Eugene. You're down to 9 days to get that song done. That's why I got to probably paint up this one thing I have printed out for the wife soon. Give her at least something on Valentine's Day that's original. I love it when I grab the wrong fucking mouse. Um, Let me see if I can. And this time, like an asshole with that Highlander one. I still feel like an asshole for playing somebody's fan made thing and thinking it was real. I should have just read the fucking description, but you know, too lazy. This one though is real, and I'm definitely going to get smacked for the music in it. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this trailer. Yeah, I mean, Salty Cracker though makes all his money off of it. He has a Rumble deal, which again, when we get to this other fucking grifter, like, and I mean, he's not just a grifter. Well, you know, some parts of him, I guess he's nah. You know what? When I get into it, I'll explain everything. But Rumble, if you sign an exclusivity deal with them, they just give you fucking money. So it's like permanent. You know, you don't even, all you get, as long as you're producing the content, however much they're telling you and advertising what they want you to and selling off their premium service, I guess, they just feed you money. Like you're basically subsidized, so you don't have to worry about if your videos are good or bad. But not like, and that's not a sting at Salty Cracker. I love Salty Cracker and all of his shit. Like he cracks me up. Like he goes ham, high energy, completely goes nuts. What? Your wrench has been replaced? I see your wrench fine. You got Smurf stamped is what you got. The Smurf came through and hit you with the dingus hammer. It's a small one for detonating bombs, okay? Had to mute this shit. And let's see. This fucker captured. So I'm guessing this ad's probably going to run during the Super Bowl. If I'm being, you know, real about it. Which that stupid Budweiser ad with the eagle and the horse and everything. I've seen that like 50 times now on YouTube. Like they're like, come check out our official ad here or whatever. But it's just like the opening intro to that ad. Yeah, Salty, I can only take him here and there. Because he just starts going up and he starts talking a whole bunch and red ape, and lefties and nuts, red ape. Like he does, he goes a little too hyper sometimes. I mean, he's a interesting character. Interesting character. All right. I saw this and I'm like, this could actually be good. It's made by the same dude who did the Queen movie. I don't know what the hell the name of the movie was. But the one just recently with Rami Malek or whatever his name is. Rami Malek as Freddie Mercury. Same company. Hopefully you guys can all hear this.
You're confident. You're strong.
The only thing I'm not feeling about like the main act, but actually I can't even knock the main actor's look. He's got his nose is a lot bigger than Michael's. Actually was, but the name of the movie is called Michael, and it is actually following Michael Jackson. I think it's Michael Jackson's son playing the role. I'm not entirely sure, but it's kind of like Ice Cube's son playing him in the NWA movie.
You're beautiful. You're the greatest of all time.
Like, I mean, if that is Michael Jackson's kid, he moves just like Michael Jackson. Looks a lot like younger Michael Jackson.
Let me tell you something. In this life,
I think it's David Keith playing Joe Jackson, which I wonder if they're going to get into how Joe Jackson used to beat the shit out of him. Anytime any of the Jackson Five like got out of line, he beat their ass. Oh yeah, let me turn on Discord real fast. We'll jump into the chat. Speaking of which, shout out to Bob, but Bob was in there for like 38 hours the other day, which was hysterical. Not even going to lie. I think he logged in and forgot about it. All right, here we go.
you're either a winner or you're a loser. Y'all want to work in a steel mill like me for the rest of your days?
No, sir.
Yeah, because I sure as hell don't. Y'all willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
Y'all want your ass worn out by old Joe Jackson? I'm gonna drink me a 40 and whoop your ass with this here belt. You miss up again on them dance moves. Tito, tighten the fuck up. I don't know. I don't know if it's his son, his nephew, whatever. I honestly didn't research it that deep. I just know I was like, damn, that's actually a pretty good representation of Michael Jackson. Like whoever's doing it, I think dude's name is Jafar Jackson for some reason, starring in it. But yeah, I mean, getting just licensed to do Michael Jackson, like a Michael Jackson film that isn't going directly to Neverland or whatever, or his kids or what have you. I don't know if they're getting all the money from this or what. Like I said, if they're going to go deep on Jackson 5, like Joe Jackson really did beat the shit out of him. Like, no joke, like just punished him the whole time where he demanded perfection. And it's part of the reason Michael Jackson was such a good performer. It's also one of those reasons why shit was kind of shady with him with the kids and all that. Because some people like, oh God, what's his name? The Corey Feldman. I think it was Corey Feldman. Spent a lot of time around Michael Jackson. And he said he was like one of the only people that didn't try to molest him or do weird shit to him or, you know, like all this stuff as a kid. He actually like kind of protected him. And that says a lot because he's called out a lot of people. So I think if Michael Jackson did some shit to him, he definitely would have called him out.
I need to hear you a little louder. Y'all willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
Ready whenever you are, Michael.
The fact that they're doing like, I'm guessing this is the, is it Off the Wall? Is that the name of the first album before Thriller? I think it's Off the Wall. But the fact that they're doing Quincy Jones, like a representation of Quincy Jones, says a lot. So they're definitely going into the Thriller album.
Do you know what I'm after?
You want to be the biggest star in the world?
We need to capitalize on Michael's success.
Yeah, and that's one of those other things like the record companies, my God, we'll never see like closest thing you got to a Michael Jackson is Taylor Swift, and that's pretty pathetic, right? Like if we're really breaking it down, it's just damn sad. Bubba just looked it up as it's his nephew playing Michael Jackson. I'll tell you what, shout out to that kid because he's nailing his uncle. Like, well, Actually, that sounded a little filthy with the way I just said it. But he's definitely doing a fantastic version of Michael Jackson here. It makes me wonder if we're going to get the Madonna movie, and they're just going to, go down to some corner in a rundown part of New York, find some whore off the street, and just like, you're now Madonna. Because that would check, if I'm being real.
Because the Jackson family is the brand. That's our Coca-Cola. And we need to start selling. So I'm planning an international tour. This is
I wonder if they're going to like set his hair on, like they're going to do the Pepsi commercial, and his head's going to catch fire. Well, say, what's up with the movies about all the musicians? They're like myths and legends now. If we're being real, all right. So let's see. I'm just trying to think. You have, like, you had Walk the Line, which was Johnny Cash, right? That appealed to, and how many years ago did that come out? But that definitely appealed to a lot of Gen Xers, a lot of boomers, right? Remember in the 80s, you've always had movies about musicians, though, because in the 80s you had La Bamba about Richie Valens, right? Buddy Holly with Gary Busey playing Buddy Holly. I think it was called the Buddy Holly Story. Yeah, Great Balls of Fire, where Dennis Quaid played Jerry Lee Lewis. And, we had, I think it's called Bohemian Rhapsody, right? The Queen one. It's the same person that made the Queen one is making this. But, that appeals to to Xers and boomers. When we're really, really breaking stuff down, though, music's kind of like it's dying art. Like Eugene will tell you, AI is putting stuff out there where it's pitch perfect. It nails everything you want it to and all that. But it's also kind of soulless. Like there's a point in time where music actually meant something because of how much work went into making some of those songs. Like, yeah, you have people that just slap shit together and marketed it and did it commercially and everything else and made a ton of money. But you also have the ones that actually like loved and lived their music. And now we're at a point, unfortunately, where the idols I grew up when I was a little kid, like Michael Jackson. I mean, just let's knock them down a little bit. Michael Jackson, Prince, Madonna, Cyndi Lauper, right? Like those were like probably the biggest of the pops back when I was little. Yeah, I think those were like probably if they put something out, it was going double platinum, right? They're like the last of it too, because then you got into like what, hair metal, grunge. Like maybe 10 years from now, 10, 20 years from now, we'll get like a Kurt Cobain story or the story of Nirvana. It'll be called like Smells Like Teen Spirit. Yep, the Selena movie. That's right. That's right. Didn't it have J-Lo in it? Was it J-Lo playing Selena in that movie? I can't remember who played Selena. That's a sad story. She started to hit big and got shot by her fan. That was also like working with her or whatever because she was jealous of her. The Milli Vanilli story. Girl, you know it's, girl, you know it's, girl, you know it's, girl, you know it's true. Because like that's what outed them. But yeah, I mean it's lost. Like part of this stuff is it's a time bubble that people will buy. But like it's a movie I'm even covering it and going, you know what? I actually want to see that. Like I won't go pay to see it in the theater. I'll wait till it comes to home to watch it. But I'm definitely going to watch this when it comes out. So they definitely nailed something there, right? Like, I definitely saw the Queen movie. There is definitely a demand for that old feeling. I mean, look at everything old is going to be new again soon. So we're getting the live action He-Man now. For better or worse. And God, I'm praying it's good. But I also, him in the crayon box of the universe could also, I think it's going to do all right on its opening weekend, and depending on how shit or good it is, we'll go from there. But still, I think you're going to get a ton of people in the seats just to see if it's good or not, which leads me to believe that you're going to get shit like Thundercats. You're going to get some of these older movies, God forbid they do a Goonies remake or a sequel, right? I don't want to see that. Just leave Goonies alone. It's a great movie. Don't ever touch it. There's a lot of movies where I'm like, what? Why are you going to do that? Like, you're just going to fuck it up. Like, I know they've talked about Mel Gibson coming back directing Lethal Weapon 5 and doing a Lethal Weapon 5. Unless you're going to kill Riggs and Murtaugh at the end of it, then why the hell would we want that? That's the only way that movie can end, is with the two of them dying and like two younger people, like their kids, taking over. And at that point, I think it was Chris Rock, right, in Lethal Weapon 4, as marrying Danny Glover's daughter. Yeah, Taylor Swift's a piece of shit. Fuck Taylor Swift. She's what's wrong with music right now. Because, like, again, I can't name anything to do with her, and yet she's a millionaire. Like, if I'm going to be real about this, and this is going to be probably people are going to be pissed at me when I say this too, and it's a hot take, but Miley Cyrus is way more talented than Taylor Swift. My opinion.
Just the beginning.
I need to think.
I told you what to think.
Right there, you see that look he gave? He's about to get his ass worn out with the belt. Good old Joe Jackson going to go ham on Michael. Joe Jackson beat Michael so bad that his skin turned white. Yeah, okay, so Goonies 2, well, we can get into that. That's a good discussion right there. Goonies 2. How would you do a Goonies 2? We'll get into that. Let's finish this out.
I love my family. I just want to do my own thing. Just have all these ideas in my head.
I got all these ideas in my head. Reaching out to touch a stranger. Rough and enough. Hey, look, they rhyme.
Just gotta get them out.
Then do it, Michael. Not a little boy anymore.
Michael?
They're even going to have Bubbles the chimp. Everybody remember Michael Jackson's chimp named Bubbles? I remember.
I knew you were different the moment you were born. You have a very special light.
He's got a very special light, and it shone through in his skin in later years.
I believe music can change the world.
That was the Beat It video. So it looks like they are going to cover everything to do with the Jackson 5, him breaking away and going off to his own success, which is amazing.
Spread love, joy, and peace.
I remember when I was a kid, and I don't know if you guys, you got to be an old fart to remember this stuff. I remember girls crying and passing out when Michael Jackson would go on stage. And all he's doing was dancing and stuff, and just like pass out.
That is what I want the world to feel.
Yep, Thriller video. Him, I guess, mimicking Elvis.
Magic.
That last shot right there with his hand in front of his face, it looked like Michael Jackson. I was like, holy shit, it's Michael Jackson. So that's coming real soon. So you brought up an interesting topic there. Let me kill this. Get us back to our normal screen. But yeah, that movie, Michael, it looks interesting to me. That looks like it's definitely a movie I'm going to check out. I'm not going to get off my ass, go to a theater and pay $35 to see it. Well, $70, if the wife and I go, but I will watch it at home. And I think it'll be an interesting take, and definitely one when I watch it, I'll review it. But yeah, the Goonies 2. So what do you do a sequel to, right? Like Stranded said, like you do their kids, they're old now and all this. The kids go on an adventure. A fundamental flaw, and I've said this before in Goonies, is they're in Oregon. So they're all the way up at the tippity-toppity of the West Coast. Why is there a fucking pirate ship in Oregon? Like, I could see if they were like off the coast of Florida or something. Would have made a lot more sense. But they're in Oregon. So how do you do the sequel? Because you already found One-Eyed Willie's treasure and everything else. Unless, what are they going to do? Hunt down the pirate ship that their parents were on? Like, would that be what would they be searching for? What's up, Ian? Great to see you, brother. Damn, you guys are amazing. You came in here, you're smashing the like button without me even having to say anything. Yeah, well, I mean, Elvis is that guy. Hate him, love him. Same thing with the Beatles. Hate him, love him. That was that group. That it's just one of those. It's hard to beat. And to be honest with you, when it comes to pop music like that, Michael Jackson he's the king of pop for a reason, and he's still the king of pop to this day. Michael Jackson is still the king of pop. I mean, with Goonies, it's so hard. I would just leave it alone. It's a movie that's timeless. Whatever you put out, like it would be full of member berries. Like, member Sloth? This is Smoth. And he's retarded in a whole different way. Like he's just, we can't even make him retarded now, because when you really break Sloth down in this woke world, you couldn't do Sloth nowadays, because Sloth was mentally ill, and his mom used to like basically abuse the shit out of him, would throw him on the ground and stuff. Because remember when he's talking about, like, she starts singing to him or whatever on the pirate ship. And he's like, drop, baby, drop. Right? Like, you can't do that. You're basically promoting child abuse, retardation, all that stuff. And so you'd have people that would be screaming about, you're talking about abused children. You're talking about, next thing you know, it'd be Mama Fratelli was in the Epstein files. Like, you just couldn't do that shit nowadays. The Donner Party. That'd be interesting. Shout out, Reb. Was that you who tipped the coin to The Witcher, by the way? I appreciate the hell out of you, brother, if it was. I didn't say the name of the person that tipped because it actually shows the name. But I was like, the only person I don't know their actual name is Rebel. And I was like, I wonder if it was Rebel. But I appreciated that. That was amazing. Dude, thank you, Rebel. Like, I seriously, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. It was super generous. And thank you. 1000% thank you. I was like, you know, when I saw the picture or whatever, I was like, yeah, I could picture that being Rebel. He looks like he gives zero fucks. I was like, he definitely looks like somebody that would weld your ass to a chair and then beat the shit out of you for saying some dumb shit, you know? I was like, yeah, he looks like the guy you don't want to cross. Like, Rebel, you're that guy that when I talk about like one day America will wake up, you know, the men in America and have enough and go ape shit and just start kicking the shit out of the wokies and the left people on the left and stuff. Yeah, you definitely like. I'm like, yeah, he's one of those dudes who's in reserve for it. But and it's awesome that you're here, Reb. Awesome to have Ian here too. And flat out, guys, flat the fuck out. I'm starting to wake up now. Like the coffee's done. Crack the rock star in a second here. Get that flowing in my veins. I'm starting to loosen up. Brain's starting to flow. And it's about to talk about the man who deserves the Grifter of the Century award, the quartering. The quartering is holy shit. Definitely deserves he deserves Grifter of the Year. And the worst grifter, because there is all kinds of shit that I didn't know about. And recently he did this video and D-Day Cobra reacted to it. Actually, D-Day Cobra reacted to a reaction of it because there's these two guys, Kino Casino, and they've been around forever. I've heard the name kicked around, never watched them or anything else. And they were talking about, you know, somebody in D-Day Cobra's chat had typed in, yeah, Kino Casino's covering you right now. And he's like, oh shit, those guys roast people. He's like, I'm gonna have to watch this. So he brings up the clip or whatever. Somebody sends it over to him in like a super chat or what have you. And he watches the clip, and it's Jeremy from the Quartering talking about how cancel culture or culture war stuff is dead, and nobody watches it anymore, and all this decline. And D-Day Cobra took his ass apart, like took him to school for talking shit. Yeah, exactly, Bubs. It reminds me of your brother-in-law. Yeah. So Jeremy D-Day Cobra took him to task for it, and then sure enough, Kino Casino reacted to it. D-Day Cobra reacted to their reaction of him taking, you know, Jeremy Prime, who's D-Day Cobra, taking Jeremy Hambly from the Quartering apart, and like they shredded him even harder. So I'm like, I gotta watch these guys. I gotta see what they're saying about the Quartering, because they seem to know a lot more. Like, I've always been like, yeah, this big sloppy bastard. You know what I mean? He's always whining. He's like a Timu Tim Pool and everything else. My God, I didn't know how much that would turn out to be true. Like, when I said it, I was half joking. Yeah, no, he really is a Timu Tim Pool. And like I said, shout out to Kino Casino. They're They had me rolling, but they expose so much shit with him. It's unreal. Yeah, Jeremy Hamburglar, the quarter poundering. This dude, now mind you, right? My best friend who passed away, he was a bigger man, a man of solid stature. And like the quartering is apparently like 6'5" and like 400 pounds or something. So he's a big dude. Like you're just to see him, he's a big guy, right? So I kind of have a soft spot when it comes to, I understand like there's stuff that bigger people have to deal with that average size guys don't have to deal with. And with like my best friend, he was big his whole life and he worked on it. But there's a point where no matter what he did, like he'd get in shape. And I mean, solid shape. He was still like 300 something pounds. Like it was the strongest he's ever been was when actually, you know, even Bubba will confirm this, when we were doing like Jeet Kune Do and stuff. Like he slimmed down and trimmed down, but there was no way he was going to get any smaller. Like he was just like, at that point, kind of a mass of muscle. Like he was just a big dude. That happens. The quartering is the opposite of this. He's like a big bowl of just shit jello. Like, I think that's the way I describe him, is he's a bowl of shit jello. But, like, yeah, I definitely think that's the easiest way to describe Jeremy from the quartering is he's shit jello. And, you know, I've always seen the videos and stuff like this. Like, my channel's under attack. My channel's under attack. He does it like once, twice a year where, hey, I need your money. I need your money. The fact of the matter is, and I'm a big advocate for this because there was a point in my life where, no lie, guys, I've told you, I was in debt up to my eyeballs. Drank most of my you know, like anything I made basically would sustain a life of just buying dumb shit and all this. He makes me look like I was very conservative with my money. Like super conservative with my money. And damn it. Really? Just the way this is going to start out with this fucking airbrush. He basically got famous, for those that don't know anything about the quartering, which sounds like, oh, you guys know who the fuck the quartering is. He basically did exactly what Tim Pool does, which is taking other people's shit, like news articles, and reading them and making videos on it. And then whatever the hot topic was of the day, he would make a video, you know, like he'd do it like 4 or 5 videos, but he would just read other people's news articles. Wasn't out there doing any research. And he did it in a way where he talked super slow, low energy, boring as fuck, and didn't know how to even shoot off the cuff. So couldn't talk, right? Everything he would say would be, and so Joe Biden fell down the stairs and did some things while he was in the office, and you know, and then like if you did shots every time the quartering says in one of his videos, you would be drunk, and his videos are like 10 minutes long. You would be hammered because he doesn't actually know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just reading other people's stuff. He's got no dog in the actual fight. He doesn't care. He basically is, like I said, he's that guy at a flea market that's selling like, if Power Rangers are the big thing, he's selling like energy energy sales or energy sailors, right? Like he would just do some weird like he'd be selling those knockoff Japanese toys. Good call on those gloves. The only thing is I'm doing primer, so I shouldn't need it because I'm gonna white prime here as soon as I get this thing cleaned out. But the thing is, the quartering over time, he made a shit ton of money doing this. And I mean an absolute fuck ton of money. Like normal people, you, me, anybody else, he came in at a time where you could do this kind of news talking, and like that's how Tim Pool started too, which I know is like a lot of people's favorite, but I actually got to apologize to guys like ABL, Tim Pool, all this stuff. Yeah, are they doing other people's stuff? Sure they are. Are they okay with it? Yeah. Tim Pool at least gave you his hot take on it. He was knowledgeable, knew what he was talking about, even if he did twist it all to go into a civil war. But at least he knew what the fuck he was talking about. ABL's partisan and has some really bad takes, but he knew what the fuck he's talking about for the most part. And if it's something he doesn't know what it's about, then he gets away from the subject because he doesn't want to look stupid. The quartering has no fucking clue what he's talking about 99% of the time. So this whole my channel's under attack stuff used to annoy the absolute balls off me. I'd be like, what the fuck, dude? Like this guy's like, hey, I need you guys to sign, go here, buy my coffee brand coffee, which is a whole thing that I'll get into too. What it turns out with that coffee brand coffee bullshit. This like his big nest egg and what he's going to make money off of. It's this coffee brand coffee. He's going to be rich. He does all this. He makes all this fucking money. And at first when I'm going down this rabbit hole, because it was just, these guys taking the piss out of him. And I'm like, oh, this is funny. They're just breaking a YouTuber's balls. And they cover lolcows. So this should be good. It went from me laughing about things to starting to get pissed. Because I'm like, dear Lord, the grift is severe with this one. To a point that it makes most other people that actually grift, like, they'll tell you they're grifting, stuff like that. They don't piss me off because they're at least smart with their money. What's up, Bob? If you want, I'll bring you into the chat. I saw you sitting in the chat for like 2 days or something. So I don't know if you just wanted to come in and talk or what. Dude, everybody's selling coffee. Well, that's just it. He was like the first one to start selling this coffee. And like I said, we're going to get into the whole coffee thing because finding out what I've found out when it comes to the coffee is hysterical. Let's get some of this cleaner through. See if I can't loosen this up. Just chilling, ain't got much to say. Well, thanks for coming in, Bob. Smashing the like button, hanging out. So, he started this. I don't know if you could. Well, I was watching him at the time when he came out with the coffee brand coffee bullshit. I was like, oh, that's cool, because the way he goes into everything about his coffee was we're roasting it, we flavor the beans ourselves, like we do this, we do that. And I was like, damn, dude, because I know he's got I knew he had some acreage. Well, it turns out he's got like 40 acres of land, right? But I was like, I know he's got acreage and all this. That's a big setup. You're definitely going to have to doing the coffee beans. I wasn't sure where he's from. Now that I know it's Wisconsin he's in, I'm like, how the fuck are you making coffee and all this kind of stuff? You know, like if you're in Wisconsin, that's kind of the wrong environment to really be making roasting, you know, getting coffee unless you're getting the beans imported or whatever. But I think it's like an Adam Krigler who's always talking about, yeah, we grow our own beans, all this stuff. I don't know if I believe his ass anymore either. So what it turns out with the coffee brand coffee stuff is, and I'm guessing this is the same for fucking Tim Pool. Probably the same. I don't know if it's the same for Adam Krigler. It's definitely the same. It's got to be the same for Tim Pool. But the way that shit works, there is a company and it's called, I want to say it's Millhouse. I'm pretty sure it's Millhouse, like, you know, Bart Simpson's friend from The Simpsons. And they are like a small coffee company. And then what they do is they'll sell you their coffee. They put it in a bag. You design your logo for said bag. And whatever flavors you want, you pick from their lineup. And you can market it for yourself. So he ain't roasting shit or doing shit. He's legit just using this other company to do the coffee, which is a grift unto itself, because the way he's telling it, it makes it sound like, oh, well, you know, we're sitting there and we're hard at work and I'm bagging this stuff myself. And, you know, like he makes it sound like it's deceptive. He makes it sound like they're roasting the beans, they're flavoring them, everything. They're not. It's just this little indie company that's actually doing all that shit. And then he sells them off. He should sell cheese. Yeah, you're not wrong. Well, that's just it. He should sell something. Like, part of the problem with him is every time he'll be like, hey guys, thanks for tuning in. So today Trump declared war on, you know, Trump declared war on, but we'll get to that right after a word from our sponsors. And then it'll be whoever's paying him money. And it's not one video a day or something. It's every fucking video he does. Meta PCs, come pay way too much money for a PC you could build yourself. Use my my code, you know, Fat Tits McGee at the quartering and get 10% off or whatever. And like, I swear to God, I think they mark up the PC by 10% just so when that 10% comes off, you're like paying basically exactly what you would be even without the code. Oh, that's good. Good old rock star. So he keeps screaming about, and this is, like I said, there's a lot of envy here. And who he wants to be is Tim Pool. And I've realized this. Because look, guys, I'm not a rich man. I'm comfortable. I've never been rich. Kind of don't want to be rich. Like, it'd be cool and everything else to have money, do whatever you want. But at the same point in time, there comes a point where, why do you need that much money? If you're managing your money right, and you're living within your means, and hell, even a little bit under, so you're living modestly, you can get everything you want. It's just going to take you a little bit more time. It's going to take a little while. You know, you stay the course, you hold on to your money, you diversify. This dude made, who knows how much money. And I mean, it had to be a good chunk of money. Just reading other people's news articles. He made his money not creating anything really. And now one of his crusades is like AI slop, but it's basically AI's doing the same thing that he did. So He would rather it be real people slop instead of AI. That's the only difference between what he does and what the AI does. Damn it. I just need money for beer, Coca-Cola, and well, beer, smokes, and Diet Coca-Cola. Fair enough, right? So this guy goes and starts building, I guess you'd call it an empire. Oh, shit. He starts, he's like, well, I need to build this. As he's getting this money, he wants to build stuff, build stuff, build stuff. Tim Pool did the same thing. If anybody remembers, Timcast, when it started, right? Like, it wasn't even Timcast. It was just Tim Pool, I think, was the channel. All he did was read news articles, basically give his reaction to it. I actually knew what he was talking about. And he was making, like, I think Tim Pool's even come out and said, I was making like 300, 400K a year, which is fucking phenomenal, boys and girls. How much you make on YouTube, that's actually really, really good. And Tim Pool kind of got famous or whatever, and then he started that Timcast IRL. Started getting the super chats rolling in. What did Tim Pool do? He started buying property. He built a studio. He brought on co-hosts. Who knows how much he paid said co-hosts, but he brought on co-hosts. Then he had guests flown in, you know, and not like at first it was like small time guests and weirdos like Jack Murphy, which is its own thing. And like I said, I saw Tim Pool as all he gives a shit about is the money. He doesn't actually care about the people at all. And it kind of comes through. Like, if you watch Tim Pool enough or have watched Tim Pool enough, you'll know this. The Quartering tried to basically match with Tim Pool, except for the Quartering has zero fucking self-control. So the Quartering, he does this thing where he starts buying shit and bragging about it. He had 2 garages built so far. He lives in a 3-story house. Bought 40 acres of land, 3-story house and all this in Wisconsin. Has 2 garages built. Buys like one of the new Tesla Cybertrucks. He bought one of those recently. Has a Rolex collection and everything else, and tells you how broke he is and all this kind of stuff. And hey, my channel's under attack. I need your money. As co-host, now he pays them generously. Like word on the streets is that man pays $500 to $1,000 per episode to each one of his co-hosts, and he's got 2 co-hosts, which is kind of where this is going, and it gets fucking hysterical. Because he actually has 3 of them that are like on air in the media space kind of people. One is Hannah Claire Brimlow, the other one's Melanie Mack, and then you have Luke Rakowski. 2 of these names should sound familiar to anybody who's watched any kind of Tim Pool. Luke Rakowski and Hannah Claire Brimlow. Yeah, Tim Pool quits all the time, so this way, because he needs, well, and that's just it. Supposedly, Tim Pool is not making the money he used to anymore either. So maybe he is paying Phil Labonte a good chunk of change. But the Hannah Claire and Luke Rakowski, it's like, holy shit. Hannah Claire got fired by Tim Pool. I don't know why she got fired by Tim Pool. I just know that she did. I don't know if he wanted to go a different direction. He was bored with her, whatever. The Quartering snagged her up. Same thing for Luke Rakowski, was on Tim Pool's constantly and then wasn't. And I'm pretty sure the Quartering went and just snagged him up. And it's like, so basically you want to be Tim Pool so bad that you're snaking whatever employees he fires. I think the only one he didn't grab was like Cassandra MacDonald or whatever when he fired her. Melanie Mack, so I was like, we'll get into that. Melanie Mack is attractive, but that's just it. So at first I was like, okay, he's doing knockoff Tim Pool shit, right? Like he's trying to do, I think he even called it quartering cast. Like how fucking original are you, buddy? Well, he hired Hannah Claire and the other chick, Melanie Mack. And Melanie Mack, I don't know all that much about her. I've never watched her solo content because, well, she's kind of fucking just there from what I've seen. And like her entire job seems to be just nod and go with whatever your boss is saying. Like, whatever you say, Jeremy. He says the most inappropriate shit. And granted, now he's married, right? The quartering's married. He says the most inappropriate shit to these women. He comments like almost every stream on what they're wearing, like immediately. Like if Hannah Claire's wearing like a jacket or whatever, like a suit jacket, he'd be like, "Oh, it must be cold. Why are you wearing a jacket?" Because she's not showing enough skin for him. It turns out that these women seems to me like one, they found a money mark. Like he's just going to give them money. But basically, it's the only way he can get people to like hang out with him is to pay them well. Like he's that unlikable as a person. And he talks a lot about shitting himself. I've often joked that, you know, like I've told the story about my daughter where it's like, when I first met her, I was like, you can ask me anything. She goes, okay, here's my first question. As an adult, have you ever shit your pants? And it was like, yeah, I did one time. This is what happened, blah, blah, blah. Right? And it was funny and all that kind of stuff. This dude, holy shit, it seems like he shits himself on a pretty consistent basis. Bob said he'd pay money to keep people away from him. I can understand that, Bob. I can definitely understand that. I don't know about that one though, Bob. Like I said, you're definitely a social creature. As much as you may get annoyed by people, you like them just the same. But yeah, he basically has these two girls on, and it's like, I think he just keeps them around to goon on them. One, and two, he like keeps them around so that he's knocking off Tim Pool's, you know, oh well, they came from Tim Pool, therefore people who watch Tim Pool will watch me now. The only thing is, Tim Pool, as much as he annoys me and all that kind of shit and Civil War and everything, he at least knows what the fuck he's talking about. He can argue from a point of, he can argue intelligent points, even if a lot of times they're the most extreme cases that are going to drive numbers through rage or whatever. At least Tim Pool's smart enough to manipulate that market. The quartering isn't. But the current thing with the quartering is my channel's under attack. YouTube isn't paying like they used to. All this kind of stuff. Everything's in decline. The culture war stuff nobody cares about anymore. Politics nobody cares about anymore. All this kind of stuff. And we're going to get to the inflated views in a minute. He he basically turns around and says all this, but then you look at all these other people and they're still doing very well. Tim Pool, you can argue, isn't, you know, he said, well, I'm not making the money I used to. Well, that's because everybody kind of sees through your bullshit, you know? Like, if you're real, you're real. If you're full of shit, it kind of comes across, and people are sick of hearing Civil War and not seeing an actual Civil War. Now it's starting to look like there's going to be a Civil War, and then nobody wants to hear somebody say, I told you it was going to happen. I told you it was going to happen, or whatever. Well, yeah, I mean, if I tell you, hey, we're going to go to the moon, hey, we're going to go to the moon for the past 10 years, and then eventually they launch a mission to the moon, well, I can claim I was right, but, you know, I kept throwing pennies down that well until it finally happened. It would make sense to have them there, and they do have a lot of simps, right, Eugene? To your point, yeah, they have a lot of simps. So you're shit. Did I just cut out? I'm back. So you're not wrong. They have a lot of simps. The only thing is, the big simp is their boss himself. Right? He's the biggest simp for them. And like I said, he kind of like, he goons on them the whole time. Like, it's bad. And even worse is, he's married. Right? Like, you're talking about a married dude. Like, it's one thing if you're single and you're kind of a horn dog. When you're married, like, there comes a point in time when it definitely becomes a level of complete disrespect towards your spouse. Like, if I was on here and flirting with all the girls, all that kind of stuff, I could see my wife would, well, probably beat the shit out of me. But, you know, like, she definitely wouldn't want me doing this no matter how much I was making at it. Right? Like, if I was making his kind of money, then, you know, she would freak the fuck out. But the bigger thing with him is he's always talking about how his channel's under attack, the YouTube algorithm isn't pushing him, all this other stuff. He's got like 4 million or 3 million, 2 million, I don't know. A shit ton of subscribers. And the thing is, he's mismanaged his money so bad and not invested in anything worth a fuck that he has nothing to show for it. So anytime he's doing like those membership drives, all this other stuff, like one of the big things is Rumble. So he signed up, and apparently, I guess, like, I don't think they nailed him with an exclusivity deal, but they signed him to a deal because he had X amount of subs, X amount of viewers, all this kind of stuff. They ended that. So he thought he could keep putting out the same bullshit and people would still continue to buy it. And yeah, no, that's not how that works. People eventually see through when you're not real and everything else. And they canceled his contract. Well, since they canceled his contract, now he's kind of like, oh, you know, all this bullshit about Rumble. But apparently he had, like, you know, he keeps saying it, and I have to catch one of his live shows. He says, we got 10,000 watching right now, 30,000 watching right now. If I had 30,000 people watching me on YouTube right now, let's say right now 30,000 people were watching me, and I go live. He doesn't go live once a week, twice a week. He goes live 5 days, I think, a week. If I had that many people watching me, then you can damn sure, you know, being real about it, I would be able to live comfortable for the rest of my life, no problem, even if that only lasted for a year. Because I wouldn't go out and buy dumb shit. I would just bank money, bank money, bank money, bank money. This motherfucker, he bought his wife 3 planes. Like I said, he's got a garage and or he had a garage built. Then he got a second garage built. He built like, I want to say it's like a 2 acre or something like this, something ridiculous. Maybe it isn't 2 acres. Maybe I'm being disingenuous there. But he built like this RC car track, and it's huge, right? It goes acres. He went ridiculous with it. I'm trying to remember Rolexes. Like, he's got a Rolex collection now because he bought so much useless shit that his house started to fill up with this useless shit. So the Rolexes are smaller, so they don't take up as much space. He bought I think it was like $7,000 or $8,000 fish tank. It's like 7-foot tall saltwater tank. So, and he pays people to maintain it. He was talking about, basically it's like a Roomba. You know, those automatic vacuuming robots. He has 3 floors in his house. He's got one on each floor, but they cost like $8,500 each. Good night, Stranded. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm sure you'll check out the rest of it on the replay. Yeah, 30K stream, right? Viewers for a stream. I want you to put this in perspective now. I often knock ABL because 0.018% of his audience is tuning in, right? So you'll have 1,500 viewers, but 1.1 million subs and everything else. Well, these guys, like I said, Kino Casino, shout out to them, have watched his chats and all this kind of stuff and everything coming up in the chats. And they said it moves like maybe you have 400 people watching you. And the likes are barely there. And yet he's got like it's a multi-million sub channel. And the thing is, they even said this, and I didn't know this was a whole thing. I had heard that this was a thing you could do, but never investigated it. Apparently, you can go and buy subscribers. So, like, if I wanted to be monetized tomorrow, what do I need? Like 1,000 subscribers or whatever. I could go and spend, who knows? Probably cost me a couple $100, and my channel can be monetized overnight because they would just be bullshit subscribers that you can fill in there. Well, apparently it's the same thing for viewers. So you can go pay X amount of hundreds of dollars and get it where, like, say I want 3,000 views on this video. Pay X amount of dollars and I'll have 3,000 viewers come in here. And it'll boost my views. Now, the way it worked was it boosts you up in the algorithm and all this other stuff. The thing is, because you have supposedly 3,000 subs or, like millions of subs and all this kind of stuff, it actually ends up hurting you. Because if I'm not actually filling up those subs and everything else, and I've got to pay for them, well, the algorithm's going to think that my subscribers don't want to watch my shit. It's not going to push me up in the algorithm. I'm not getting those 3,000 likes. Like, if you've got like 200 likes and 30,000 people watching you, and your chat's moving at a snail's pace that makes mine look fast, and I've got 10 people watching, then that means that people don't even give a shit pretty much about what I'm saying, what I'm doing, what you're watching, right? So why would YouTube reinforce that? They, pretty sure the algorithm wants interaction and engagement and people retaining people to watch you. So paying for stuff like that, one, is just dirty. But it also explains, I think, and again, shout out to ABL on this. I don't think he he did any kind of fuckery like that. I think he actually did earn his stuff. He just, somebody was saying, pissed people off over time. Or maybe some of his takes, all this, or maybe it's like, shout out to Beans, how Beans had said, you know, black conservative talking shit while Trump's running, you're going to pick people up. Yeah. So, and there you go, Eugene. Well, here's the thing, right? We'll say you make 5-year time period. You make like $3 million off of YouTube. Why would you be broke? If you knew how to handle your money, why would you be, if you're making $3 million in a 5-year period, how do you go broke? You make $5 million in a 3-year period, you're a fucking complete idiot if you go out and just start buying frivolous shit, right? I have a lot of stuff that I fucking probably don't really need, right? Like I've got different collections of different things and all this, but I always look at my collections too and go, well, shit, if I got into a pinch, I can sell this off, right? Like, I like my stuff and all that. Is it really necessary? It's kind of what you said, Eugene, like minimalist mentality. Like, why do I need, I don't need this comic book collection, for example. I love my comics. I love I love reading them. I love looking at the artwork. Every now and again, I'll just go grab a comic book, break it out, just read through it, or go back and revisit an arc I thought was really good. Granted, I've got some terrible arcs I could probably get rid of. And modern day comics, like, the art isn't as good. But I could definitely take this shit, turn around and be like, look, I'm going to lose $1 off each comic or whatever that I spent, but I can turn around and flip it. Oh, I've got this paint set. You know what? I can put this paint set on eBay and I'll sell it off for $200. It's like $350 paint set or whatever, but I'll sell it off for $200. I got, if I really hit dire streets, at worst case, but I have savings on top of it. If you're making $5 million, $3 million in a 5-year period, $3 million in a 5-year period, $600K a year at that point, how do you fuck that up? Yep. And Bubba's right. You could live off the interest alone. Shit. Let me grab the right mouse there, Bob. I'll get you in. All right, Bob, I got you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on, Bob?
Mute the channel. I was getting that damn feedback again.
Nah, you're good. Go ahead. That's I kind of shut up for a minute.
I'm good now, but I can tell you how ABL got a lot of his subs. Okay.
Uh-oh.
This goes back a ways. Okay.
All right, I'm listening.
All right. Back in the day, back when I first started watching YouTube, I noticed that I enjoyed listening to conservative talk show people.
Gotcha.
And particularly black conservative talk show people.
So, like Tatum, ABL, Jericho Green.
There was a stream. That's exactly right. So there was a stream put on by B. Tatum. I think it was like every Thursday or something like that. And he would have B. Tatum, and he would always say, my man ABL.
That was
and Jericho Green.
Yeah, that's before B. Tatum really took off like there's a rocket ship up his ass. That's when he first started to catch fire.
Right. And then they will always bring on another person, whoever that was. And so I was actually watching B. Tatum's stream, is where I saw ABL. And ABL, I noticed he went from like having, I mean, he had a decent sized channel, you know, he had 500,000 subs. He went almost immediately to, you know, a little over 1 million,
Gotcha.
like within a couple months.
So, yeah, I mean, when it comes to that shit, right? The thing is, you said it in chat, like ABL's got an F-150 and a Mustang, right? He made enough money. You know what? ABL is not a fucking dummy. That's why. Because ABL did this thing where he's like, I got some money coming in. All right, I'm going to buy a house. Okay. It's not a huge house. ABL doesn't have a monster of a house, right? He doesn't have a 3-story, 40-acre land house. He's got a moderate house that's nice for the area, right? It's not a cheap house. It's nice for the area.
Didn't he buy a new development?
Right. He also bought it at a time. If we're going back to that point in time, it's around when I bought my house. I paid $135 for my house. My house is like, they're valuing it at some ridiculous fucking number. Like, I mean, right now housing market prices are through the fucking roof, so we can't go by that. But even then, we'll say my house appreciated in value to $200,000, right? ABL bought in that time frame, and he bought brand new. So, but it's still the point of he bought a honest to God moderate house. He didn't go out and buy like 6-car garage, fill it up with a whole bunch of vehicles, all this kind of stuff. He's got a, like you said, a Mustang and the F-150. That's because as he hit his fame, he bought these things and banked his money. Right? The quartering, this dude, like I said, he bought his wife 3 planes. His wife can't fly the planes. He has to pay for a pilot to fly her around in them. You know how much it costs just to maintain like fuel to a plane to fly from one point A to point B, or even just take it up in the air? It's like $1,000.
No idea, but it's got to be a lot of freaking money.
Yeah. It's like a stupid amount of money. Like I said, a $10,000 fish tank, and then the fish you put into, said tank, those are expensive as shit. They're a lot of money to maintain. My buddy actually ran, like he opened his own saltwater and exotic like fish store or what have you, and had that thing running for a while. Now, granted, he was stupid. He opened it in COVID, or I think he would have had more success. But yeah, like that shit's not, he made a good chunk of money off of that stuff when he was doing it, because those fish are super expensive. You have to, it's one of those things where the tank's got to be maintained. And this guy's like a sloppy fat fuck is the best way I can describe him, Bob. And
I've seen him. I haven't really watched his channel.
Dude, I watched him. I watched him right around the same time I was watching Tim Pool.
Hell. I got to jump off for a bit. Not jump off, but I gotta take the dog out.
You're good. Go ahead, Bob.
Right. Come on, boys.
I'll pick you.
Hey, that's what you'd do if you had millions. You would invest it in a concert / restaurant. I wouldn't. Some of the hardest things, it depends, Eugene. If you were going to be there 24/7 and maintain it and really grind your books and all that stuff, the one big thing I've noticed with food industry and bar industry, your 2 biggest problems, the things that cost you the most amount of money, are theft, right? Employee theft, giving away free drinks to people, overpouring drinks, shit like this. And then with food, it's waste management, because if you don't have the customers in there, you're throwing food out on a pretty constant basis. Like you're constantly throwing away stuff. Oh shit. I was slicing some meat and dropped it on the floor. Oh, I didn't sell all this veal or whatever. Well, throw it right in the trash because it's only going to keep for like 2 days or whatever. And now you can't say it's fresh. That kind of thing. Yeah, I've definitely, when it comes to, like, I've told this story, and Bubba will tell you too. I grew up 14 years old, dish dogging in a fucking bar, being a pearl diver, and worked there for like 15 years of my life. Right? So when you're breaking that kind of shit down, this is the stuff, like my boss used to say it all the time. If it wasn't for fucking thieves, I could have retired 10 years ago. Because you had bartenders that would steal. You had people that would skim the till. You would have people that are over pouring drinks, everything out. Like the waste in the kitchen. So it's like, yeah, if you've got experience with it and all that, but at the same point in time, I think as a, like store manager, that kind of stuff, I got to learn books and learn how an actual business runs with overhead and everything else. I probably should go back to college and get an MBA, Master's Business Associate, like actually like go and do that kind of stuff. But I'm not going to because it doesn't really interest me all that much. But I did learn it. Like I had to learn it. It's how I got so successful with different stuff like running different stores when I was actually a store manager, was because I knew how to nail out the cost. A lot of that came from the bar business and seeing how much waste, fraud, abuse, theft, all that shit there was, and applying like, oh, well, if I do this, then I'm saving on my payroll here and that kind of thing. And I think that's where it's at.
All right, I'm back.
Cool.
Yeah, you were talking about money. I got lucky. I married beautiful and smart.
Yeah, me too, Bob.
And,
you're not wrong there.
yeah, I just, she was beautiful and she handled everything. So now, basically, everything I own. Like I said in the chat, the only thing I need money for is
Beer, smokes and
beer,
and Diet
Coke.
Yeah. I mean, that's just it. But that's the thing. If anything you want right now, all right, you want to, hell, you want to go to Bermuda for the weekend?
Okay.
You can, right? Why don't you?
Sure.
Like, what? Well, I mean,
I've been there.
Right. But I mean, why don't you? Because why would you? You know, I mean, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
That's a very good point. And it's just not who I am. I've been everywhere I've ever wanted to go, and some places I didn't want to go. I went to Japan for 8 months and didn't like it. I've been all over the Med, and other than Haifa, Israel, most of the places I prefer to forget.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean,
I've gotten thrown out of some of the best bars in the Med.
Yeah. Yeah, Eugene was saying, he was like, if he had like all that kind of money, he would invest in like a restaurant with, like concert venue, restaurant kind of deal. And
restaurants go bankrupt a lot.
Yeah, see? And that's what I was saying too. For me, like if I had that much money, wouldn't be hard. I'd invest a good chunk into gold at this point, like a bit into gold. And like my pal Bubba said, you put $1 million in the bank, 7% interest. Now, granted, you're going to want to just diversify, but you know what I mean? What's that? $1 million, 7% of it in interest. What is that? 70 grand a year?
Correct.
So why, you know what I mean? You can't live off $70,000 a year.
Well, I mean, I can with no problem.
Right. And that's what I'm
But
saying is even with a mortgage, everything else, you could no problem. It's one of those things where at what point do you own your things and what point do your things own you? You know what I mean? Like,
I kind of get it. I
yeah,
get the fact that you buy stuff and you have to keep working to buy stuff.
right. But
So
what happens when you don't sock your fucking loot away? Right. So you're
well,
making
then
that
you're
money.
screwed.
Let's say, you know, and this is one of the greatest lessons I ever learned from that bar was my boss said to me, you know, you make $1 million, but you spend $1,002. Well, you're $2 down, regardless of how much money you made.
And your
And
boss would have been correct.
right. Yeah, that's just it. So, but with this dude, the quartering, not only has he just like pissed away all this money or whatever, the big thing with him, like the thing that's like unforgivable is he expects his audience to pay for him for his mismanagement of his money.
Well, how big's his audience?
Well, I mean,
It's
legit,
not me.
you're talking a couple million people.
Really?
He's got a couple million subs. At least like he's way hands down bigger than ABL or whatever. But the thing is, there's a lot of big speculation that he is paying for bots, basically. Sub bots and view bots.
Yeah, you were talking about that earlier. I didn't even know you could do that on YouTube.
I had heard about that. I've never seen it in action because I never investigated it because I figured if I'm supposed to get bigger with my channel or anything else, then it'll do it organically. I always figured that if people actually like my content, people will sub, people will watch, people like all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Why am I going to go out and pay, like, even if you told me tomorrow, like, hey, for $100 you can have 5,000 subscribers. Why the fuck would I do that? Because they're not real people. I know they're not real people. Now, average person isn't going to know they're not real people, but it's going to be pretty damn obvious the moment, you know, I do a video, I've got 5,000 subscribers, you know, 5 to 10 people watching, 12 people watching, 20 people watching, you know, 7, 8 likes on the video. And, you know, I mean, but you got 5,000 subscribers. That math doesn't add up. Like, there's got to be a point which makes me wonder, you know, like I said, I'm not even going to accuse ABL of any kind of foul play like that. I think his shit was actually organic. I think it grew. I think it's a good chunk of what you said, what Bean said, what I've said. I think that's the way ABL's channel grew. Now, granted, as time's going and he gives like a hot take that's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, my guy? You know, like Eugene had said, like, he legit said that the Epstein files weren't a big deal. Apparently, you know, I don't know if it was last stream or 2 streams ago or what, but how the fuck are you going to say the Epstein files aren't a big deal? You know, things like that. It's like, yo, like, what? We're talking about a fucking pedophile ring that affects the rich and elite of all of us and people in government and other people's governments. That's a pretty big fucking deal.
I don't know why he doesn't want to cover that, but I mean, it's his channel. He can do what he wants. And, you know, I'm like, okay, whatever. I personally am not
Thoughts,
all
not
that
bots.
interested
What's
in-
up, mister? You're not.
I'm not all that interested in the Epstein file, other than if they're going to look into it. And here's the key: put freaking people. And I'm watching my language tonight. Put people in jail.
Thank you. This is where my interest lies, Bob. I don't want to know the salacious details. I don't want to know Bill Gates is, smashing young prostitutes and all that. I think him giving his wife an STD because of it allegedly is fucking hysterical. But you know what I want to see? I want to see Bill Gates go in front of
I hadn't heard
Congress.
that one.
I want to see Bill Gates go in front of Congress and have to explain himself to what he was actually fucking doing there. But because he's got a billion, multiple billions of dollars in the bank, gives it to the right politicians, they don't hold him to the same account they would if you had done the same fucking thing. That's
Well, I
the
wouldn't
part
do
that
that.
interests me. Is like, okay, show me who you are as a person. The two things that I can tell you now that you want me to lose all fucking respect for you, or never want to, like make me want to actually beat the shit out of you in a lot of cases. Touch kids or hurt animals on purpose. Like not like you're a hunter and going to eat the meat or, all this kind of stuff. I mean, like, you go and buy a dog and beat the shit out of it just to, because you got your jollies on it, that kind of thing. Or you hurt a child like that.
I would go along with that, and unfortunately for me, I have a third.
Go ahead.
You can't hit a woman.
You know what? I agree with that one too, Bob.
I don't care if she's asking for it, and they a lot of times do.
Now, if she's going to
Just
shoot
can't hit a
you,
woman.
if she's going to shoot you, okay, knock her the fuck out.
Well, okay. Yeah. I guess there are always exceptions. You're right.
Right. Like there's that. But I mean, if you're just talking about, I got in an argument with my wife and like started smacking her around. Yeah, that's a whole different story. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I never once laid a hand on my wife, and we really didn't argue all that much. We would disagree, and it would be a very quiet night, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I like to call them mild blow-ups with my wife. Like we'll both be like, fuck you, blah, 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 and then just be like, that'll be it. And then it'll be like, yo, you want some coffee? Yeah, I want some coffee. You want some coffee? Yeah, okay, let's get some coffee. And like it'll be like a real fast thing and then done, and neither of us even has to apologize. It's like, yeah, I was just pissed. Yeah, I know you're pissed. Because neither of us ever tripped that line with one another either, where we say something so disrespectful to the other one where it's like, ooh, I shouldn't have said that. Like, yeah, that's not good.
I can just tell you, if you got a good wife, and it sounds like you do, just hold on to her.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. I agree with you, Bob. 1,000%. That's one of those things where guys fuck up a lot with that, especially younger ones. They have, they have a good woman. They have a good wife that treats them well, takes care of them. I think Chris Rock is actually the one who said it best. They find you, they clean the crust out of your eyes. They make sure, you look sharp and you look good. And then this new girl comes along who looks hotter than her, or, whatever it is you look at her and you're just like, yeah, she can't read. Yeah, she's stupid. Yeah, she's this, she's that. You know what I mean? But your old wife, yeah, she was brilliant. She was like Shakespeare compared to this one and everything else. And you start realizing you made a mistake and you try to go back. It's too late at that point in a lot of cases.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I've never looked to better deal my wife, because to me, there is no better than my wife for me. She is my perfect, she balances me.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because my wife, she's exactly the opposite of me. Okay.
Right.
You can tell I'm very outgoing. I'm very personable. I like to have a laugh. Well, she liked to laugh too.
She's inverted, right? An introvert. She liked to stay home, not interact with people. Yeah.
And that's just the way she was. And that was fine with me.
Yeah.
But, if I disagreed with her, or she did something, nothing comes to mind that she ever did that I take that back. She did have a flaw.
Well, everybody does, but that's what makes us, us.
Well, after her passing, I started looking around the house. And I don't have a great big house, but I got a lot of rooms that I don't go into and a lot of cabinets I don't go into. And I kind of knew this. She got suckered into these freaking, what's it called? Collectibles.
Oh, I got you.
The Bradford Exchange.
Yeah,
Never,
yep. Like the
Never ever let your wife get into that.
here's a plate with an eagle on it.
I've got literally hundreds of plates sitting in the cabinet just off here to my right that are still, she's got these plate boxes where they've got little drawers in them and she's got all of them full of plates. And but you know, it didn't bother me at the time because I told her when we got married, actually before we got married, I said, look, here's the deal. You can work if you want to work, and I may have told you this already. I said, you can work if you want to work, but you don't have to. But I don't want any bills that are late. I don't want any bounce checks. And if I ask you for $300, you give me $300 with no questions. And this is a while back, so $300 was actually meant something back then.
Right.
And that was the only rules I ever put on her. And she filled them to the T. And I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. You came in with the standard set of rules. Said, hey, here's where I'm at with things. And we're gonna go from there.
Yep.
I mean, my set of rules were real simple. Don't cheat. Don't bullshit me. Just have my back when I actually need it. When shit gets rough, don't bail. And I've definitely been through rough shit. It's one of the reasons why I like to blast like guys like the quartering, right? Because where I'm at in life, I'm comfortable now. And it wasn't ever that way. I'm going to say like 75, 80% of my life was not comfortable. It was a lot of work, right? A lot of work. And a lot of me being stupid. If I'm to be quite honest.
I popped out. You're talking about you were stupid?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I said my life, a good chunk of it was me not, being comfortable. It's why I go off about guys who make like a whole bunch of money and then piss it all away and then want to whine, complain, and, oh, well, I deserve. You don't deserve shit in this world. And I was stupid with my money and spent a good chunk of my life where it was always trying to keep up with the Joneses or buying things I didn't need and all this kind of stuff. And now I'm at that point where it took my wife coming into my life and saying, hey, asshole, this is the right way to do it. Me fighting with her showing me I was completely an idiot, and then turning the ship. And then now it's like, well, I could, I really like that 3D printer. I should buy it. Nah, you know what? I'll wait till it's on sale. And it's like, but you got more than enough money to buy it now. Yeah, but do I really fucking need it? You know what I mean? Like my entire way of thinking about things has changed. And it's one of those things I like preaching this to people because I know people, especially nowadays, are in a rough spot. That's the best way of putting it. Like the economy is not, objectively, I don't think it's that good. And every little cent counts in a lot of cases. And some people are comfortable, but a lot of people are uncomfortable. And they don't know how to do this. And it's like, look, you just stop chasing the shit that is going to make you happy for the minute and look at it in the long run. Is actually like, do you really fucking need that? One of the things I did, my credit cards are cut in half. We keep one credit card on hand, and that's to get gas with, and it gets paid off at the end of the month, like gas for the actual car. The reason why
I only
is
have one credit card.
because if we don't have cash to pay for it, cash in the bank account or cash in hand, do you really fucking need it? Why do I want to pay for that for the next 5 years of my life or 2 years of my life or whatever at an interest rate? Like, it's like taking money from a loan shark. It's one thing if it's,
Oh, yeah, I've done that.
yeah, it's one of those things like, do I, okay, I need to keep the lights on. I can't afford my rent and electricity. Okay. Well, then you're in a pinch. Now bust out a credit card. Don't be relying on it, but that's one of those emergency situations. Do I need that, stack of Blu-ray DVDs? Oh, look, they put out the John Wick collection in 4K or whatever. I need this shit. No, you don't. Just no, you don't. You want that shit. You don't need it. It's not going to change your life.
Yeah. Mary's my daughter. We were going through all the finances after Mama passed away, and she had probably, I'd say 6 credit cards that I really didn't know about. I mean, I had mine, and I only ever had one credit card, and that was my American Express Delta Sky Mile card.
Gotcha.
Which the interest rate on that son of a bitch is high, but I was getting miles for purchasing things like that.
Brother,
And
I will tell you now, I get offers for credit cards all the time. My credit rating is very good now, like really good. The interest rate they want to charge nowadays is like 35%.
holy sheez.
Yeah, I can't even make that up.
I think my interest rate on my American Express now, I think it's at 18 or 22, and I think that's a little high. But I pay it off every month, 100%.
Yeah, I even told my wife this one. You always want to leave maybe 10% on there, right? Like, yeah, you want to pay them off fast, but always leave 10%, something like that. So if you spent like $100, leave $10 on it. So this way the credit card makes their money off that little bit of interest, and then it builds your credit better. Now, granted, I don't think care about that shit, but for younger people, right?
Yeah, for younger people, absolutely.
You got to let them make a little money off you, because that's what builds your credit up. It's a fucked up game you got to play.
Yeah.
They do. It's like, well, if we're not making any money off you, then you're a credit risk. Like, what? Like, so wait, I'm responsible with my money and I'm a credit risk? How does that work?
Well, I know that, I don't know why, but I know I can go down and buy any car on a car lot, brand new, and walk out of there with it the same day, instantly approved for any amount of loan.
I don't know if I buy that one, Bob. What about a Bugatti?
The hell's a Bugatti?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a motorcycle, ain't it?
A Bugatti. Hold on. Yeah, I'll look it up. I'll tell you what the cost of one is.
Oh, here's my problem. I paid $12,000 for my 2001 Ford Ranger with a manual 5-speed and roll down windows. And guess what? She still runs tip top, and that's what I drive.
Okay, here you go, Bob. Ready for this? For 2025 Bugatti models like the new hybrid Tourbillon start around $4.1 million. The Mistral Roadster is estimated at $5.8 million, while legacy Chiron variants can be found from $3 million upwards.
For a freaking car?
That's correct. Bugatti. Why the fuck would you want one of those? That's like, whenever I see, for the most part, there's every now and again, I know a vehicle enthusiast and I'm like, oh, they're really just fucking into cars. But anytime I see somebody that's rolling around in it's an older, smaller dude that'll be in like a 69 Stingray, we'll say, right? Come rolling in, and they've got like the matching, like they're wearing the Chevy fucking like leather jacket and all that kind of stuff. I every time I see one, I'm just like, yo, that guy's dick must be the size of my pinky, because like if you got to roll with flash like that, bud, then you got a small pee-pee.
I was thinking the exact same thing, but I wasn't going to say it.
You're right, exactly.
God.
That's exactly what goes through my head. Like, dude, you got to drive in that flash because you can't get none. Like, you don't have any skill, just no skill. Like, look at my car. Like, ooh.
I need something that gets me from point A to point B dependably. That's it. And my wife, she wanted the Pontiac, okay? So we got the 2004 Pontiac Grand Am with the V6 in it. And I think I told you, she kept that in.
You said it's pristine.
It is absolutely pristine. And she would dry it off if it got wet. And I've had guys, when I take it like down to we have an annual inspection we got to get done. And they're down there like, hey, you want to sell that? I'm like, no. I had a dude put a sticker on my door one time and saying, hey, would you like to sell your truck? My truck's parked on the side. We've got a concrete slab that goes on the side of the house. And, it comes up the driveway and it's got an extension. And he put a sticker on my door. He's like, hey, if you want to sell your truck, let me know. And he gave me a phone number. And I called him. I'm like, this was several years ago. And I called him up. I said, why would you want to buy an old, what you might think is a POS red, Ford Ranger? And he's like, does it run good? I said, yeah, it runs top notch. He's like, well, I just needed a good work truck. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry, it's not for sale.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, as much as I take the piss out of AVL for his takes and stuff, you got to give the guy at least some credit. He lives within his means. He's kind of like humble with his living. Like he isn't out there buying stupid shit,
That's true. That's true. I think he just got bad taste in women.
Well, that's because there's only been one woman that we know of that he's ever been able to land.
She really fucked him over, I think. He's kind of jaded.
Yeah, I mean, at least he ain't out. He didn't switch and start playing for the other team.
No.
Well, not that we know of, anyway.
I don't even want to talk about that.
What if you don't want to talk about like if he may or may not be switch hitting?
Yeah, that's none of my business. I don't want to know.
No, you know what? You're kind of not wrong with that either. I don't think so, but hey, you never know. To each their own. That's the way we'll say that. To each their own.
I don't have a problem if you want to bet for the other team, but just leave me alone.
My pal Bubba just said that's why I drive a Lamborghini.
Bubba, you got a Lamborghini?
Yep. Yeah. Bubba's basically like, yeah, I got a small penis. Yeah.
I wouldn't be putting that out there, Bubba.
Nah, Bubba always drove like he used to have one of those old station wagons when I first met him. True story.
You met him?
Dude, Bubba lived with me for a while. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to talk about that either.
But my wife had him move down here when he hit hard times at one point. Bubba's like one of my best friends. Bubba introduced me to my best friend. I've known Bubba for, dear Lord, Bub, what's it at this point? If I'm pushing 51, I met him when I was 16.
Yeah, Bubba's kind of name that I figured you would meet in a jail cell.
Yeah, you would think that. No. I've known Bubba. I've known Bubba for years. He's like, Bubba is that person that to me, he is family. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Yeah. He's that he's that guy to me. He's my legit brother. Like, I love him. He's, no homo. I love him. I've known him pretty much my formative years of life, all through it, through my good times, through my bad times, everything else. Bubba's always been there, and like, great dude, salt of the earth person, hates people. Like Bob, I'm telling you, when I say he fucking hates people, like if he despises everybody, but the people that he actually is friends with and cares about, he'll give you the shirt off his back.
Oh, I know the type.
Like, he's that guy. Like, he fuck everybody else, but you know what I mean? If you're my friend, then there's a reason we're friends. Like, you have to be a certain kind of person to be friends with Bubs.
I know the type. I know a lot of people. I interact normally when I'm working with a lot of people, but I have very few people. I mean, very few that I can call a friend. And this, like, I had a phone call with this lady. I had a phone call yesterday with this lady. I call her Mrs. Robinson. Well, her name is Mrs. Robinson. And I've known her. This is back when I was active duty. So I met her in 2001. And we just kind of clicked. I mean, she's very down to earth. And I still talk to her to this day. I mean, I haven't seen her in 20 years. But, I was working a project, to tell you a story. I was working a project in Louisville, Kentucky. It was Owensboro. And I'd fly into Louisville, and I had to drive for 2 hours to get down to where the plant was. And I would always call Mrs. Robinson, okay? Because she could talk without taking a breath for 2 hours. And she'd keep me awake on the road as I was driving down to the hotel room.
Yeah, I mean, that's good stuff.
That's the kind of woman that is.
Makes sense. I mean, somebody to keep you awake on the road, that's a rough one.
Yeah, a lot of times I would always fly in on a Sunday. And, sometimes the project is not near an airport, or a big one at least. And she'd keep me awake while I was driving down to the plant. But
yeah, Bubba is, Bubba is that guy where he wishes, my kids refer to him as Uncle Bubba.
how old are your kids, if you don't mind me asking?
I got one that'll be 31. Well, actually, two that'll be 31 this year. And what is the youngest? The youngest she'll be 28 this year.
Why is it that we never stop calling them kids? And I'm guilty of that as well.
Why?
My
Because
daughter, my daughter's 39.
Because no matter how old they get, Bob, they're still your kid. Like, you raised them, like, you known them since they were little guys. But in my case, I raised a couple of them since they were little guys. The one I didn't. One, I never say, oh, well, I'm her bio father. You know what I mean? She's got a man who raised her that was a good man, because we didn't even know up until a little bit ago if she was actually mine or not.
I thought you said she was raised by a good man.
She was. It wasn't me. her actual her adopted father is an amazing guy.
In.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, when I was 17, no, when I was
Please don't sing.
when I was 20 years old, had one of those. The condom broke. Drunk,
Mm,
and girl got pregnant.
mm.
Only thing is, I was, kind of doing stuff with a girl who had a different boyfriend, and yeah, so we didn't know if it was mine or his, and so I got named as the daddy because it made the other guy look good, and her parents liked the other guy, didn't like me. I was the hellraiser, you know what I mean? I was the bad guy, and I have no problem. I had no problem playing that role of the bad guy because, well, I was still getting mine anyway, and I was technically a bad guy. And she she had a decision to make, and she almost had the abortion. And she, at the last second, I didn't even know this part of it. My daughter had actually told me the story. She's like, yeah, she went into the clinic. They tried talking her into it and all this, and she was waiting for the procedure, like to go into the room and all that stuff. And then just was like, yeah, I can't do this. Ended up carrying the baby to term, and that's my one daughter. That's why almost every one of my daughter's birthdays, she'll message me something like, "Hey, old man, thanks for it. It's X amount of years. Thanks for having shitty pullout game in the '90s."
Oh hell.
But yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
I
yeah. It's
I
one of
just
those
got
things
I just got the two, and
that you know of.
that I know of.
Yeah, yeah. You never
But
know.
I we Mary was planned, and we had Mary about 18 months after we got married, and then Luke was a happy surprise about 8 years later.
There you go.
After after that, I was like, okay, we're done. So they took me down to the clinic because I was, going to the Navy clinic, and they took care of that, which was funny because I mean I didn't really feel a whole lot other than cold hands. But I come out of the room, and there was a little waiting room. This is a Portsmouth Naval, and there's a little waiting room with these guys out there with their wives, and just for fun, I was just putting a big bag of ice on my nuts and walking out, holding on to my wife's arm at the time, going,
And got just so just so oh Jesus Christ. Yeah.
and,
Um
and these
and just
guys' eyes got white as ghosts.
just so you know, they also put like the collar on Bob's neck. It's like a cone. They put that on Bob's neck so this
No,
way he couldn't get at the stitches.
no, they didn't do that. But you should have seen these guys out in this waiting room, and I did it on purpose because I really wasn't hurt.
You're just like, oh
My
God,
wi-
oh, it hurts so bad.
my wife, we went through the little glass door out into the hallway. She's like, "You're an asshole."
You should, you
I was
should you should have been like, as you're walking out, you should have been like, hey, did it do anything to me? How's my voice?
I don't I don't think I could ever get my voice that high for a little guy. Not little. Let me rephrase that. For a short
Short
guy,
guy.
yeah, I have always had just a huge, deep voice. I've talked to people on the phone. Uh, Lieutenant Gwen, or not Gwen, Lieutenant Franchetti. She went on to become the chief of naval operations, and I talked to her on the phone a lot when I was down in Avondale, and we were cutting her ship in half. And I talked to her on the phone, and back down there, you didn't say, "Okay, I'm petty officer of such and such."
Right.
You just said, I'm Bob such and such, because we had civilians and military working together, and the civilians, of course, didn't have rank, so we didn't use rank. So she walks in when the ship came in first day. She walks into the trailer we were all working out of. She's like, "I'm looking for Bob Ketchum," and I'm sitting there with my feet up on the desk.
Damn it, Bob! You're not supposed to say
Am I
your full
done
name,
please?
buddy.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Anyhow.
I'm gonna have to go and fucking edit that.
You ain't got it. I don't care what people.
Okay,
if
you don't
know
care,
what my
then I'll
name
leave
is.
it. But you know,
No, man. If you want to come over and say hello, come on. Me and Betsy got something for you. But anyhow, she comes
Nice.
in and she's like, "I'm looking, Bob," and I said, "Yes, ma'am. I'm Bob." She says, "Oh no, I'm looking for a civilian." I said, "Well, I'm the only Bob here," and she was like. And I stood up, and she was like, "I thought you'd be a lot bigger."
And you're like, well,
And
thank you, I
no,
think.
no. One of my coworkers over in the corner, his name was Mike, and he was a civilian. He just started busting out laughing. He's just freaking
shit.
rolling. And I looked at him, and I was like, "What's up with you, boy?" And she's like, she got over it real quick. But, we took care of her. And then years later, matter of fact, just, I don't know, 6 years later, you can look her up. Her name is Lisa Franchetti.
Melissa
She
just
became
said,
chief
"You're
of naval
aren't you a
operations.
little short for a stormtrooper?"
Uh, yeah, probably, but it allows people to do two things. One, they don't expect somebody like me. And two, I'm almost constantly underestimated. And I like that. I like it when people underestimate me.
I mean, that's usually a good thing. I've often said that's one of those strategies. Your deception is often your greatest weapon that you can use, is deceiving people to an extent. Like if you're in a fight with somebody, making it look like you are weak and then hitting them with a surprise, like putting up your hands in a weird way so you look like you don't know what the hell you're doing. And the next thing you know, you're arm barring them and breaking an elbow and shit. And they don't know what to do.
Well, trust me,
You always want to throw people off when it comes to that kind of thing.
being this short, this mouthy, and this mean, I've gotten into a few scrapes.
Oh shit. Yeah, well, I can imagine. Guys, make sure you smash that like button. And this is one of those reasons why I love Rebel so much. Rebel just reported, apparently breaking. The U.S. Embassy has told everybody get the fuck out of Iran.
What the fuck would you be doing in Iran anyhow?
Well, if you're at the embassy, okay. Yeah, if you're at the embassy in Iran, you know as well as I do. You're most times ambassadors and civilians. So
yeah, they're always the last ones out before we hit them.
Yep. And so if Rebels reporting that, and that's breaking news, that means that we are about to smack Iran.
We knew that was coming.
Oh yeah. As soon as I heard the word Jeffrey Epstein files, I was like, somebody's getting bombed. Yeah. Somebody's getting bombed. And Iran looks like the likely target. Plus, it doesn't help. You've got everybody right now on the war party, warmonger end of everything. Doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. Going, yeah, well, like Trump did say if they killed civilians and all this other stuff, and now we know they killed a whole bunch of civilians, he needs to go show them or else he's going to be a bitch, basically. When you start hearing the warmongers talking about how, well, you threatened this, so now you got to follow through. Like, shut the fuck up. He could have been bluffing. We don't need to get into a war.
I don't think Trump's going to get into a war. I think Trump's just going to bomb the shit out of them, call it a day.
I mean, it depends on it too. Like the whole thing is, what are we defining as a war here? Is a war where you're dropping the Marines on the beach? Is a war, hitting strategic targets and blowing them up? Like what what is technically a war nowadays? Like, is it like Ukraine, Russia, where you've got a whole bunch of troops dying? Like, how are we defining a war? Although I have this odd feeling, and don't tell me why I have this odd feeling because I don't know myself. But I got this funny feeling, Bob, that they're going to do something really, really terrible to Israel.
Who's they?
Like Iran. Like if we go and hit Iran,
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, I have this feeling like we're going to get somebody with like a small tactical nuke suicide vest. That's just going to go right in the middle of Israel somewhere and just like detonate that shit. Like some crazy shit like that is about to happen. I don't know why I have that feeling, but
I would say maybe a dirty bomb. Where they could put, some sort of radioactive material into a backpack and, send it into the middle of a square in Tel Aviv. And I've been to a square in Tel Aviv and just set it off and everybody gets irradiated over time. I don't know, but I don't think they're capable of producing a nuclear.
Yeah, but the thing is nowadays, I don't think they are either. Nowadays, the big ugly thing about it is you have tactical nukes. So one of the big problems was they're not like full scale, like, oh my God, you just irradiated the place kind of nuclear weapon.
I know what attack is.
Right. There's no radiation to them. So you're doing a shit ton of damage, one shot, kablam, but no radiation afterwards. That actually terrifies me because
that's an EMP.
No, EMP is when you detonate a nuclear explosion at a higher altitude for the actual electromagnetic pulse, which is what the EMP is. And that just destroys all the electronics in the area. Causes them to short circuit, like sends out a burst of electromagnetic energy. And
okay, so what do you call a tactical nuke?
Tactical nuke is basically you're doing the same kind of thing. You're making the atoms collide to create an explosion, but it's done in a way where you're not producing radiation from it. So the closest that we have, the one that I've seen used is like the Moab, right? The mother of all bombs.
Mm.
That could technically be, but you can get, the big thing is we're always detonating uranium, right? Like enriching uranium and all that stuff. That's the scary shit because it does severe environmental damage. You're going to get the biggest explosion and everything else. But there's other stuff that you can drop that will cause a smaller explosion, but no radiation. And I'm not sure. You'd have to look into it because I'm not up on nuclear bombs. But I know there is. I know there is stuff that's like that. It's the same way. You ever hear of rods from God?
I've heard of it.
Do you know what it is? It's one of the most interesting things.
Well, hang on and let me take a piss and have a beer, and you can tell me what they are.
Well, hopefully you're not pissing beer, Bob. If you are, you're going to be pretty popular in the bar.
I'm not in the bar.
We all need to hit the bong first. I agree. There's only one problem. I got no smoking. It's illegal where I'm at, so I can't exactly get baked. Good to see you, by the way, Melissa. You guys are awesome, too, coming in. Everybody came in, smashed the like button as they came in. You guys are fucking fantastic. Thank you. Shit does help. I don't know if Mister just came in, dropped some drive-by puns and bounced, or he's still out there, too. Shout out to Mister. Makes my heart hurt. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's just it. We don't think our money would be better served in other places than going to war with Iran because exactly what threat does Iran pose to us? I mean, if we're going to be real about things, they don't really like. I'm trying to think. Do they actually pose a threat to us? You know, I've heard the warmongers whine about like, well, like Netanyahu said this when he was. They tried to kill Trump 3 times. No, I know 2 American citizens tried to kill Trump, but I don't remember the Iranians trying to kill Trump. And pretty sure, like, that was definitely 2 unhinged assholes, and they were American.
All right, tell me what you think a tactical nuke is.
Oh no, rods from God is what we're talking about.
Or rods of God, yeah.
So rods from God, what you do is tungsten. You make
I know
these.
what tungsten is.
Yep, you make tungsten rods, and then you put them on a satellite, and you maneuver the satellite in outer space, just outside of Earth's orbit. You maneuver it over your target, and then you just drop the rod, and the gravity pulling it down, when it hits, the thing will destroy like almost an entire city. Just one of these fucking things. Because,
really?
Yes. Yeah, they call it rods from God. It's a tungsten rod that they drop from a super high altitude. Mainly, you know, because you hit terminal velocity. Like, there's only so fast that you can fall. And it's something to do with its mass and weight, that when you drop it and it impacts, it's like this redonkulous explosion. Like, just stupid big explosion that will wreck everything.
Well, I know that I used to use tungsten when I was doing TIG welding. So it has density big time. Because we would TIG weld with tungsten rods.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
tungsten. If you drop one of those and you somehow make it implode, oh man, that's going to be a lot of energy released.
That's what I mean. Now, imagine dropping it from basically outer space.
Orbit.
Yeah, from orbit. Just raining down right on whatever target you're aiming at. There's no explosive needed on it. You don't need an explosive tip. It's just the impact from it. One of the ones that scare me is the Russian hypersonics they're supposedly working on or have. And the way they work, you fire it off. It's got 3 nuke warheads on it, like 3 smaller nuke capable rockets attached. They fire it into orbit. It can stay up there for 3 years. Maneuver and all that, and it's hypersonic. And then you just, boom, you just press the button and it releases whenever you want over a course of 3 years. The thing is, and I'm sure our technology has definitely reached this point. Everybody's like, you can't hit a hypersonic. You can't hit a hypersonic. You know, all this kind of shit. You know what travels faster than hypersonic?
Light waves.
Correct. So if you perfect your directed energy weapons, not for offense, but for defense, you could technically do a directed energy weapon laser grid wherever you think that thing's going to be, and just kind of like an energy net, and just take it right out of the sky.
Aren't they talking about putting them light wave guns on the new battleships, quote unquote battleships?
So I mean, there's some stuff I can. A lot of it's public knowledge now, so I can talk about it. They've used them for years. They've used directed energy weapons. Everybody thinks Star Wars whenever they think, oh, they're using laser guns, you know, all that kind of shit. They've used this shit for years. The only problem is they're very big, and like you said, they're mounted on battleships. Same thing with railguns. Railguns, you know, but they're huge. And you mount them on a battleship. The newer directed energy weapons they used not long ago in Afghanistan, actually. And they would mount them on walls of like forts. And it takes a lot of energy to run them. That's one of the big problems.
Massive amounts of electricity.
Yeah, you need massive amounts. But what they would do is say you had somebody that is in a Jeep, like Jihad Jeep, driving in with the suicide vest attached to them and all that, blow through the first barricade or whatever. They would use these directed energy weapons. They could literally melt right through the engine block of the Jeep or whatever as it was getting close. Like, you don't see any kind of like red light, like when you think of a laser, like I said, everybody always thinks Star Wars. Like, oh, the shit's going to be green, it's going to be red or whatever. You don't even see it. It's clear. The only way you're going to see it is if you're wearing the goggles that are set to the spectrum. And then you can kind of see the beam when it fires. It's kind of like a laser pointer. If you blow smoke in front of a laser pointer, you can see the beam itself. But
Yeah.
if you don't have any smoke there and you're just shining a laser pointer, all you see is the dot, the red dot where it's, connecting. The thing is, those are more colored, like the beam of light is colored at the end so that this way you can actually see whatever you're pointing at. With the directed energy weapons, you don't see that shit. It's just all of a sudden it gets hot and starts melting. Like it just burns straight through. It's crazy. Eugene said space lasers. That's what Ronald Reagan wanted back in the 80s.
Star Wars.
Star Wars. That's what he called it. It was supposed to be like a nuclear defense, was directed energy weapons. Now, granted, that never happened. And I actually believe there's a treaty between most of the superpowers. So like Russia, America, Britain, all that kind of stuff, that nobody will put weapons in outer space. That's
Yeah, somebody needs to tell that to China.
right. Well, and that's one of those damn things that they, the movie Goldeneye. I don't know if you ever saw that. 007.
I have.
That was the whole point to the Goldeneye system, was the Russians back during the Cold War, they put, and granted, I don't know if this is real or not. I mean, it's fucking James Bond, right? But it was the
30
point.
years ago.
Yeah, it was the point to the movie was they put satellites, the Russians put satellites up there and put a nuclear warhead on it, and then could move that satellite system over to wherever, detonate the nuke. There was no radiation. It was just an EMP, and it knocked out all electronics. Which nowadays we've got cyber warfare and all that kind of stuff. Cyber, like people go in and just, if you can get into the Iranians' like AA systems, their anti-air systems, you can shut down all their missiles. You can just fly your planes and bomb the shit out of them.
Didn't we just do that in Argentina? Trump was talking today about some weapon we used in Argentina. Called it like
Venezuela, you mean?
Yeah, Venezuela. Started with a G, called it a particular name.
I don't know. I didn't see what Trump had to say today.
It basically shut down all their systems and allowed us to go in and snatch that dude.
I mean, I know they used sonic like sound. The people on the ground there were talking about that shit, that apparently as the helicopters came in, they had like speakers mounted where you had like a chin gun on a helicopter. They had like speakers mounted there, and when they came flying in, everybody got sick and started dropping their weapons and like shitting their pants and everything else, and like because their equilibrium was thrown off, like they couldn't even stand upright. So I know they're using stuff like that, which always makes me wonder, well, when you have these riots going on in the city, how come you're not just using that shit to calm everything down?
I'm looking today. He said something about it today, some sort of weapon system that they used.
To me, that would make sense. Like, it really does make sense that you would do this. That if I were going in there, I didn't want to lose anybody or any of this stuff, I could disable the enemy soldiers, disable their AA, all this kind of stuff. Why wouldn't you? You're going to save thousands of lives, by doing stuff like that. The only problem is what happens when somebody uses that shit on us. Like we can't be the only ones with this kind of
I
technology.
think I think you're right, but I also think we're extremely fortunate in geography
Yeah.
where we live.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We got the oceans that, block a lot of that stuff, but hypersonics, it's like blink of an eye that shit hits you. Like it hits you so fast you wish get hit that fast. If you look at like Russia fired one of those hypersonics in Ukraine, and it's fucking crazy watching that shit come in and hit. It's like there's nothing they could have done. Like and that was Russia basically warning them like, yo, we will blow you the fuck up. Keep your shit up and we can use this on you. Like if you guys want to keep hitting Moscow or whatever with your little drones, let me show you what we can do.
They need to end that war.
When it'll end? The moment that that war will end, the moment they kill Zelensky, or they surrender. They surrender land. They give Putin what he wants. That's when that war will end. Because Putin has no reason to end that war. He's gotten richer as that war is going on.
Well, if you could look and see what Trump is trying to do, he's actually trying to starve Russia of oil.
Yeah, but you can't. That's just it. I mean, maybe the money from the oil, yeah, you can kind of fuck them on it, but even then, that's not going to matter. And it's not going to matter for what I was saying the other day about Britain, right? Like, look at all the EU and everything else. They're sending all this fucking money to Ukraine, billions upon billions of dollars to Ukraine. And then they're turning around and their main pipeline and energy source is Russian oil and gas. So you're basically paying them. You're paying for both sides of the war at that point. The only way to do it would be, the EU won't import any of their shit. And the problem is, one, it's winter. And two, if you cut off Russian oil, then what? Everybody in the EU freezes to death, or they run out of gas for their vehicles, and you know what I mean? There's a lot of problems here. And to be honest with you, it's really all the fucking left wing. I hate to blame it on the left, but a good chunk of this, it's the environmentalists that were like, oh, we need to get away from fossil fuels and all this shit. We need to shut down our nuclear reactors. It's not good. And you know what I mean? We've got to stop like mining coal and mining this and mining that. And what we're finding is like, okay, just because you have those scruples, just because you're concerned about the environment, you think Vladimir Putin gives a fuck? He doesn't give a rip. So he's got all that gas and everything. Your green energy movement has failed. And what are you relying on? Well, now you're relying on the guy who's still doing this shit. So you painted yourself right into a corner. That's one of those things that it sucks, but
It's funny because I've been kind of binge watching. I don't sign up for extra channels like Paramount Plus or
Pornhub. I got you.
I don't sign up for Pornhub. I know what it is.
I'm kidding, Bob. I'm kidding.
But I've been watching what is it, Landman?
Okay.
And he basically gave that same speech to that chick. He's like, the windmills and all that stuff, and she's like very environmental ish. And he's like, look, if you want to run everything in the world off of wind, then go ahead. But it takes freaking, like 93% of this oil that we take up out the ground,
right,
and burn to
He's
run
not.
that shit.
Yeah, he's not wrong. I've never seen it. I know the show. That's the one with Billy Bob Thornton. I have never seen
Yeah.
an episode of it though.
Yeah, well,
I saw the other show. I watched that all the way through. What was it? Same dude did it, where they're up in with Kevin Costner.
oh
Fuck.
yeah.
I
But,
just Yellowstone.
yeah, I've not
Yeah.
seen Yellowstone, but I've seen clips of it. But
Yeah, Yellowstone wasn't bad.
hey,
hate it.
Beans, I see Beans popped in the chat there. How you doing?
What's up, Beans?
But yeah, I actually don't sign up for the shows because I can wait 6-8 months, and they'll put out 100 clips of the show on YouTube and kind of like space them all together. And I've got nothing else to do anyhow, so that's what I do.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the show it was okay up until the end. You could tell like the ending left a lot to be desired, but it wasn't a terrible show. Like the first couple seasons were pretty decent.
Anyhow, I just wanted to pop on here and let you know why I thought that ABL got as many subs as quickly as he did.
No, I mean,
that's because-
no, that's just it, Bob. The thing is, he didn't get him quick. He built it over time. Like it took him a while. He didn't get it overnight. And like I said, the one thing you're not hearing me accuse ABL of is buying views or buying subs. I think he got them all organically. I think he actually did the work. And I think you're right. I think Beans is right. That, well, black conservative, Trump's running. At first, it was kind of, and then to your point, he was on with Tatum. He's on Jericho Green. So now you've got cross pollination where you're picking up those, Tatum's viewers. Oh, well, I'm sub to Tatum. I'm going to sub to ABL too. So I think you're right in that. But like I said, the more I see about the quartering, the more I'm watching this shit and seeing what an actual like real deal grifter, like it's bad. Like it's really bad. It makes me feel bad. It makes me feel like a dick for making fun of ABL, but at the same time, fuck ABL anyway.
I understand, but I don't really know too much about the quartering dude.
Yeah.
I've seen him a little bit, but I didn't know he was. I mean, even ABL's got his like ABLmerch.com. I've actually gone on there years ago.
So
and bought a hat.
Okay, so AVLmerch.com, right? That's
Mhm.
great. AVL isn't doing shit like, hey, we're doing these we're gonna do these Christmas cards. Here's one that just happened recently. Like, I mean, just recently. We're gonna do
Christmas cards.
we're doing Christmas cards, and it's all the money's gonna go to, I'm gonna keep a little bit of the money, but for the most part it's going to a charity. And we're going to do these Christmas cards. It's me, the two female co-hosts, and then, the other co-host, Luke. It's all four of them in the picture. We're going to, all of us are going to sign it. We're going to mail them to, like I'll sign it. I'm going to ship them off to Luke, who's the other male co-host. Have him sign it. Then we'll send it to Hannah Claire. Then we'll sell it to Melanie Mack, and you can buy one of these things. He didn't get enough signups for it. And people already bought, already gave him money for this card that he never sent out. Now he's like, we're going to do them as Valentine's Day cards. And he's still not getting the signups for it. So you've got like 10 people that paid for these fucking cards already. I think that's what it was. Something ridiculously low. Like he was going for like 2,000 people or something. And like 10 people bought these fucking cards. So they didn't get their Christmas card. Now they're not going to get a Valentine's Day card because it's not going to sell enough of them. So then what's your next holiday? Oh, well, they're going to be 4th of July cards? Like what? And it's a grift. Like you're giving them money for nothing.
It sounds to me like an evangelist pastor. I hate those guys. With the big old super churches and shit. Who was that dude? Swaggart? Was it Swaggart? Him and his wife.
Oh, Jimmy Swaggart and I can't remember the wife's name, but Jessica Hahn, I think it was, right?
With all the makeup and eyebrows and
Uh,
all that shit.
no. You know what? I'm wrong. It's not Swaggart. It's Baker. Tammy Faye Baker.
Tammy Faye, that's her name. They're all grift. And to me,
they're using God to
those
grift.
people are what you call grifters.
Oh yeah. Well, that's just it. Like Bean said, ABL's not humble with his money. He's bragging about his new Mustang, all that kind of stuff. But you know what,
Hang on a
ABL?
second.
You know what,
Hang on a
ABL?
second. You going to bed?
Oh, he's saying goodnight to his son.
Just chatting with some friends. You can take the water up or I took the dog out. We got anything going on tomorrow?
Tomorrow? No. The day after.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right. So what I was gonna?
I'm sorry.
No. You're good. I was like, it must be about 11 o'clock. As soon as you said, hold on, I was like, oh, it's got to be like 11 o'clock because that's usually when Luke comes in and says goodnight.
Yeah, you know way too much about me.
Yeah, well, what can I say? I notice patterns. What I will push back on with, ABL is braggadocious and all that kind of stuff. And he's not humble, but he's not stupid with his money is the point. So Jeremy from the quartering, he legit built a second garage and a Cybertruck, a Tesla Cybertruck, and brags about it. And then later on in the same fucking video, and I watched this, later on in the same video goes, hey, my channel's under attack. I'm not going to be able to afford my employees. You got to send me money. Like, motherfucker, you just built a garage and got a Cybertruck and you need more money. How about you don't buy the Cybertruck? What do you need a Cybertruck for? What do you need the other garage for? Oh, to store the Cybertruck. Like what? What did you need these things for?
Cybertrucks run on electricity or something?
That's correct. Yeah, they're Tesla. Like you didn't need a Cybertruck. I mean, let me look up. How much is a fucking Cybertruck?
They ain't cheap. I know that. Not that I'd ever buy one. Because if I can't put gas in it, I'm not going to drive it.
Oh, I'll drive the shit out of a car if it's nuclear powered. I'll tell you that much.
I'm not. Oh, you on your own with that one.
So,
I'm not doing that either.
So this asshole, right, builds a garage for himself, buys a Cybertruck. Entry level all wheel drive model now priced around $82,000
For a car?
For a Cybertruck. Yeah,
it's not even a truck.
It's not even a truck. Yeah, you're not wrong. The approximately let's see, model has risen to approximately $114,990.
Jesus,
the cheapest model of it is 61,000 plus, right around. Like, but you need my money to support your channel and keep your channel alive. What the fuck? Like, guys, I have a camera, right? I have a microphone and a cheap ass airbrush, some paint, and my 3D printing and all this. That ain't even $1,000. Like, let alone $80,000. Like, how much does it really keep? The problem, part of the problem that the quartering has is people don't like him. Like, and it's obvious that the reason why, like, his co-host, like, okay, we take somebody like a Nerdrotic. They do Friday Night Tights, which is where they bring in Disparu, who's another YouTuber. And this goes back to ABL with Jericho Green and Tatum, right?
Right.
But,
they all started out together.
Right. Do you think Tatum paid ABL to be on his show? Do you think he paid Jericho Green to be on the show? Or you think he just said to him, hey guys, come on, let's do a show together? Because we're all in Blexit and we're all going through this and we're all building together. How do you think that played out?
It's the latter.
Right. Nerdrotic.
But
Gary, the guy who owns Nerdrotic, he does Friday Night Tights. He's got Despero on there, As from Heels versus Babyface. Jeremy Prime from D-Day Cobra. He's got RK from RK Outpost, like Ryan Kennel or whatever. And then you'll have some guest on there that comes on and talks. Usually has like anywhere from 10 to 40,000 people watching every Friday night. And has all these people on. He doesn't pay them a fucking dime. Why do you need to do a live stream and pay two co-hosts $500 to $1,000 each to be on your stream? And that's not just once a week. That's per appearance, 5 times a week. Why do you need to?
well, I'm guessing.
Why?
Well, I'm guessing it's because he can't hold the views unless they're there with him.
Yeah, that's just it. Well, the thing is, he's, again, some of the stuff, like, I'm not going to steal their clips or anything like this and show you. I'll just say you guys can look this shit up. The way he treats those co-hosts, like, I'll tell you now, if it was my wife on it, and the one girl, I don't think the one girl's married. I don't think Melanie Mac's married. But Hannah Claire just had a baby. She's married and all that shit. Man, somebody even suggested some of the stuff he says towards these girls. I would like, as a husband, I have to fuck you up. I'm sorry. You know, it's just like, it's in the husband rule book. But this guy, like, he's paying him so much damn money. And it was like, at first I was like, oh, that's really nice. You know, he's making sure that he can support them. You know, they can support a family off of this and everything else. He's sharing a bit of the money. And then the more I realize, it's like, if you weren't paying them this fucking money, they wouldn't show up. They would be like, yeah, I'm not doing this shit. Like, I'm not going to sit here with you, you big fucking goofy bastard. Like, you're unlikable. And, you know, Bean said it, like, you know, we all have a choice with our money and who to subscribe to and who not to subscribe to. And I agree. I think that's correct, you know, because he used that as an argument once. He was like, oh, what, I'm not allowed to make money? No, you make all the money you want. But if you think I'm not going to call out your shitty business practices and the kind of scumbaggery you do, then you've got another fucking thing coming.
Yeah, you can't. What do you say? He built like a 2-car garage on a 4-acre plot and bought a Cybertruck.
No, a 40-acre plot.
40 acres, okay.
Right, 40 acres, a 3-story house that has Roomba kind of robots on each floor of the house that cost $8,500 a piece. A $7,000 fish tank, bought a brand new Cybertruck, right? He built 2 garages. Like, he already had a garage on the house. Apparently he built a second one and is talking about building the third one. Built a dirt track for his RC cars. Bought his wife 3 planes. Like 3 little small planes. Like, it's one thing, but he expected the money to never stop flowing. And he talks about how the YouTube algorithm is all fucked up. They're not paying out the same way. Everything's AI slop now and all this other stuff. People don't want long form content. All this kind of, like, what? Like, so Joe Rogan ain't a thing, right? Yeah, everybody just tuned out from Joe Rogan. Nobody wants long form content. And then he'll talk about how, well, viewership's down for culture war shit. And you've got people that, like I said, Nerdrotic, that's all he covers is culture war shit. You know, like what sucks in comics, what sucks in movies, all this other stuff. He's killing it. And then he'll be like, politics aren't doing well. And it's like, then D-Day Cobra's channel was like rated, and the 2 of his channels were in the top 15 last year for super chats. Like, bro, it's just you. You can't manage your fucking money. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. It's like you're basically a chimp with a machine gun when it comes to your money.
Yeah, I'm sitting here rubbing my thumb and my pointer finger together real
Yep.
softly.
Is playing the smallest violin for this motherfucker.
Exactly right. I just, dude, you make your own choices. You live with your own choices in life. I mean, that's just the way it's supposed to be with any guy or even girl for that reason.
But Eugene says his favorite job was just washing dishes and listening to music. He loved that job, just didn't pay him enough. I mean, I can understand that, you know. I
Actually, my favorite job was in the bowling alley, and I was 16, something like that. And so my job was to clean up, when the leagues would come in and they would bowl, and then they'd trash out where they'd sit, and this back in the day, so they had plastic scoring cards and stuff like that. And when the league left, I'd have to go down into the pits and clean the pits. But also, I didn't think about this until I got very much older. The women's league would love it when deadwood would come out onto the lanes. You know what deadwood is?
no.
Okay, that's when a pin gets bounced out and falls in the gutter,
Oh, okay.
and the rake can't pick it up. They call that deadwood.
Gotcha.
So if it was particularly, you had walkways in between every other lane or every other alley. And if the deadwood was on the far side, I would actually have to stretch over the lane. And we've established that I'm not that tall.
And you'd wear them jeans,
go
wouldn't
down-
you? The ones you wouldn't let them cut off you.
Not those jeans, but something very similar. I would have to push the pin down into the machine. And women, it was like the whole bowling alley, if it was the women's league, they would just all stop. I didn't realize this until years later. I thought about it. And these women was sitting there watching me stretch out over this bowling lane and pushing the deadwood down into the machine.
Yeah.
And then
You guys hear
popping
this?
my leg back over.
Bob K. MIT has great jeans. It's him and Sydney
I
Sweeney.
didn't think about that.
They got great jeans.
I didn't think about that at all. But it's funny how you remember things
Sub
years and
six.
decades later.
Right. Yeah.
About-
You know what? You're not wrong.
What the hell was really going on? And you had no clue.
Yeah. Feel like you're like, oh shit, that's why. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I didn't. It's my job. I push a deadwood. Okay. And I'd stretch out over this bowling lane, all of a sudden, because you hear the balls hit the lane, boom, 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 and they're rolling, and the pins are clashing. Whenever I was walking down the middle and had to, go get the deadwood out the gutter, all of a sudden, I didn't hear any balls. There was nobody throwing. This was the women's league. Don't get me wrong, but nobody was throwing any balls when I was walking down there, stretching out over across the
That's because
lane.
they were too busy
the
staring at
deadwood
your balls, sir.
We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I guess we will.
It's just funny how you realize things decades later about what the hell was going on, because at the time I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting when you find something out later on. You're right. There's stuff like, I haven't thought about that shit in years. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about that, that was kind of fucked up. Like, why was everybody just stopping and staring at Bob? Oh shit! It's because I was straddling basically and showing a little brain there. They were definitely looking at me for my personality. I think when it came to jobs, I think my favorite job it used to be retail.
Retail.
Yeah. I used to love it, but it was when I worked for companies I believed in. And then it was one of those things, it wasn't a job to me until the company made it into a job for me. So because I was the same way at one point. I was very, very social. I was definitely a societal creature. Like I had to, well, didn't have to, but loved to sit there and shoot the shit with somebody. So like when it was Blockbuster, for example,
Kind of like what we're doing right now.
right. So when it was Blockbuster, I what did people come in and bullshit about? Hey, let's talk movies. Maybe you'll branch off into something else, but for the most part, it was always like, oh, yo, man, did you see this movie? Oh, this movie was awesome. I didn't really feel that one. That one wasn't good. Hey, have you ever seen the movie Frailty? No, I've never even heard of it. Oh, you got to check this out. Right? Like, I interacted with people like that. GameStop, video games, bullshitting video games with everybody. Right? You play this game, it's an underrated game. I loved that. I love that interaction and helping people get exactly what they need. When it came to Walgreens, there was a point when I first started where, yeah, you had all the regular, I got to display shit and all that, but actually just bullshitting with people about, like, I learned so much about different illnesses that are probably going to hit you when you get older from Walgreens, from talking to people. Like people like, oh yeah, I tried this, like, oh, I bad stomach, my stomach's bothering me real bad. Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to take this, but this shit doesn't really work, but this does. And you know what I mean? I would learn as it was going from different people, different experiences, different backgrounds, all that kind of stuff, having conversations, just chopping it up and shooting the shit. I used to love that aspect of it, and then corporate greed destroyed every last one of those fucking places.
It's weird nowadays, and I blame this on the iPhone, and I blame this on apps. But I was just at It's funny you bring up Walgreens. I was just at Walgreens, like, I don't know, about 6 days ago, something like that. Because I gotta pick up a prescription because the Navy doctors got me on these pills that are supposed to reduce my blood pressure and supposed to reduce my they gave me a lot of damn pills, okay?
Right.
I'm not sure what they do, but anyhow, I got to go to Walgreens to pick them up. And it's the closest Walgreens, it's closest pharmacy to North Carolina. So this place is always packed. I mean, there's always going to be a line of at least 15 people.
Right.
And they're working. And I'll strike up a conversation with the dude behind me or the dude in front of me. But and they'll be standing in this line for 25 minutes. None of them want to talk. I think they get irritated when I'm talking to a guy behind me, chatting it up. Hey, well, how's things going down to Manteo or wherever he's from, which is down in North Carolina? Blah, 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 blah. This, that, you had another house falling into the ocean, blah, blah, blah. People get irritated when you're just talking to somebody. Why is that?
Well, it depends. I mean, if a lot of times now when it comes to Walgreens and all that kind of stuff, people get irritated because they had to wait so fucking long for their prescription. You know what I mean? So they're already agitated. It may not even be anything personal with you. It could just be that they're agitated in general.
That's a good point I didn't think about.
Yeah.
They're just pissed off because they have to wait so long. And they had to drive up to Chesapeake and go to the closest pharmacy because they're probably upset that they don't have a pharmacy down in North Carolina. Or at least, close to us.
Yeah. I mean, Whole thing is Walgreens has slowly been closing stores here, there, and everywhere. They definitely did away with most of the 24/7 ones. Except for like bigger cities, you'll still have them, but it's a rare occasion. They used to have them all over the fucking place. And it's so inconvenient to a lot of people that got used to, oh, okay, I need to go to Walgreens to get my prescription. I'll be in and out in like 5-10 minutes. Now, like, if I got to go pick up a prescription at this local Walgreens, I got to go before I even have them call in the prescription and make sure that the fucking pharmacy is even open because they don't have enough pharmacists to run it.
Yeah, their pharmacy at the local Walgreens that I got here, I think they're only open until, I think they open at like 9 in the morning, and they take their lunch, and they're serious about this. They take their lunch break from 1:30 to 2,
Well, the
which is always about the
There's-
time I show up.
there's a reason why they're serious about that lunch break, because they'll get fired if not. They get written up once and then they get fired the second time they skip that lunch break, because what they were doing to the pharmacist, like it's all about corporate greed and the way they were beating the shit out of the pharmacists. So the whole thing with a pharmacist, flat out, you want a pharmacist who is on top of their game, right? Always. You want them sharp. You want them invested, because the whole thing is, hey, I give you this drug that your doctor just prescribed to you. The doctor may or may not have caught that you're on this other drug, but the interaction between the two of them will give you a heart attack. The pharmacist catches that and has to tell the person, like, hey, you know, if you listen, I'm on the phone with your doctor now. We got to get this changed over to this because, you know, this interaction could kill you. If they're off their game, people die. If you fuck around in that pharmacy, you could kill somebody by accident. You give them the wrong set of meds. And I mean, this has happened. A true story, Bob, where you had somebody come in one time. They had medicine for their pet, because Walgreens does medicines for pets. The person behind the counter that was ringing them up gave them the wrong medicine, and they had to take it immediately. And they pulled their pet's medicine by mistake and sold it to him, not realizing there was 2 bags, one for this dude and one for their pet. Put in the last name, looked it up by phone number. Last name is how you look it up in the system. Sold him the thing. The guy popped it, and it was like, wait a minute. The pharmacist legit, like 2 seconds later, is like, here you go. This one's for a waiter. And it was the same guy. The person behind the register caught it and was just like, oh my God. And they had to do all kinds of shit because he just ate pet medicine.
Yeesh.
Yeah. Yeah. Shit like this has happened. Can't make it up. It's happened. But they were taking the pharmacist's salary, right? And they started running them where they weren't taking lunch. Like they were eating while, like they would be able to have like a sandwich back there, maybe get a bite off of it and keep going through prescriptions. They weren't actually sitting down for lunch. Pharmacist got pissed off about this, went to a labor board. Labor board investigates, finds out sure as shit, you guys are basically like, you're mandatory, have to give people breaks, and you're not giving these pharmacists any breaks. The big problem is that when the pharmacist takes a break, if you don't have a licensed pharmacist on, they have to, by law, shut down the pharmacy. Because anything that, like if I go back there and I've got my certificate, my PTCB certificate, pharmacy, what is it? Pharmacy Testing Certification Board. I have a license. My license goes under the pharmacist. I can't dish out drugs, and I can't tell people anything. If they have a question, I can't really answer it. I have to ask the pharmacist or say, hey, can you talk to this guy real quick? By law, I can't. If there's somebody undercover in there, you're in a lot of shit if you're giving pharmaceutical advice and you don't have a pharm license, like an actual real doctor of pharmacology. So, or doctor of pharmaceuticals, whatever the fuck it is. Plus, I'm an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, I know how to look up a person's name and hand them their drugs. They got questions? Ask that guy. And it's shit like this that, you know, they've run into. Then the front end of the house, what they did to the employees, they did away with they eliminated people's jobs, consolidated them. Then they did away with any kind of bonus structure for your average employee. The only one that gets it is store manager and above now, where it used to descend to all the assistant managers and everything else. So people started getting fucking lazy because it's like, yo, now I'm working twice as hard, not getting all these benefits and everything else. And then the pharmacists themselves were just like, they were getting worked to death. So they were like, fuck it. You know, if I'm going to deal with this bullshit, I'm going to go over to CVS, which is a joke in itself. I'm going to go over to, you know, this other mom and pop pharmacy and do it there and make more money. Or I'm going to open, in one case, the girl opened her own fucking pharmacy, took one of the pharmacists with her, and the two of them do it. Like, you know what I mean? There's more money to be made outside of Walgreens. They weren't paying them enough, and they were treating them like shit.
Well, I would think that a pharmacist, a true pharmacist, would demand a pretty high price, because
You would think that, but
you don't find one every day on the corner.
No, you don't. Walgreens had their own school too, where they would train pharmacists, and half the people that came out of that school I work with, you had one or two, we'll say out of 10 people, one or two of them were all right at the job. The other 8 were ass cheeks. They were terrible. It was like, what the fuck did they teach you? One of the best pharmacists I ever worked with was a lady named Bonnie. Her husband was a pharmacist as well. His name was Ed. And I worked with both of them, husband and wife, right? One worked at one store, one worked at the other. Fantastic fucking people. Still love both those people to this day. They're great people. If I got a question about anything to do with pharmaceuticals, I can reach out to him right now and he'll hit me back. He's both of them. Ed actually has like a PhD or whatever in pharmacy. Like, he actually has that degree. He's a doctor, right? Bonnie doesn't. But there was a point in time where it wasn't required for you to have a PhD to be a pharmacist. And Bonnie did the job 10 times better than people that were coming out with these fresh degrees and everything else. Most pharmacists are like, their better money is to go and work in a hospital, because you press a button and there's machines that dispense everything for you. You don't have to handle scheduling for the pharmacy. You don't have to deal with pharmacy techs that fuck up and quit. And, you know, I love my farm techs. A lot of them were really good that I work with, but that came down to my boss hiring and the pharmacist that hired and fired them. You know what I mean? There was other pharmacy techs and other pharmacies that were fucking abhorrent. Like, it was like, how the fuck are you even back? I wouldn't let you flip a burger at MacDonald's, let alone handle somebody's medicine. You fucking jackass kind of deal.
Yeah, matter of fact, I just had my prescription renewal request denied. So I got to go back down to the Navy clinic, I guess. Have this big bull dyke nurse /
Did you just call her a bull dyke nurse?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure, because I'm going to start giggling here in a second.
That's what she is. You know,
you gotta. Bob ain't calling nobody a bull dagger. He's just going to tell you exactly what they are.
Well, that's what she is. It's not my fault.
You're not wrong. You didn't make her into a bull dyke.
No. But anyhow, I have to go down to the clinic now because they won't renew my prescriptions after this one. I've got it's 90-day, prescription set. So I got a note on the calendar to go back down to the clinic. It's called Northwest Clinic. It's about the size of a McDonald's. This is Navy. This is socialized medicine, people. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You have to go where they tell you to go and see the person that they tell you to see.
Yeah.
Yes, it's free for me because I was in the Navy, but
Free don't mean
you don't
good.
get a choice. You don't get a choice. So I got to go down and see her. And I already know the whole conversation that's going to happen. Been through this rodeo more times than I care to admit. And I go into the little room, and the nurse or the hospital pecker checker comes in, and they'll ask you the same questions. Are you still drinking? Yes. Are you still smoking? Yes. Are you still chasing women? Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
they don't ask that last. They don't ask that last one.
I mean,
And so then they take your vitals, and your blood pressure is way out of control. I'm like, yeah, well, don't take it because it's always been out of control. And then they bring in the bulldogger, as you would say.
no, I don't say that. AVL says that. No, you can call her exactly
Well,
what you want to call her, Bob. What I've realized is this: even if YouTube is listening to the stuff you say, right? Right?
that's bad.
Like if YouTube's listening to the stuff you say, they're not going to kick me off because they're like, you fall in that range where you can get away with saying some of the shit you say because it's just the way you talk, and they don't give a fuck.
Well,
Like I
and
think we're
I
old
actually
enough at
wa-
this point where it like they don't care what we say. Like
I actually wanted to make sure me saying stuff on your channel does not get you in trouble
I mean, what are they going to
because
do, Bob? Take away my monetization? Like
you're not monetized.
exactly. Are they going to kick?
I don't know.
I'll let you know if they ever approach me and say, "Hey, you're pushing a boundary here, and we'll kick you the fuck off," or I get hit with a like strike or something like this for violating terms of service or whatever. That shit has not happened, including the one time where you dropped, the F slur like 12 times. They didn't. Nobody said anything to me.
Jesus Christ, I'm a sailor.
Yeah,
What a
exactly.
shock.
And that's what I'm saying is I don't even like. There is a point in time where I was kind of worried about that shit. I'm not going to sit there and say it because, like I will here and there if I'm calling my buddy Bubba out or something like, oh, what's up there. But yeah, no, there's, go ahead, say whatever's on your mind, Bob. I ain't worried about it. I appreciate you worrying about me if it's like something where it's like, Bob, but it is hysterical when you say stuff like that because it just comes out and you're just talking. You know what I mean? You're not being a dick or being malicious towards anybody. You're just talking.
Well, yeah, she comes in, and now I have to go back and see her. And I know I'm going to be in a bad mood because I got to drive down 25 miles in my 2001 Ford Ranger and go through a toll booth, which pisses me off both ways. And go see her, and she's going to come in and ask me the same damn question she always asks me. And she's going to say, you need to stop that. I'm like, yeah, okay. She's lucky, okay? She's actually lucky. And I'll tell you why. Because one time, because they put you in the room and you have to wait, right, for her to come in. They come in, take your vitals, your blood pressure and your temperature, and stick that thing under your tongue. And
Oh, Jesus.
And
When
I'm
you
like,
said stick
okay,
that thing under your tongue, I thought you were going a different way with this with a gloved hand.
you need to get your mind out the gutter.
Hey, well, I mean, hey, look, physicals happen.
Anyhow, I actually was thinking about sparking up a cigarette while I was waiting on her. It was only the very small smidgen of control because it was taking a while. Okay. Only the very small smidgen of control where I didn't. And she comes in, she asks me all these questions. I'm sitting in there with a flannel shirt with pockets, and what's in my pocket?
Oh,
a pack
shit.
of cigarettes, and a lighter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were going
I'm
different
just
directions there, buddy.
you've got a sick little mind.
Sometimes, yeah, I do. I really do. Well, I never know with you, Bob, either. You could be like, hey, guess what's in my pocket? It's hard, it's round, and it's got a big head on it. She's like, oh my God, we can't talk about that. And you're like, what? It's a quarter. Look, see, it's a quarter. It's shiny.
I like that. I'll have to remember that one. But anyhow, so I got to go. Now they're going to make me go back down and see her. And maybe because they change them out, like every 3 years, they change out the nurse. It's not even a doctor; it's a nurse practitioner.
Oh, I got you. Well, they're one step down from a doctor. They
Well,
can do.
yeah, I mean that's where the Navy says I got to go, and that's where I got to go.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, it's crazy. My doctor, true story, said, he went through that whole thing. You smoke, you drink, everything. No, I quit drinking. I smoke. How much you smoke? I do about a pack and a half a day, right? Sometimes more, sometimes less. My doctor says, oh, okay. Let me guess. I got to quit smoking. Well, I mean, it's preferable if you do quit, but honestly, just try and keep it at a pack. You're at that age now where how long have you smoked for? I've smoked for, since I was 14. Okay, well, it's been, 30 something years, like 36 years or whatever. He's like, you'll actually do more damage if you just stop smoking. You might as well just keep smoking at this point. And I'm like, all right, I like this doctor.
Yeah, I'd like to have him or her.
No, that's a him. He's actually
Yeah.
really cool. He was like,
Mm.
he's like one of the ones who's just like, yeah, we're, with the medicinal marijuana stuff. He's like, yeah, as soon as one of the, they're able to do the, what are they fucking called? I almost called it controlled tests, but the, oh God, clinical trial on it to see what the benefits are and all that. He's like, I'd like you in it. He's like, you'll actually give me some decent feedback, stuff like that. I'm like, thanks, doc. Like fucking prescribe me weed and shit. What a nice guy.
Yeah.
But no, it's because the way I talk to him about stuff like that, I literally talk to him like it's clinical, like, you have to dosage wise, all that stuff. Because that's part of the problem when it comes to weed in particular. What'll work for me is not going to work for somebody like Smurf, I can smoke something the size of an eraser and be like completely bombed out of my gourd. Smurf, spends $400 a month on weed, so he can smoke like basically something the size of a pine tree and be like, yeah, well, that's it. You got to have more than this. Come on now. I'm just getting started here.
I don't know about Smurf or you, but my daughter grows it in her backyard.
Yeah, you told me about that one. It's
yeah,
legal
she's
there
got a
though
whole
to
green-
do that shit.
Well, yeah, but she was growing it before it was legal.
Oh, well,
She got
fair.
a whole greenhouse stuff going on.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
She got she was actually, I think I actually picked up some dad points when she found out I wasn't smoking. I was eating gummies.
Oh, nice. There you go. Yeah, I've never eaten a gummy.
I had them for a number of years. I would eat them because and
Anxiety.
it's got THC. No, not anxiety. You think I'm an anxious guy? Come on.
Not with the way you drink. I wouldn't be anxious either.
Nothing bothers me. But no, it actually would help me sleep because I had a problem sleeping back then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, insomnia.
I'd be like, and I'd wake up the next morning fresh as a daisy.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
when she found out about it, she was like, "Wait a minute! I thought you were going to give me all kind of crap about me smoking weed and you're over here eating these gummies and didn't
Only,
tell me. I'm like, there's a lot of stuff I don't tell you, Mary.
only if you're being unambitious, not taking care of your responsibilities, and sitting around playing video games all the day and eating munchies, then you're going to get shit about it, you know?
See, that's the thing. I've never played a video game in my life.
Never?
Not
Not,
once.
not even like
I'm on
Atari,
the
Mario, nothing?
no, no, not once. Oh, I take that back. Way back, going way, way back. They had a video game that was called
Pong?
Asteroids.
Oh, asteroids. Yeah. You know, I always wondered, why do they call them hemorrhoids, not asteroids? Then I realized you wouldn't be a proctologist, you'd be an astronaut.
That's the only video game I ever played, and it was on a console. You know, the big stand-up console, and you had the
Oh, yeah, I've
right
got
and
one.
left buttons.
Yep, I got one of them in my back room. I have
What do you?
a so part of this is going to be alleged.
Hang on a second, I gotta go pee.
No worries.
What happened? That's what happens when you drink light beer.
Oh shit.
It's just light beer.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you my story with my buddy with light beer, and his name was Bobby too, believe it or not. I'll wait till you get back. Yep. See, Rebel knows. Rebel knows. Asteroids are terrible. Get asteroids and go in there and take a dump. It's like having your period. It's terrible. It's the gamer version of getting your period. Getting hemorrhoids. Drinking natty ice. Oh. Dear Lord, Eugene. Natty Ice, highest alcohol content on a beer, I think. One of them. For just regular, like grocery store, liquor store beer. Oh, oh man. Eugene's keeping himself regular with Natty Ice.
I'm back.
Sweet. So, true story about light beer. Now, this is not medical advice. I'm going to start with that one. I'll talk about the arcade setup in a minute. But, yeah, before I forget this story. So, I had this buddy. We used to call him Little Bobby. Little Bobby's like 5'3", by the way. So, he's smaller than you.
And that is actually my proper name. Not Little.
Yeah, I know. You've told us it's not Robert, it's Bobby.
Yeah, go ahead.
And yeah, this dude's name was Robert. But yeah, Little Bobby. He used to do this thing whenever you have a drug test. The night before the drug test, he would go out and buy a 30-pack of Coors Light and drink them one after the other, and after the other. And he swore by this. He was like, yeah, because you pee so much that it literally blows everything through you, so you pass the drug test. That dude never failed a drug test. And I mean, he would smoke the day before he'd do, say the drug test was on a Monday, he'd smoke on Saturday, and then on Sunday power down the 30-pack, the whole fucking 30-pack in one sitting, and then go in and pass the drug test. And you'd be like, what the fuck, dude? How? And he's like, that's how it works. You piss it all out.
I think he's right, but that wouldn't help me because ours were always random in the Navy.
Oh, yeah.
And this is how they picked it. They would, the Masters at Arms, that would be the Navy cops, if you will, on a particular day, and they never told you what day it was going to be. They would pick a ball, or they would pick a number. That's what it was. They'd pick a number. What's the most common number? Oh, they rolled a dice. That's what it was. What's the most common number that comes up when you roll dice?
3.
7.
Wait. You weren't specific on that one.
Two dice. 2 dice.
2 dice. Okay, yeah, then it'd be 7. I was going to say if you're
Right.
throwing 1 die, it's usually 3.
No, I'm sorry. 2 dice. They'd roll 2 dice. The most common number that comes up is 7. That's why you got, when you play craps, you play 7, 11. And guess what number my Social Security number ends with?
Don't say it. But we can guess.
Yeah, so I knew I was going to get hammered all the time. And it was always my number.
Oh,
I actually never messed with anything because I always knew I was going to get popped as soon as they rolled a 7. So I didn't smoke anything for 20, 22 years, something like that.
wow. Yeah, I haven't smoked anything in quite a while myself. I mean, well, other than cigarettes. But
yeah, well, I smoke cigarettes, yeah.
what I was going to say is my arcade setup. So, granted, got the machine, and it was on sale for like $300, I think. Normally they're like $500-600. Got it on sale for $300 at Sam's Club, and it's got like a USB port, a couple of them in there. And what you could do, they had this thing called Bring Your Own Games, and it's called a Legends Ultimate Arcade or something like that, or Ultimate Legends Arcade. I can't remember if it's ULA or ALU. I can't remember. But basically, they have this thing called Bring Your Own Games. What it turns out is, allegedly, if you go on the internet, there's people that have put up the game ROMs from old school arcade games and video game systems. It's the actual game, and it's shrunk down into like megabytes size file, right? So smaller file. And then it's the actual game from the arcade. So let's say you played Asteroids. Asteroids isn't on this machine. It came with like 50 games or something like that installed on it. But Asteroids is one, it's like shit, Atari owns that and everything. But allegedly you can download the ROM, put it on a USB drive, plug it into the USB spot, and then go to this Bring Your Own Games and play that game. Because it's the actual game, the chips that were in the machines in the arcade, they made duplicates of them and shrunk them down into this file. Allegedly, I have every arcade game, every old Nintendo game, every old Game Boy game, like all up until a point up to the TurboGrafx 16 era. Allegedly, I have all this on one machine now. So it was like, I think, a $70 USB card and a $300 machine. I had all those old school things that used to play in the bar or whatever. Pretty awesome, though.
Yeah, well, most people don't even know what Asteroids game is, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd be shocked, Bob. You'd be shocked. Well, in this chat, wouldn't shock me. You got to remember, we're all kind of old school here. Like, you got us beat by a little bit, but not much. Not as much as you think. Like, we're you're not that old. You're among friends, Bob. You're among friends.
Yeah, I kind of get that, and that's probably a good thing, because if I'm not among friends, then people tend to get hurt.
Especially when you're drinking in casinos and people are giving you shit. When you're wearing steel tips.
I wasn't wearing the steel tips that particular night, but
you wish you were.
I might have been a little drunk. Hey, but I think I won. I think I was up about $1,000 that night, so I got out of there okay.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
Well, I'm a pretty good poker player.
Yeah, I tend not to gamble on purpose. I can see that going. It goes right sometimes, and I can see it going real wrong others. So I'm very cautious with any kind of gambling.
There are some people I know, and this is unfortunate, that I think it's like
An addiction.
well, I was thinking a monkey on their back, you know what I mean? But it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
And they just
they
it ruins their lives.
yeah, yeah. I've
With
definitely
me, I'm
seen
just out
that.
having fun. But anyhow, I just wanted to jump on, talk about why I thought that, ABL got as many subs as quickly as he did, and maybe I'm wrong.
No, I
And
mean, I think you're right. I think that's part of it. I find that assessment to be legitimate, very legitimate. I don't think that's the sole reason, but I do think that's part of it.
anyhow, sir, I'm gonna finish up this beer and call it a night. What I got going on tomorrow? I ain't got anything going on tomorrow.
Fair enough, Bob. Fair enough. Get some rest, brother.
All right, you two don't stay up too late. Now you're down in North Carolina, right?
South.
Oh, that's right, South Carolina.
Yep, South Kakalaki.
All right, well, I'll sit on the side and listen for a while. I'm going to go to bed about midnight. So
No worries, Bob.
thanks for listening.
Hey, no worries,
to me
brother.
yap.
You're always welcome. You know that.
All right, sir. I'll talk to you later.
All right, brother.
Sign out this.
And it's
Disconnect.
sweet alleged. Well, 6, I know you got that Mortal Kombat machine or whatever. You can do the same thing with that. It's just more difficult to do. Like the arcade 1-ups, they have the same kind of thing. Like it's like an arcade 1-up, except for this one came with like 50 games on it and already has the ports in it for the USB. Because I was looking at the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one before, or maybe it was actually the Mortal Kombat one, and like saw this one and I was like, oh shit, and then looked up and then was like, well, can I actually pull this off? And then went through a whole bunch of stuff and learned that yes I can. So I ended up picking it up. But it's one of those things. It's fun. And the saddest part is I don't use it like I used to. I used to use that thing all the damn time. Because it has a built-in trackball. So I'll play like the golf games on there that they had out, like Golden Tee and shit. Allegedly. Fun like that. But yeah, what I was saying with the quartering, getting back into that whole chestnut, the more I watch on this guy, the more I realize like stupid people should never have money. Well, most stupid people should never have money, because this dude had so much wealth. I mean, actual like wealth, and just pissed it all away. And you're like, how does this even happen? Whenever you see somebody like that who's like, hey, I really need your help, and starts begging for stuff to send them money to their channel, don't. I've never begged you guys for a dime. I never will. I appreciate the hell out of everybody. Whenever you guys have tossed a coin to The Witcher, I point it out. I appreciate it. I tell you, thank you very much. I really do appreciate this. That's awesome. I'm thankful for it. I also have every last dime sitting there for when I want to get something like another paint set, or maybe I'll buy PLA for the new printer or whatever. I'm going to use it for some kind of supply that I can use on stream. Things like this. And I can't imagine taking a bunch of people's money to, well, actually, I can imagine taking people's money to better your own life, but I can't imagine taking a bunch of people's money, pissing it all away, and then begging for more. Like, what? Do you have no fucking actual, like, pride, sir? You sloppy titted bastard? Like, what is this shit? Like, people right now are struggling. You know, people are in bad ways. Like, how dare you, sir? So his grift is up. And if you guys watch him or frequent him or anything like this, no, that's exactly what it is. It's just some bullshit. Hardcore bullshit. But yeah, in a way, I kind of felt like I did, you know, like OABL kind of an apology to an extent, because he at least doesn't do shit like that. Can he get braggadocious? Yeah, like Beans even chimed in. Of course he can. Is he arrogant? Does he just really report other people's like hard work and news stories? Yeah. Does he add his own twist? He does. But I've never heard him go on and say, hey, my channel's under attack. You guys got to send me your money or else I'm going to lose my house. And you're not wrong, Six. By the way, what's up, drummer? How are you? You're not wrong. Times are tough. Times are tough for everybody, you know? And it's going to be that way for a minute. You know, everything I've told you guys, my take on AI, I don't see it getting fucking better. I see it getting a little worse, actually. It's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets any better. That kind of deal. I see it getting rougher. Trying to get this rust red in there. Get him layered out well. So when I start going over it with the actual brush, got a decent base layer, because most of his costume is red and black, so it shouldn't be too fucking difficult. The base, I'm actually a little worried about. I'm going to have to go in and hand brush a good chunk of that, simply because painting around the skulls will be rough. Let's see if I can hit a small. I can kind of hit it. But yeah, I mean, we're all still waiting on you, Eugene. What the fuck, dude? Haters eat these nuts ain't gonna write itself, bud. You know? Like, you gotta write a Valentine's Day song, too. I know you were saying earlier. Maybe do one like, maybe do it like a poem, you know, like roses are red, violets are blue. Like roses are red. You gotta start singing in your music too. So like roses are red, violets are blue. Get me excited. Here comes my goo. Like weird shit like this. Like just go out there with it. Maybe have Six play some drums for it. Just get freaky with it, Eugene. We have any more update on if we're bombing Iran yet, or is it just like, no, nothing? Debating on which, well, I'm not going to be able to watch it tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Well, no. A game tomorrow night stream. I was going to say, there's another movie that I got where I can watch it. It's called Send Help, where the secretary who gets, you know, treated like shit by her boss, and the boss go down in a plane crash and are trapped on a deserted island. That could be an interesting one. See if that's worth anything. Why the hell did they do a Melania movie, by the way, guys? Was there something about Melania where we really needed a movie about her? Like, is it going to cover her modeling career? Or are we going to get to see her naked, like with the other chick in the bed? Like that one picture of her? If you had, how much space do you need to record vocals? I mean, do you want me to make you feel better about Valentine's Day? I'll make you guys feel better about Valentine's Day if you don't have a Valentine for Valentine's Day. Right? It's a commercialized thing nowadays. It's just legit to sell candy and cards. Does that make you feel better? That, you know, that's pretty much what it's turned into. It's basically a way of just marketing out candy and cards now. Like Christmas was getting that way too, where it was all about just spending money on people. Instead of like goodwill towards man, shit like that. It started to become very commercialized. Yeah, but Eugene, I mean, personal space. Like, you want to sing, just sing. Like, what are they going to do? Come in and yell, shut the fuck up while you're singing? Is it like that? I mean, it's the worst case scenario on that one. You turn around and tell them to shut the fuck up. You're making a YouTube video. My nuts, you eat them. Haters, eat these nuts. Like, it's not hard, dude. Just start singing. Look, if Eddie Murphy can do it, you can do it. Okay? Trying to be careful as shit when I get this stuff on there. You know, I know it's not going to come out right. Quite right, as David would say. Right. Just need to get a base. A little bit of base coat in there. Like, who do you, well, I'm not even going to ask that question. The way I look at it, Eugene, you're trying to better yourself. Even if somebody's not supportive of you, you just do you. You know, somebody out there appreciate it. Always be yourself. Always do you. Yeah, I hear you there. I was pretty damn awful with Valentine's Day gifts myself. Like I said, I have one that I just printed out. Matter of fact, I'll show it. And not Sunday. Oh, wait a minute. What's next Thursday? That'd be the 12th. So I will paint this on the 12th. Let me grab it. Wife collects this shit. Well, doesn't collect it, but she's been asking me for this for a long ass time. It's one of Hello Kitty's little friends. His name's Hangy Dune. And I've looked for this model for months and months and months and months and months. She asked me for this like 2 years ago. Little, and Hangy Dune literally translates apparently to fishman. But I could never find the model. And then all of a sudden, my dumb ass got smart for a second and realized I keep looking for him by his English name, Hangy Dune. Why am I not looking for this thing in its Japanese text? So I used Google Translate, and that didn't really work. And then I actually went to the Sanrio site and looked at and copied the Japanese text and did a search, and up popped 2 of them. This is one of them. I got to paint the other. Well, I got to print the other one too. But yeah, so it's the only reason why I was able to find anything. And I was like, oh shit. I printed it out like almost immediately. Man, this is an ugly fucking red. I'll tell you what. Almost looks like sinew. I mean, you could not be yourself. The only problem is, you know, you're not you. And then when you get caught being you, well, you know, all of a sudden the mask comes off, and that's usually when shit goes really, really bad. Because then you've not only been dishonest with whoever, but you've also been dishonest with yourself. And I don't know which is worse. Deceiving other people or deceiving yourself into thinking you're something you're not. Because eventually, the check comes due. And when that check comes due, it sucks. Like it's one thing if you got somebody who thinks they're a tough guy and then finds out they're not and is like, oh shit, look, I thought I was this, and but then there's a whole different thing with somebody who thinks they're a tough guy, never gets their ticket punched, and then eventually does. That's when shit gets real ugly. Stuff like this. Like, then it's like, ooh, yeah, you should have been honest. This is not good. I think it was that way for, well, I got to actually give Jake Paul credit, because he did get his ass in the ring with somebody I wouldn't have gotten my ass in the ring with. I'd have known I'd get the shit beat out of me, which is why I wouldn't have gotten in the ring to begin with. So at least he had the cojones, so to speak, and he got paid a lot of money to get his jaw broken 2 places. You think that's why the YouTube grifters melt down? Because, when the truth gets exposed, anybody can sit behind a microphone and talk whatever shit they want. Let's just be real about it. It's the same thing with keyboard warrior type people, where you can talk all the shit you want behind a keyboard. You can say some of the most abhorrent, nasty things to a human being possible behind a keyboard, because you're safe behind that keyboard. The question is, if you were in real life, would you say the same shit to a person? Somebody like Rebel, shout out to Reb. Reb looks like that dude who would, you talk some greasy shit now, sir. Reb would just walk up and tell you, slap the tits right off you and say, go fuck yourself. Or Mister is another one. Like, guaranteed you probably wouldn't talk shit to Mister if you had him in person, right? But you can talk shit on the internet. Not like anybody's talking shit to these people. I'm just saying, using them as examples. Like, if I came across Tim Pool, would I talk the same shit to him in person as I would on the internet? I would. Or Jeremy Hamburglery, or whatever his name is. Yeah, I would. I'd be like, oh, you're a fat fucking grifter, you sweet-titted mule. Like, I'd have no problem if I ever met ABL in real life. Would I say the shit that I say on the internet directly to him? Yeah, I would. Be like, yo, this is where I'm at with your shit. I don't have a problem with this. Because it's like, I'm being honest. Good night, Bubs. I love you, brother. Get some rest. But you have a lot of people that everybody thinks they're tough until they get punched in the mouth, according to Mike Tyson, and he's not wrong. Rabble. Everybody people can portray themselves however they want when everything comes down to reality. And the rubber meets the road. That little voice you hear in your head right before you go to sleep at night, that's you. And I think you're right, Eugene. That's probably why people like the quartering or whatever. They think that they have a spotlight on them. They have all these subs, all these viewers and everything else that I don't even know if I want to call it the con. It kind of is. But they think that no matter what, they've got one over on you. The problem is we see through it, guys. And you guys are looking grimier and grimier. Like, it's almost like when Tim Pool, and shout out to him, he's actually built a fucking, an empire. But it's like Tim Pool. There's a couple things I can say about Tim Pool. One is he's pretty cowardly, if we're being honest. He thinks he acts like he's brave, but he's kind of cowardly because it seems like every time going gets rough somewhere, he just packs up and moves somewhere else. Instead of planting his feet and fighting for what he actually believes in or his life. Like, I piss a whole bunch of people off. People are coming to my house and all this. Well, you're kind of going to get met with some lead flying at you, to be frank. Tim Pool, I think he's moving to Florida now, right? And he going to Florida and getting rid of everything in West Virginia? I had heard some shit like this. I don't know if that's true. If it is, it even more proves my point. But he started off in New York. Then he went to, I want to say Gloucester County in New Jersey, which wasn't far from where I was at. And then ended up moving to West Virginia, out in the middle of the woods. And now he's packing up and going to Florida. Like, bro, really? Shit got rough. You're bailing. And according to him, he pays security guards $500 an hour or some shit. Is he really that fucking important? Don't get it wrong. Maybe he's pissing a lot of people off or something like that. But that's a lot of money for a fucking security guard for an hour. Can't you just go somewhere where there's a homeless veteran and be like, yo, were you in war and all? Yeah, well, okay. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a place to stay. Here you go. I'll build you a tiny home. You can just live on my property and defend that shit. Here you go. Here's how many guns you need. Can't you just do that and be like, you can live here and I'll kick you a sandwich or something here or there. Free rent and lodging and all this. You're not the fucking president of the United States or the VP or some shit or some celebrity where you got 500 people that are going to kill you and do awful things to you or do awful things and then kill you. You're a bald Asian man out in the middle of the sticks. Set up trip mines or something. What the fuck, dude? I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass because I'll never be famous and all that kind of stuff. I'm all right with that, right? Like, never know that level of notoriety, so to speak. All right, what the hell did I just do with that? Did I put that other color back? I did. You go in the rack. I got to keep my colors racked out. All right, what do we got? We got flat red. We got scarlet. Is this blood red? Bloody red. Yeah, that's what I thought. I got to look at these damn. Let me see. Yeah, we're going to go to this one. But I mean, it's the same thing with Jeremy from the Quartering. Like, you own all that acreage, all this property, everything else, man. You need money for employees and all this. Well, one, why do you need all these employees? You're not like a multimedia conglomerate. The other part is maybe if you didn't treat people like shit, they'd actually want to hang out with you, and talk to you on streams. You wouldn't have to pay them $500, $1,000 a shot to come on and have a conversation with you. And your shit's boring as it is, but you're unlikable. Like, I don't know, guys. Maybe this will never be big time because, I don't think in terms of, maybe I just know who I am as a person. I'm all right with it, even though I'm an asshole, right? Like, I don't need to pay people to be my friend. No, not necessarily. Nah. For donating like that, that'll just get you out of speeding tickets and shit. That's all that'll really do for you, Eugene. Now you got to donate to politicians if you want the actual big payback, and that you need a lot of money for. This may be redder than I want. Find out in a minute here. Tune down that error. Yeah, I mean, local cops or whatever, you're better off just buying them a cup of coffee and bullshitting with them. All you need is 1,000 real ones. What, subs? I mean, technically, well, to make a living on YouTube, I'm gonna say 40,000. Not on live streams, but on like videos and stuff. 40,000 views a video. It'll get you right around 50K a year. 40 to 50,000. Well, after taxes, 35 to 45,000, somewhere in there. Oh yeah, having friends in law enforcement definitely fucking helps. I have my one buddy. Well, actually, not just buddy, good friend, but I've definitely talked about him before. Who still is. He's like a homicide detective now. And the last time I was talking to him, I was like, yo, can you check something for me? He's like, what? I was like, see what my record looks like. And he pulled up my whole record. He was able to tell me the speeding tickets I got, like everything. But yeah, it definitely helps. Because when it comes to law enforcement and stuff like that, this is part of the reason why you have shit happen like Minnesota, like the shooting and stuff like that. Because it's basically them versus the public, and I'm not saying this in a negative way. It's actually a positive thing because that's the way they have to think. They want to go home at the end of the night. So if the guy next to you isn't willing to pull the trigger and you are, you're fucked, and vice versa. So you have to be able to watch each other's ass. You can say it's wrong. You can say that's right. Whatever. I'm just telling you, that's just law of the jungle when it comes to that kind of stuff. The whole thing is you can't blame them. They're human beings. They want to go home to their family. They want to go play with their dog, their kid, take their wife out for date night, whatever. They don't want to catch a bullet from some schmuck. I'm sure you have the occasional cop, and we see it here and there, that really just wants the power out of the job and wants to abuse said power. But for the most part, it's just people trying to do a job. And, for better or worse, it's just kind of the way that shit works. I hate it when I get stuck in there like it just did, where I got to feather the trigger. Then I get an uneven blast across it. I'm spilling paint and everything like an ass. Damn. The layer out should be pretty damn good. Once I go over this again with the brush, hit like those straps in the back, everything else, it should come out really, really nice looking. Also, I did watch another movie. Since 6 is here, I can mention it. Man, don't even fucking bother with that Return to Silent Hill movie. My God, brother, it was terrible. No, Tim Pool is he's arguably famous. I mean, I'd push back a little bit on that. He's recognizable. Like you said to somebody, Tim Pool. I mean, there's a point in time where YouTubers thought they were way more famous than they are. But yeah, Tim Pool's pretty fucking recognizable. Like he's definitely one of the bigger names because he's always, he's always on the net and whining and stuff like that. Like he's one that actually has like there's no argument about organic growth with him. You can't argue that like he paid for his followers or any of that stuff. He absolutely earned his way through. For better or worse, he's pissed a lot of people off. He was just on like Piers Morgan or whatever. But you don't get people signing up at 10 to 12 bucks a shot. I think that shit went up to 12 bucks too, guys. I don't know if this is true or not. Somebody was saying it's now $12 for like, that extra content or whatever that he does, the after show and everything. But he, yeah, Tim Pool. We're talking. He used to make $4 million a month. So that's more money than Brad Pitt's only worth like 400 million or something, 450 million maybe. And he's done it like he's famous as fuck. Tim Pool has got to be up there as far as money goes. Yeah, I mean, and just think about it. All you did was go on the internet and talk shit. You know, it's one of those things like post other people's news, read other people's news articles and talk shit. And there were people, and this happens all the time. Like you got guys like Reb, right, or me, that we used to watch him. Like we'd watch him, and then he'd piss us off, and then we just talk shit in his chat. Like that's all we did. However, when you really break that shit down, we were giving him money just by doing that because YouTube's paying him, right? And then look at how many whales come in and give him like $500. Well, there's also people in the chat that are talking about how awesome he is and thank you for everything you do for us and all this kind of stuff. People that are like actual true believers. So it's one of those things where the money flow, like you got to give it to him. Like he built something. It's the same thing with ABL. Like I said, how many of those people sign up and go to ABL? Like no shade at those people either. But how many people watch ABL? Don't miss a show. You know, I was like that at one point. A lot of you guys were like that at one point. And then we got to the point with it where we're just like, it's kind of just regurgitated with your own take on shit. Like, come up with something original. Like, there's a reason why, unless I'm actually citing a news article or a video or talking about stuff like it, I don't pull stuff up usually. You know, we'll watch movie trailer. We'll bullshit. I'll pull up like reference art or whatever on here. Shout out to the artists that do that reference art. You know, that kind of thing. But there's a reason why everything I do is kind of off the cuff, off the top of my head, bullshitting with you guys. You know, I don't plan things out. There was a point in time where I tried to plan and none of it felt natural to me. Like I felt like I'm just basically doing what those guys do, and I don't know how the fuck they do it because I felt inauthentic. I guess the best way. Like, I mean, look, we just had a conversation with Bob on here where Bob was talking about bull dykes. Like, you know, that's original content. That's the other part of it. I don't understand the and to be honest with you, I see small YouTubers doing this too. Why don't fucking people talk like adults? You know, I try to limit the language to an extent so that if there's younger viewers, I'm not being overly nasty with them in the chat. Shout out to some of the younger ones like Little Leo or Ladybug or Lilybug or, you know, people like this. But like, you know, like, why the hell do people say grape? You know, YouTube doesn't ban you for talking about rape. It's a crime. You're not, unless you're saying you actively want to do that to somebody, like that'll get you into some shit. But I mean, why don't people talk like fucking adults? You know, if you're going to discuss politics, I'm pretty sure you're not getting 10-year-olds that are tuning in to watch you unless their parents are watching and it's on in the background. And if it is, you know, like at that point, you warn parents like, yo, we're going to talk about some shit right now. And if you got younger viewers, you may want to cover their ears and not have them watch it. And you won't say any of this shit, but you'll definitely play content that will, you know, you drop like F-bombs like on a consistent basis and all this stuff. That stuff's okay, but nope, nope, nope. You can't say like, bro, like you're saying it without saying it. I kind of don't understand that part of things, I guess. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm an asshole like that, but I mean, so some of that I agree with you, Eugene, you know, was with the meltdowns and all that stuff. The thing with Tim is I can understand being upset if you know, you're trying to do a news show and just present stuff and you're actually getting attacked. Like, I mean, he did have people show up to his house. He has been swatted, like on stream and shit like this. You know, like that stuff's legitimate. Like, just think I'm sitting here painting something, talking shit or whatever, and all of a sudden we get it. I'm like, hold on, somebody's at my door, and it's the fucking cops, and they come busting in here. Like, I'm gonna feel a certain kind of way too. Like, I'm gonna be pretty upset, and I don't know if I'd have a total meltdown, but I'd definitely be flipping the fuck out. So I can't fault him. And especially now, he's got like a wife and kids. My bigger thing is this, right? I make all that money and shit's getting to this point with stuff where stuff is this fucked up. Do you genuinely think Tim Pool cares about any of this shit? Or do you think it's just about the money? Do you think he actually cares what happens, you know, to, I don't even know if I want to say it that way. Like, I don't want to say what happens to America, but do you think he actually gives a shit what happens about culture wars and all this kind of stuff? And, or do you think he's just more like, you know, let the cards fall where they may as long as I make my stack? Because that goes back to at what point, if your safety is really in danger constantly on a consistent, constant basis. Oh my God, guys. You know, had my house swatted for the 18th time. They threatened to kill my wife and my kids, right? On a daily basis. I made $4 million a month over a 3-year period, we'll even say. Like 3 years. 4 million a month. 1 year, that is $48 million. 3 years, that's what? 164 million? Does that sound right? Now, granted, that might be even if it's, you know, like, even if that's a maxed out number and we reduce it for taxes or whatever, and it's only $100 million. Your shit's that much in danger on a consistent basis, and you have that much fucking money that you took in, wouldn't you just say, you know what? I got my bag. I can live the rest of my life beyond comfortable. Hell, I can start my own Epstein's Island at this point. I'm the fuck out. Like, don't you know what I mean? Is your greed that much where you have to keep it going? What do you want to be? You want to be a billionaire? I mean, why? What are you going to do? Oh, well, I can own my own what? What can't you buy with 100 million that you're going to buy with $1 billion? Other than people or an island or a small country? Like what? Like, why do you need that much fucking money? I don't know. Is it Piers Morgan? Is that who you're thinking of, Ian? And yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you guys with the political stuff. I've moved away from it unless it's very topical because the whole partisanship, right? Like tribes and all this. I think if I'm being honest, I'm starting to notice this. I don't just think it's the people that are on the right that are tired of it. I think it's people on the left that are getting tired of it as well. Like they're sick of the outrage. Even though they're engaging in it right now because they want to win an election and all this coming up here soon. What the fuck is rattling around in there? I got a rattle. That's interesting. Yeah, listen to this. I don't know what's in there. But I think even people on the left are kind of like, all right, yeah, we fucking get it. Yeah, fuck Trump. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Like people are getting sick all around of it. Holy shit, he's coming together actually a lot faster than I thought he was going to. All right. This, I definitely want to do something with this lantern. Milo Yiannopoulos? Yeah, Milo Yiannopoulos. He's old school though. He was that guy that was Nick Fuentes before Nick Fuentes. What you up to there, Six? You doing good? Yeah, I mean, there's certain business ventures that I've invested in that I've lost money on, like, you know, Eugene started this whole charity thing, and he kind of burned me on it. If we're being honest, it was called Clothes for Hose, and I gave him like $150 startup capital, try and help out. And here I didn't realize that, Eugene's big gimmick with it was going to be that he was going to get these clothes for hose. And it turned out he was going into these specialty stores and getting like edible underwear for him. And that was the clothes for hose that Eugene was promising. And then, I was like, damn, Eugene, I confronted him. I said, why the fuck are you doing this? Like I thought it was, we're clothing them. And he said, no. It's just, these taste the best when I eat them. So, I didn't understand why he wanted strawberry flavors. So, like, just weird shit. Like, Eugene, really? You got me for 150, bro. He said, nah, well, technically I did exactly what I said I was going to do with the money. Eugene lost all his money on Huck to a coin. Dude, who the fuck buys these coins, by the way, guys? Like, seriously. This true story. So NFTs, when they first got announced, I was looking at them because they're like, that's going to be the next Bitcoin. It's going to be this, it's going to be that. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, some digital pictures. Like I can just make dupes of these pictures. Like you can't own an image like this. It's not original artwork where you can kind of get nailed for it. I'm like, how's this NFT shit work? So I'm looking at it, and I'm like, yo, this is some bullshit. I was like, people are going to get suckered on this. Fast forward 3 days later, I get a message from a dude that I haven't talked to in probably like 4 years, but he's pretty staunch conservative in his views, all this kind of shit. And he messages me out of the blue, and he's like, hey, I've got a buddy who's doing these NFTs. do you want in on it? Because they're going to be the next big thing. It's going to be like $400 in NFT or whatever for a picture. I wrote him back. I was like, man, your account, holy shit, your account got hacked. Man, you better get off of my buddy's account, blah, blah, blah. And then I go on Facebook and I'm like, yo, this motherfucker's account's hacked, and anybody, because he just messaged me about some dumb shit and it's all a scam and all this kind of stuff, right? I get this side message like, yo, bro, I was trying to give you a business opportunity. It's legit me. So then I started asking him personal questions. He's answering. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Let me take that post down, because it turned out it really was him. His account wasn't hacked. And I was like, nah, I politely declined. He goes, yeah, I kind of figured that. By the way, you called it a fucking scam and told everybody how they're getting ripped off with this shit and everything. I was like, look, man, you should have asked me ahead of time, you know? And he's like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, buy-ins 400, they're going to be 800 the day they release and all this kind of shit. 5 guys bought these NFTs on my friends list and put them as like their profile pictures. Guess how many of these NFTs were sold? Take a guess, guys. How many of these NFTs were sold? Blue Dingus coin. Nice. Dozen? 0? The correct answer, ladies and gentlemen, 5. The 5 guys that had them as their profile pic were the only 5 of these NFTs sold. And you know what I did to be a dick? Take a guess. If your guess was GAM went and took all 5 of these images, cut, pasted each one, did a screenshot of each one, and lined them all up in a grid, and then posted it as his profile pic for a week, you would be correct. Because, like, what are you going to do? Yeah, you're going to take me to court and sue me? It ain't even worth it. You're fucking retarded. Yeah, I kept it for a week and then deleted it. But I just had to make a point. But it's the same thing with these coins. Like you said, like Haktua coin, right? That was a real fucking thing. Who the fuck was like, hey, you know what? I got like $100. Got to buy into this. Doot. Like, I'm going to be a billionaire off Haktua coin. Like, what the hell? It's a girl that had 15 minutes of fame, and this is what you're doing with it? Like, I mean, she apparently made her money and then got all kinds of views and all that kind of stuff when she first did that Haktua spit on that thing, right? It's like, bro, go to a bar at 3 a.m. and you can probably find a girl that will Haktua. You know? Like, why are you giving this chick money? She's not even that, like, you know. She's not all, she's not even that hot. Not even that attractive. I think that was that one. Okay, let's step it up. You know, there's, like, I don't understand. But at the same point in time, this is the terrible part. I know exactly who gave money for those Haktua coins. A bunch of young bucks that their only interaction with girls outside of like maybe high school, where they definitely got shot down, was probably that girl saying that, and they're like, oh my God, it's my dream come true. Like, I can't get a girl in real life, so we're going to do this. Like, it's come to that point for young men these days, and that's a shame. That's a real shame. I get it. Dating's weird. But man, like, there's got to be some way of going about it. There's still babies being made as far as I know. Did you try, like, talking to the girl? Well, she shot me down. Okay. Did you try talking to another one? Like, what? Yeah, and Ian's right. She lost her ass after that. Why? Because you have 15, like, you can be famous for 15 minutes. If you start betting on that, again, that's one of those cases, right? Foolish with your money. You had a point in time where, you could just read the news. Because if we're being real honest, that's what Tim Pool did. That's what the quartering does. They go and read other people's news articles and then give you a hot take on it. Or this is what I see happening. And all that kind of give you opinion. Right? But reality is they're reading the same news articles. And everybody's pretty much reads the same damn news articles or shows the same fucking video like 90% of the time. That doesn't just go for one of these guys, it goes for all of them. Shit, I think I'm jammed. I definitely just dropped Atrocitus' head. Oh, no, I didn't. I dropped the actual paint on the ground. I was like, what the hell just hit the ground behind me? Got like one of my hairs on it and everything now. Shit. Gotta clean that up. You're reading news articles. Well, nobody wants to hear the news. Make some original fucking content. Well, you can't. What do you mean you can't? So now it's like everything's gotten harder. Everybody with a goddamn microphone has jumped on to realized what this is, and the gold rush is over now because everybody's doing it, and some people are more entertaining. Look at somebody like Asmongold. He's one. Never heard of this fucking guy. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's just like everywhere. And he'll have his 15 minutes. Let's hope he holds on to his damn money. Let's hope he learned from these other guys. Like, oh yeah, I knew that shit was going to evaporate eventually. And I held on to my money. But it's one of those things, like some people get famous and think they're going to stay famous forever. And it's like, nobody stays famous forever. ABL does what? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he does. They call it freebooting, I think. I think that's what that's called. Yeah, ABL does the same kind of stuff. But you know what? ABL, he may do that kind of stuff, but he also takes call-ins and talks to people. Now, granted, you could say those are stacked deck calls. You can say, yeah, but he cuts people off, all that stuff. But at least he's doing something fucking different. He's not doing the same thing as everybody else. He's doing his own thing. And the funniest is you watch people who ape what ABL does. I can think of one person that finally got monetized, all this kind of stuff, was doing exactly what ABL does for the most part. And I don't know how successful or unsuccessful his channel is anymore because I don't watch him. But that's what he was doing. He was trying to be ABL light. And it's like, yeah, and ABL's trying to be Tim Pool light. and the quartering's trying to be Tim Pool light, you know, because there's always one big dog that nails it, does all the business acumen, and then there's the other little offshoot ones that you're just like, you watch them and you're like, yo, I might as well just watch Tim Pool at this point, for example. No, I mean, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with that either, Ian. Diversifying is fine, right? Getting in a coin, all that kind of stuff. Didn't Bitcoin just like fall a whole bunch recently? I don't even know what that was about. I don't know, but I know I saw something like Bitcoin had dropped, like had a big drop the other day. And I don't know from what to what, but it's still. Yeah, me and my buddy, back when Bitcoin first came out, we looked at it and we're like, yo, that's a fucking scam. Man, it kind of is, but we were fucking wrong because it was a scam that made money. And I don't kick myself for any of that shit. It's the old saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? So I can't lose money or gain money if I'm not playing the game. Jesus. You would rather listen to Ben Shapiro rap than Tim Pool sing. That tells you everything you need to know right there. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta peas. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Yeah, one of the other things for some reason, and like, here's the terrible part, right? This is GAM being lazy. Like my laziness must have kicked in, or just having a bunch on my mind, whatever. Maybe hitting the video games a little too hard. But I heard something like Nvidia is not going to be, they broke their deal with AI. Like they're not going to be producing cards for AI or something. That's true. That's an interesting story. I mean, I guess I should have followed up on it, but again, laziness is a superpower. But I know I definitely heard something about that with Nvidia and AI. I don't know if any of you guys have. Hey, you know what? You should say something sucks. If you don't like it, you can say it sucks. That's your opinion. That's all. You're just expressing an opinion. That's perfectly legitimate. You know, I rag on stuff. I rag on ABL. I'll rag on quartering. I'll rag on Tim Pool. I'll rag on this. I'll rag on that. And yeah, you can technically say, well, it's just not your speed, GAM. You're not wrong when you say that. However, I also don't tell you not to buy. Not to, you want to donate to quartering? You want to throw them a bunch of money so you can piss it away on another Cybertruck or a garage or a fish tank or some shit? By all means, do it. But don't think that I'm not going to take the piss right out of you, as David would say. Shout out to David Mon. Don't think I'm not going to take the piss out of you for, wasting your money on something that was never going to be a return on investment, or give it to somebody who's grifting your ass. You don't hear me say, like, don't give your money to Tim Pool, give it all to GAM. You don't hear me say that shit. I like to just tell you from my perspective and point of view and my opinion, what I see and what I think about it. One, because it's something to talk about. And two, it's just what I'm seeing out there, and I don't want to see people that listen to me get scammed or nailed out. You may see something and have a difference of opinion and be like, oh, you know what? ABL's the greatest truth teller I've ever heard, and all his shit's original, and Tim Pool copies him. Maybe that's your point of view. Hey, you're entitled to it. Why not? But I can disagree with you, and it's fine to have your own opinion on things. So I'm not wrong about that, Eugene. That the Nvidia with AI thing. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, if that's the case, Nvidia is the biggest video card maker. If they're not going to be getting hard into it, kind of tells you which direction AI is going to go in. And if that, I've said this before, you have a lot of money riding on that AI right now. If that bubble bursts, that ain't going to be pretty. Like, especially at this point, like, you have a lot of people that have invested a lot of money. Now, I've kind of said the whole time, I don't trust AI. I can see it being a giant bubble that's going to pop. But yeah, this will be the first crack in that armor. The question is why, like the actual honest, if we're being intellectually honest with it, why is Nvidia saying this? Like, what's their reasoning, their logic? Can they make more off the consumer market or what? Because if so, there's so much bet on AI right now. A crash out from it can be catastrophic. And you're talking a lot of the investment and everything that's supposed to come out of AI. A crash like this at this early stage would be really, really fucking bad. I just seen a video the other day where AI and everyone that uses it has a bot they have teamed up, set up their own chat sites where humans aren't allowed. It's called Mockbot or something like that. I haven't seen that, but I could believe it. That sounds realistic. I mean, if the bots are learning, so this is, man, this is a fucking slippery slope if that's the case. Because the whole thing is you use human data, human information. Basically, that's your AI learning, right? So if now certain AIs have learned certain aspects of human behavior, others haven't, and you set them up and they're just teaching each other, that's like the fucking plot to Terminator. And that actually should be worrying to everybody. But it also sounds like some shit that they'll eventually do, if not already doing. Because it just makes too much fucking sense. Right? Like, hey, Grok has a terrible time giving relationship advice. Well, um, Get Your Dick Wet Bot 2000 fucking gives the best relationship advice. Okay, well, Grok is going to sit there and just have conversations with, you know, get GYDW bot. It's, and is going to learn everything it can. But that's just it. At what point does one AI start eating the other AIs? Because that's going to happen. Where they absorb the other AI's knowledge. And then, like, one company's like, damn it, we lent you this bot so that you could learn from it, not like, eat all its data. Then you're going to have, like, Feng Chao bot or something will be the Chinese bot that'll come in and none of the other bots want to play with it. Yeah, I don't, like I said, me, I don't trust fucking AI. I can see where it could be a useful tool, but I don't trust that shit a little bit. I definitely don't trust any of the motherfuckers that are behind it either. Nobody, i if we haven't noticed, nobody does anything out of the kindness of their heart, especially not rich people. I'm sure Bill Gates is like just trying to vaccinate the world because it's the right thing to do, as an example. Yeah, I don't trust you a little bit, motherfucker. And not just because you have money. It's what you did to earn that money. I'm still mad at him because, yeah, actually, Microsoft, that's kind of what killed Apple a while ago, was Bill Gates with Microsoft. Can't be trusted. Just a bad human being. You could argue, well, he made life better because of Windows machines and all this kind of stuff and the computers we use. I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know about that one. He kind of made a lot of money by stealing other people's shit, is what he did. Well, he didn't actually technically steal them. He bought the rights to it. Like, guy who created MS DOS. Nobody will ever use that. I'll give you $500 for it. No problem. Every fucking machine uses it. Like, he's smart enough to see the writing on the wall and where the tide's turning. That doesn't make him a good guy. Heroes of the Storm. The hell's Heroes of the Storm? Isn't that Minecraft or Minecraft? They own Minecraft too. World of Warcraft, like MOBA. When that it's like League of Legends, but the World of Warcraft version, something like that. One of the games I love and played since day one is Sea of Thieves. And, you know, the whole thing with Sea of Thieves is anytime they do these events or any of this shit, anytime in the past I've ever played it, you'll get on and like the current ones, like there's like this fort over and you've got to, you got to kill all of it. You got to get yourself up to like Emissary 5, which boost up with whatever trading company. You have to go fight this Guardian thing. Guardian thing drops a key, and then you got to take this key, take it to this fort, and put it in the fort. It activates. You got to kill all these bosses, and then you get your treasure reward, right? And you go cash it in. I've run this thing 4 times now, and nobody has ever come to the island to fuck with me. Normally, you get ambushed like every second you're trying to do this shit. It's always a fight and everything else. The game is so dead now that people are like, oh, somebody's running the fort. Oh, well, fuck them. Like, nobody even cares anymore. Like, I'm like, dear Lord. Like, I remember when Rare was, like, important. Like, what happened? Like, what have you guys done? Like, I remember playing GoldenEye till, like, you know, all hours of the morning with 4 other people. No odd job. Nobody's allowed to pick odd job. And Blizzard is the same way. Famously, the last one was Diablo 4 or whatever. That shit dropped, and I installed it. I was like, you know what? I haven't given this game a fair shake. Let me see what they've added. Oh, they added some cool new quests, all this kind of stuff. Kind of like going through it, and I was like, oh, look, a battle pass. You know what? I got Microsoft rewards points. Let me just spend them, get the battle pass, right? $10 or whatever. All right. I'm playing it anyway. I'm going to hammer through it. I got 2/3 of the way through this battle pass, and there was some kind of server side glitch where I went and spent my shit, my points, because you can earn the points in the game. Like, to unlock the battle pass, like $10. If you want to boost battle pass, then it's like another $10. I'm not paying to boost battle pass. I'm going to play the game. I'm going to cheese it and like hammer out as many points as I can for free. I've unlocked everything this way. I get to the last like 2 or 3 items that I need to unlock the full set. This game, all of a sudden, will not let you redeem points. Not even the ones that you just earn in-game. The ones that you actually spend real-world money on, like the tokens. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So, I gave it a week. Figured it'd be fixed. Now, there's only 2 weeks left in this battle pass. I give it another week. There's a week left. I was like, yo, you better let me redeem my tokens so I can actually do this. Nope, still haven't fixed the problem. What ends up happening? You guessed it. The battle pass expires. I never get my last 3 items. All the tokens that I dropped trying to buy these items went bye-bye. Yeah, I uninstalled that game. Never to be played again. Never to be installed. Like, fuck that. You guys, like, how many people got ripped for their money on that? Yeah, GoldenEye. GoldenEye, when that came out, that was the truth. I actually tell you the truth. When it comes to Nintendo 64, I still think, you know, I always loved GoldenEye. The better game to me was always Perfect Dark. And playing them on like modern controller, like the current Xbox controller, it's not the same. Like, they play better for some reason on Nintendo, like old Nintendo 64. Like that one shitty analog stick and that 3-prong fucking controller was like this, that it's still the best for like GoldenEye, for Perfect Dark, stuff like this. Like, I don't know what it was about that Nintendo controller. They really thought that thing through. It's the same way I play. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this game or not. It's called Katamari Damacy. Like the whole Katamari series. It's this little tiny prince. He's got a ball called the Katamari. And basically anything that gets run over by this ball sticks to it. And then anything that you run over after that sticks to whatever thing is stuck to the ball. And like, I really love that game. Right? Like, it's a goofy, stupid, but fun, like, game. Like, wholesome game. On Xbox, it's fucking terrible. And it's the controller. For some reason, the PlayStation controller works so much better with that game in particular. Like, I can do all kinds of crazy shit on the PlayStation version, on the Xbox version. And it's the same exact game. It's just something to do with the controller. Some controllers are better for certain things. When it comes to first-person shooter, Xbox has it, like, hands down, in my opinion. But it's crazy how, you know, your controller actually does make a difference when you're playing games like this. I'm also trying to figure out, why is this always stuck in here? I'm gonna have to salt this or something. Holy shit. Wow. Somebody got mad at me for talking about controllers apparently, because like my likes went from like 10 likes down to 9 likes. Like, lost a viewer and lost a like. I don't know what the hell happened there. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know which one you pissed off about talking about PlayStation and Xbox. Holy shit, and went back up to 10 likes. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? That was the weirdest shit I've ever seen. They just like banned somebody's account and then they came back? Like, what the fuck? Oh, it was Ian. Ian's like, how dare you, sir? How dare you talk shit about PlayStation? Yeah, man. Dude, holy shit. I've seen like people getting a fist fight over PlayStation Xbox debates. You think the Democrats and the Republicans have some fighting going on? You guys got to be in like a GameStop when you get two fat neckbeards friggin' arguing over why PlayStation outdoes Xbox or Xbox outdoes PlayStation. That shit is super entertaining. Like the stuff, you're just a fanboy for Kratos. Why you want to suck his dick? Oh yeah, Mr. Master Chief. Like, I mean, the arguments, they write themselves. Like, it's redonkulous. Then you get the real hardcore nerds that are like Nintendoites, right? That'll come in off the bench, and everybody always like the two arguing like, look, grown-ups are having a discussion here. Go back to your child's console. Like, oh shit. Damn, I'm down to 9 likes again. What the fuck is going on with this shit? You guys are like punishing me. Yeah, I mean it though. You do. You get some people that get fucking sweaty about that. It's like you get shit like that. I remember back in the day one time witnessing two. I'm going to say they had to be in like their late teens, early 20s. get into a fucking argument over what was better, Harry Potter or fucking Twilight. Like, just total nerd chick fight. Like, and I mean, it got to a point where it was like, whoa, ladies, you got to calm down. We got kids in here. It went back up to 10. Ian's fucking with me. But yeah, the whole thing is, Reb, I'm watching stuff. Like, I glanced up and it went to like right now it says there's 8 people watching, and my other screen pops up, the one that's showing the analytics for the actual stream and shit, like the OBS, came up and said there was 3 people watching. I'm like, what is going on here? Ian's like, I see 11. I see 10 now. I don't see 11, but like I said, shit's gone wacky. It's gone all crazy. Yeah, but I mean, these 2 women, like, arguing over what was better, Harry Potter or Twilight series. And, like, just legitimately, like, we don't have fandom like that anymore. You know, I think that's one of the things, that's one of those damn things that hurts. Star Trek guys arguing with Star Wars nerds, you know. And then every now and again, you get a Babylon 5 guy stick his nose in there, or a Firefly guy. Oh, well, the best of the series is still Firefly, blah, 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 you know. You had these nerd fights and nerd arguments, and, like, they're gone now. Like, you get, like, was this woke or not? Like, motherfucker, like, that's the standard we hold everything at, is whether or not this had some woke shit in it? Why can't we argue the finer points of this? You know? Like, if we're being legitimate, this is how fucked up our culture is right now. Instead of arguing over who looks hotter, right? Like, oh shit, Linda Carter versus Daisy Duke, right? Now we're not even arguing over who looks hotter between Sydney Sweeney and, you know, like Brie Larson or some shit, right? We're arguing over, is that actually a dude or a chick? Like, wait, what? Like, we've come to a point where we can't even argue hotness. Instead, it's just like, it's like, yo, is that actually a guy, or is that a transgender person? Is that wait, like, that's the new argument. That's how this fight goes. Star Trek, oh my God. So I tried, guys. I'm not even going to lie a little bit about this. I tried to watch the first episode of that Starfleet Academy. Oh my God, was it bad? It was just fucking bad. See, Beans was fucking with it. Damn, you're mean, Beans. You're mean, Beans. You got Ian all fucked up over there. That's not nice. Margot Robbie is not mid. No, she's pretty hot. But that's just it. Argue Margot Robbie and Sydney Sweeney against each other, right? Like, for attractiveness. That's an argument you can have, right? Alan Rickson, I think his name is, and Henry Cavill. Which one's hotter, right? For girls. Not, well, wait a minute. Like who's hotter, Jeremy from the Quartering or Jabba the Hutt? Like, you know, like like that's the kind of argument you have now. Or did you just body shame him? I mean, look. But these are the arguments that we used to have. Male or female. Now what do you got? Now who's arguing what? Nobody even gives a shit enough about your stuff to argue is this person hot or not. Instead, they want to argue about, like, was the land actually stolen from us? You know, and all this kind of shit. Having silly arguments. Shit. There it is. Stupid artifact. All right. Here's the problem with Atrocitus. I think this was the lightest of the paints, too. I agree. But that was kind of the point, is the Grift Awards. Who is the best grifter out of the three of those? I think hands down the trophy goes to Jeremy from the Quartering. I don't think you're wrong. I mean, look, it's not a trend. Like, if you want that kind of content on a everyday basis, then you watch Kino Casino. They do it way better than I do. But that was just discussion for tonight. Yeah, I don't know how you guys never watched him, though. Like, I figured everybody had seen him at one point in time or another. He just falls right into the category with everybody else. But yeah, I agree with you too, Beans. Like, that's you're 1,000% right on that one. Ooh, what the fuck? I did just pour this one in there, right? I do not like this as the undertone, but I'm going to use it anyway. That does not look red to me at all. That looks like a fucking orange. Why the hell is that so orange? Give this shit a chance. Maybe when it dries. You know, I'm going kind of like a high pink with it anyway once it's done. He's not, definitely painting him like he's Lar Fleas now. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a whole big lineup going on. So, Beans, what do you think about the Goonies 2? You think they should make a Goonies 2? You were saying it's going to, you know, like, didn't talk enough about certain things. Well, Fortunately, there's been no development on the alien front. We still haven't started bombing Iran yet, so we can't talk about that till it happens. Although it's coming. It's definitely coming. Leave Goonies alone, huh? I mean, technically... Here you go. I'll pitch a Goonies film. Now I'm thinking about this. If I wanted to do a sequel to Goonies, how could I make this fun? There's one way you could make the Goonies 2 and make it fun. You have the two guys who played the Fratelli brothers, right? So that would be Joe, what's his name? Pantaleone. And, oh God, Richard Dalby, I think was the other one. Right? Robert Dalby, is that his name? Is it Richard or Robert? I think it's Robert Dalby. You have the two Fratelli brothers. They finally get out of jail, right? You got all the kids are all grown up, have kids of their own. And then they meet this girl. Her name's 11, right? And 11 like can open. Oh no, never mind. That's the plot to Stranger Things. Now you have the Fratelli brothers. You have them get out of jail. And then basically want to get revenge. You have the Goonies kids are still living out there or whatever. And the Fratellis end up like chasing them. And they end up, I don't know, ancient Indian burial ground, something like this, but another treasure that they're after. That's like a legend. And then that's the adventure, is like the Fratellis trying to get even because their mom died in jail. You know, we can have it like you could do something like that. Now I'm thinking about it. Like they end up going. You can even make references to the other one. Like it'll be like an Indian princess's necklace they have to get, and her name's Haktua Princess, or Kamea Haktua. Yeah, Kama Haktua. It wouldn't be the same without the mom or or Sloth. Yeah, but I mean that's just it. Sloth's big and retarded, so he would have died by now, right? Like I don't think they have that big of a lifespan. Like it shortens their lifespan. So you could just say that he had a heart attack and died because Chunk gave him too much ice cream and accidentally poisoned him and killed him. Like he became a diabetic and then was on dialysis and died. Right? That's what happened to Sloth. Hellfire Club. Does it feature the likes of Pyro and Emma Frost and the Black Queen and Toad? Like, oh no, you're talking about some shit that was ripped off from Marvel. Gotcha. Yeah, but there's a reason why Richard Donner didn't do it. Didn't do a sequel. Because you don't fuck with something that's damn near perfect. All right? It's a perfect kid's adventure. Why would you make a sequel? Like, you look at some of his stuff like Lethal Weapon and all that. You can do sequels to Lethal Weapon. You can do funnier and funnier shit and get away with it. Something like The Goonies, it's kind of a one shot. Plus, all those kids got shipped off to Epstein's Island too. Well, allegedly. Yeah, you could do. They got to come up with a movie. I say we pitch this movie to Hollywood. Ready? The title's going to be Escape from Epstein Island. I have not eaten yet. No, I'm not angry. I'm not hangry either. I am fucking tired. I'm not angry. Wow. I swear when I painted that shit was orange. Still got like an orange undertone to it, but that actually came out a lot redder than I thought it was going to. I'm actually surprised by that. I can't be fed after midnight. The other thing is, if I get wet, then I multiply. This became a problem for my mother and the authorities the first time that she gave me a bath as a child. Cold front didn't take the energy out of me. A good bowl of pasta this morning did. Because I set up that 3D printer and I was so hungry while I was doing it. Because I woke up like, no joke, like 1 a.m. yesterday. Like 1 o'clock in the morning. I passed out like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, woke up 1 o'clock in the morning. And then they had delivered this big stainless steel table that I ordered. It's actually like one for prep work in a kitchen. And it was on sale, got it cheap. Set that up, then set up my new 3D printer. The 3D printer was such a pain in the ass to set up. It's so big and everything else. I was getting pissed off with it the whole time and realized I was hangry. So I made myself some food, which I made like spaghetti with a nice blush sauce to it. Powered that fucking spaghetti down and then just like a fat slob, put the plate in the sink, came in, sat in the boneyard, turned something on TV and passed out in the chair and woke up at like 7 o'clock or whatever, right before, right in time, right in line with my alarm for the show. And I'm like, oh shit. I didn't get I was originally going to get a welding table. And then ended up going with, it's like, I'm trying to think. It's Trevor or Tenver or something like this. I have to look. But I ended up getting a stainless steel prep table for kitchen work. It can also be used out in a garage or anything like this. I was originally going to go with the welding table. The welding table was like $150, and this one was like $60 or $70 or something. But it's solid. Like, it's sturdy as shit. It actually had casters on the bottom too where you could roll it, but I had to take them off because it made the thing like unstable. Like, I needed solid stability for the weight of the machine and when it's printing. The Hawk Tour is, well, I mean, she spits on that thing. How much did you think she should be worth? Like, that's priceless. You can't put a price on that. 8 million's not enough. Yeah, I thought she lost a shit ton of money from that coin scam too. Yeah, I thought she lost a butt ton of money for some reason. I know, like YouTube, she got YouTube famous for a minute there, was doing like a live stream or whatever, and like nobody watches it anymore or whatever. What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh, I'm sorry, cat. Did not mean to drop that right on your fucking head. Poor cat's asleep. I flipped open my pants and smacked her right in the head. Scarlet blood. Wait, what? Bile green. Oh. All right, I'm confused. Either I got to paint in the wrong spot or I fucked something up. That's khaki. Khaki. That should go Scorpy green, which is this. What the fuck color is this? Hot orange. Man, I screwed myself all up for a minute there. Hot orange, scarlet blood, bloody red, scarlet red. Squid pink, scarlet blood. Let me see. Let's see what the color difference is between the two. I think this is the right. These fuckers the same color? No. Let me see something. Yeah, that's the color I need. Dear Lord, color mixing. Yeah, you want to talk about a scummy person that has scammed the shit out of people? Logan Paul. Dude's amazing in the WWE ring and all that kind of stuff, and you know, but he some of the shit he's done, I don't know how that motherfucker ain't in jail. It's not just like one scam or two scam, it's like 4 or 5 that he's pulled where he's inflated coins, or there was a game. I can't remember what the hell the game was. He had the whole thing with the Pokemon card recently too, which was fucked up. Something with that Charizard card. He like overinflated the value on it. Like, just, he's done some shit. Yeah. Yeah, the cons are real out there, guys. Everybody wants to make $1. Like, I want to make $1 too, but I'm not going to con anybody out of it. boy's head in his neck hole. Let's see something. Yeah, I mean, if I were a con man, I'd be a really terrible one. Too fucking honest. Just like when somebody asks you, like, if you were an alarm clock, how would you wake me up? And your answer should always be, I wouldn't. I'm no dingaling. The base design's nasty looking, isn't it? I definitely like. Man, that's. Granted, I got to go in here and touch shit up, but just the way that sinew shit comes up on it, I definitely want to work a little bit of. I'm thinking of purple in there. I think I'm going to work purple highlight into it, if I'm being quite honest. I think the purple highlight, a little bit, just a little bit, will pull because the red. Because there's stuff in that thing that's going to be nasty. Now, granted, I also got a metallic, like all this. This all got to go metallic and everything. But the base itself is nasty, I think. But I appreciate it. Thank you. The only problem is I'm blowing through them faster than I thought I was going to. Need to let that dry. See if that's as bright as I think it's going to be. If it is, good shape. Blow off this rest of this bright red onto the lantern. Get that really angry red. Yes, he's all red and black. That's the problem. Well, kind of. Technically, the symbol on his chest is white, which always fucks me up. Like, same thing for Sinestro. Like, his symbol, like, I was like, I swear to God, that thing was silver or yellow. It's not. It's actually white. White and black. Which he's got to get turned more black. Like, I'm going to go over his entire outfit again. I'm going to use that black gunmetal like I did with Sinestro. So it's got like a little bit of sparkle to it. The lantern, I'm gonna try and hit it with a small amount of silver paint, maybe just speckled on it. Once I get it toned out right, and then I'll make it look like it's got a bit of light source to it. The skulls, I'm gonna again. That's just like what I've hit the skulls with is just minor, like a minor mix of different shit. Wanted to see how they came out. But like that last red I just used on his head, soon as it catches up to his face, he like that red really pops against the red armor. Like the red armor is supposed to be a bit muted, but his skin and everything I've seen looks like almost like a pinkish red, so I might even want to go a little brighter with it. Nope, it's white. Like, and that's what I'm saying. You think it's metallic or you think it's silver, or, you know, in certain cases, like I said, with Sinestro, it was the same thing. I was like, oh, well, it's a silver symbol. It's like, no, it's all white. Matter of fact, the one thing I didn't do, which give me a minute. I should be able to do this in like 30 seconds. Because, you know, I'm an idiot like this. Didn't think about this ahead of time. Well, actually, it's because I woke up so fucking late. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Just because I'm a fucking retard. I don't know why I didn't do this from the get. But yeah. So yeah, if we look at Atrocitus. So I can already see two parts where I fucked up. His hands are also the same color as his skin. Those eyes are white as well. The symbol's white. Let's see. Issue 2. Eventually, I'm going to do her, Bleeze. Let's see. There's another one, Bleeze fighting Atrocitus. He's like pinkish. Bright red on his hands and his face. There we go. What's that? That's issue 6. Yeah, this is... what is his name? Ravage, I think, is the Bread Lantern. And then there's another one. Yeah, it's always white. Yeah, the Dead Lantern Corps. 9. Issue 10. Yeah, see, it's glowing here. But same thing. Like, his head's more red like the way I just painted it. That was him versus Stormwatch. Bleeze versus the Star Sapphire. Yeah, see there he's bright red. That's actually awesome right there. See, it's a glowing white and it's projecting. Looks like his claws on his hand though. Like I see it in the 0 issue, and I also see it in the issue 1. His claws aren't red. They're actually like a bone white. Same thing with this one right here. Yeah. Yeah, that's the third army arc. I mean, I got a bunch more. I didn't feel like pulling everything. That's Bleeze again. I think we'll go with Prime issue though, #1 of Red Lanterns. Yeah, I think this is the paint job we're gonna aim for. To be honest, let's see. Dexter, my favorite of the fucking Red Lanterns. He just wrecks shop too. Fucking Dexter is the greatest. This actually, I think this comic is like, I love this one, right? Because Dexter comes in, he starts fucking everybody up, right? Like just wrecking shop on everything in this issue. He's like belching out the flame blood on people's heads. They start beating the shit out of Dexter. Like they finally get it. They start shocking his ass and like beating him up and everything else. And I know the panel's coming right here. What are you doing to my cat? There it is right there. Like all of a sudden Atrocitus just shows up and is like, what the fuck are you doing to my cat? And it's over at that fucking point. Like Atrocitus just goes ham on everything. Just tearing people apart, ripping their guts out, kicking the shit out of them. Then you get Sexy Time like Bleeze's ass. Like they don't even draw him like this anymore. They just don't. And this wasn't even that long ago. But yeah, looking at Atrocitus here, like the pink on his head. This was like one of my favorite fucking days. It's what made me like, there's Atrocitus without any armor on. So yeah, I got to go to a pink on him. Like a more flesh tone pink. But that is like one of my favorite things. One of my favorite damn things ever is just they're torturing this poor bastard here. And like Dexter just comes in, starts kicking the shit out of everybody. They beat him down. They finally get Dexter down and out and just Atrocitus. What are you doing to my cat? And just the ass whooping that ensues. Like Atrocitus is just like, yeah, you're fucking with my pet. Like you're done, asshole. And just kills everybody. Like, I mean, burns them all. And that's one of those things. Like I've always had my my pet Frack, he's getting on in years. He's close. He's like shit, he turns 15 this year. And I was always like that with my cat too. Like he was a little asshole, but he's my little asshole. That's one of those things one of those things you don't want to mess with. You don't want to mess with Dexter. Shit, I'm there and looking at the paint and everything else. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go in here. I might even have to brush work this or tape it off. I might just grab tape and tape it off and figure out what flesh tone to use because this bright red is not correct. It's gonna drive me nuts if I don't flesh tone that shit out. Yep, they're all assholes. But that's just it. Like Dexter is my favorite of the Red Lanterns. He's the reason why I even started to read Red Lanterns because I'm like, what the fuck's the deal with this cat with the power ring, right? And then you get into his backstory, and as a kitten, he was a street cat that was treated like shit and basically beaten, and kids were torturing him and all this kind of stuff. And then this girl found him, and the girl took him in, and you know they're in like the slums, and like the girl was like real sweet and like loved him and everything else, gave him his own little bed, and like Dexter's living a happy little life. And then one night, these fucking goons break in. They rob her place like these crackheads, and they kill her, kick the cat across the room, kill her, leave her in a pool of her own blood. Well, the detectives come in like, oh, she's got a cat. Oh, who gives a shit about the cat, basically. So now the one person he loves gets murdered in front of him. And like the cops, you know, the cops are like, oh, well, whatever. Leave him there. So he goes back out onto the street. When he's on the street, the same kids that were torturing him when he was a kitten grab a hold of him, put him in a bag, and throw him off a bridge. Can't make this shit up. As Dexter is falling towards the water, the Red Lantern ring appears and tears through the bag and says, you know, you have the ability to create great rage. I think it was. I think that's what the ring says when it attaches to you. Like with the Green Lanterns, it's like you have the ability to create great will. Sinestro Corps is like you have the ability to create great fear. And the Red Lantern ring's like you have the ability to create great rage or something like that, and attaches to Dexter's tail. Like goes onto his tail right before he hits the water. He tears out of the bag and goes and shreds not only the people that threw him over the bridge in the bag, but then hunts down the crackheads that killed his owner and massacres them. Just like savagery. And like Dex, and then becomes like Atrocitus's pet, basically. Like, you gotta love it. Like, but it reminds me of my cat Frack because I found him on the street, gave him a home and all this. And like, yeah, for a while there, I always debated, like, did I do the right thing by bringing my cat in the house? You know, like this little kitten that almost got run over by a car, ran up my leg, crawled into my hoodie, like the actual hood on my hoodie. Like he crawled up my leg, climbed me like a fucking tree, went into my hoodie, just started shaking. And I always said, like, you know, maybe I should have just put him down. He would have had a better life outside and all this. Well, here his mama and he had 3 brothers were all living. They were alley cats, basically living out in the backyard. We'd see him every now and again. And my roommate at the time is like, nah, man, you made the right choice. I'm like, why would you say that? You're pissed off. I brought a cat into the house because we agreed no pets when I first moved in with him. And he was like, yeah, man, but if we're going to be honest, look at those cats. They're all skinny and like, I'm pretty sure they have parasites and they're not going to live very long. They're probably going to get hit by cars, everything. He's like, you saved that cat's life. And yeah, to me, it was like one of the purest things I ever did in my life at that point. I was saving that little kitten's life. And you know how he repaid me? There is not a piece of crown molding in this house that does not bear what we call the mark of the frack, where he sharpened his claws on it. He shits outside the litter box every now and again, and I have to clean that up. He throws up on the ground wherever he feels like it. You know, like he repaid me in awesome ways. So yeah, cats. Then in the meantime, I got the other cat, Gypsy. She came with the house, we like to say. She was like a stray cat, and she was queen of the ferals. And I had to go out into a hurricane and chase her down to get her in the house because this nasty hurricane got stuck over us for 3 days. 3 days in a row, she cried, whined, bitched, and complained. All she wanted to do was go outside. The moment that storm cleared, I opened the door. She ran out. And then we had this other cat, Mr. Gaston. He passed away recently, last year or whatever. And there was another storm coming. I got both of them in the house. She cried and all that other shit. But then she found this thing that is in that sunroom called a futon. And she became princess of the futon. And then we opened the door so she could go out. She didn't cry or anything else. She just wanted to stay in the house. So we're like, well, looks like we got another indoor. Now we call her Princess Pudgeons. Because good old Gypsy, the wandering cat, became an indoor queen of the ferals. Feral as the day is long. Became a big, fat, overweight house cat that, you better have her food ready for her. She bitches at you. She loves her futon, all that kind of stuff. Fucking cats. All right. There's something in here. I think it's called succubus skin. I think that might work for his skin tone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Athena skin. What the fuck? Let me see. Let's see if this is the right color or not. I think that might be. Okay, that's pretty close. Succubus skin. Let's take a look. All right. Yeah, I think it's the succubus skin and this Athena skin on top of it will give me the tone I'm looking for. Make sure my airbrush is clear, though, of the red, or else it's going to be all shitty. You can lecture a cat all you want. You might as well just be saying blah, 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 blah. They don't fucking listen. It's not like a dog. Dogs listen. And if you got a smart enough dog, they comply. All right. Let's hope this pulls the effect I want it to pull. Oh, shit. I don't know why I just did that like an ass. Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, well, bud. Son of a bitch. I also got I think I lost a gasket on my, I guess I'd call it a bowl piece. I don't know what it's actually called on an airbrush cup. I think I lost the gasket. I think I spilled the gasket off. All right. Even tone. Let's see if we can't hit this. Be real gentle because I fucked up and didn't. Matter of fact, before I go any further with this. Not like I can't just go over it again in red, but the less repaint I got to do, the better. shit. Pain in my ass. You want to work with an airbrush. It's what you got to do sometimes. This one, I think the hand's completely detached from the. Yeah, it is. So that one's actually going to look sexy when it's done because of the detachment. This guy can go up here. I don't think I'll tape the face just yet. See if I can't hit that nice and smooth. He actually does have his Red Lantern ring too, which is going to be a bear to paint, but I don't know. Can you guys actually see the color difference? Good night, Melissa. Feel better. And thanks for always being awesome. You have to share whatever artwork you're working on lately. And the last thing you did was the Beholder that we saw. I like Melissa being in here because she's actually like working on artwork and shit while she's doing it. Beans used to do that thing when she was working like 12 jobs or whatever. She didn't just have the cigar factory and whatever her secondary job is. Beans used to do artwork too while she was listening. I always liked that shit. Yeah. I think we're closer to the skin tone now. Yeah, let me see. Let's see if we can't get that. If I can get the camera to actually pick it up. Yeah, I think that looks much closer to the skin tone. Granted, he's got like that fingernail right there. I'm gonna have to get in there with something to make it look grimy. I don't want that looking exactly like his fingers. Nice and gentle. Nice and easy. Squeeze the trigger. Pull back. Let the air flow. Let the paint work itself out onto the 3D print. All right, buddy. Now time for your face. Damn, he's so angry. And I guess I would be too if the Manhunters came and destroyed my entire planet. And Such a bitch. Like, even though I didn't tape off this head, I'm like trying not to blow out or pull too much paint in one spot. Thank God I thought about it and went and grabbed those comics. I would have had this thing painted all fucked up. I think that's much better looking. Let me see. See what it looks like on camera. Yeah. Yeah, that's much better. I think that's it though for the skin toning. That was the succubus skin. I think I'm gonna go to the other skin too and just hit it. Oh jeez. Wow, that was a random cough. It said I got the COVID. I'm gonna die. I think I am gonna let that dry real quick. What the hell? Is that the scarlet blood? Yeah. Let that dry real quick. Then I am going to load up the other even lighter and just do some highlight with it. Ah, good night, Eugene. Fucking chat shut down on me. I look over, no chat. Good puppy. That's a good doggy. I got so many damn comic books laying around here. I got to file back away. I keep pulling them out to paint shit and then stack them up. Go lay down. Come on, be a good boy. Come on, dry. As red as this lantern is, I don't know if I should silver it. I'm debating that. I'm definitely going to go light source inside of it, though. Oh, God. Next time I will actually start hitting this shit with a brush. I got to do the base. Yeah, like one more job. I don't know. I might actually hammer this one out 2 jobs, 2 paint sessions. I do know that next Thursday I will be painting that Hangy Dune, though. That's only going to, well, I say that now. It might take me longer than a minute, but I'm going to hammer that one out fast. And then maybe continue Atrocitus. Yeah, these flesh tones, they don't fuck around. Really dig my Vallejos. Man, I don't even know what the hell to talk about, guys. That's how prepared I am. Don't know what stories to tell, anything like that. Tomorrow night's going to be Tomorrow night's going to be interesting. I think we're ready, or I think it's going to be ready or not. I don't know. I don't know what David and Rogue have planned. So if neither of them show up, I downloaded some game called Outcast or something like that. It looks fun. Outworlder. I can't remember what the hell it's called. I've got that. I've got I pre-ordered the game too. I never pre-order games. Game was $40. I had seen it on Steam a while ago and almost bought it for my PC, and they just brought it to Xbox. It's called Icarus, where you land on like a alien planet or whatever, and you have to hunt animals and all this kind of stuff, and survival type game. But that doesn't come out till the end of February. I have never heard of either of those things, Ian. What was Black Rabbit about? His and hers, huh? Paradise season 2. Yeah, TV shows. Fallout. Fallout season 2 has been actually pretty decent. Although I think it's going to mess a lot of people up that aren't familiar with Fallout lore. So there's like a comic relief guy on the show. In like season 1, this dude gave him, like, he was bleeding out or whatever. And the guy's like, you want to save your life? Inject this. And gave him this thing to inject. He injected it and he thought it was turning him into a ghoul. And I'm like, yeah, he ain't turning into a ghoul. He's turning into something else. And at first I thought he was going to turn into a super mutant. And then I realized, like, oh shit, the forced evolution is it the forced evolution virus? Yeah, it's the forced FEV, right? It's what created the super mutants to begin with. He injected himself with that shit. Well, there's another creature that's been, and I'm pretty sure this is what he's turning into. He thought he was turning into a ghoul, but the last episode, his arm fell off, like out of nowhere. Like his arm just dropped off his body. There's these things called centaurs that have basically like 4 legs, and their arms are missing, and they have like these tentacle things coming out of their mouth. Like it's like their tongue separated in like 6 things and is hanging down. It's like this meat mound that walks and attacks you. And I think that's what dude's turning into. So it's going to be horrific. But yeah, Fallout, a lot of the lore has stuck to what's happened in the games and stuff. And it's interesting because they're doing New Vegas, and I wonder if they're going to do Commonwealth next time, which would be Fallout 4 setting. Because they're talking about, you know, like the new California Republic in this. They're talking about the Legion, like Caesar. They call him Khazar, right? Because it didn't carry over like but like the Legion or whatever is big in this season, stuff like that. But it'll be interesting to see where they're going with it. Definitely deep diving into Robco too, which makes all the like robots and shit. That actually sounds like it could be interesting. Where do they move back to from New York? Yeah, the last show I pound grinded was Yellowstone. And like I said, that was good up until I don't know what season it was, but there's a season and they do this whole thing. And I read the behind the scenes. Apparently Kevin Costner and the main guy had like a falling out or some shit. And Kevin Costner left the show. And they killed him off camera, like all this kind of stuff. And it was like, that's when the show kind of falls down a notch in my opinion. But it was a decent show up until then. What's the surprise face 4-6? Surprised that Kevin Costner actually was good in something. I was. Oh, he moved out to Vegas. Okay. So you're running from gangsters and you moved to Vegas? That seems like stupid. That seems like a good way to make sure you get killed. Because, spoiler alert, Las Vegas was founded and created by Bugsy Siegel. That's a good way to get yourself whacked. I don't even think I needed as much as I just put in this damn thing. Oh, the game I was talking about earlier? Are you talking about Fallout? Dude, Fallout's got some lore to it that. So, Fallout wasn't always a first person shooter. It used to be like this kind of diagonal down real time strategy kind of game, the way you moved and shot and everything else. And I think it's Fallout 1, 2, and then 3. I think it's the first 3 of them. But in the first of the Fallouts, you meet this guy, his name's Harold. And Harold has this. He had gotten hit with the FEV virus and has this little plant thing that's like grown on his head. And then you see him again, and it like the plant's grown like a little like bigger, right? In Fallout 3, he's literally rooted into place. Like you come across him again, and he's rooted into place, and it's grown into a full blown tree. And he's begging you basically to burn the roots and kill him. Like go in there, find the heart. Like he begs you to kill him. Like that's the quest. But yeah, it's Fallout's got some terrifying lore to it. Like as funny as it is, and ironic and stuff like that, and as many jokes as there are in Fallout, like the game series, some of the shit is fucking terrifying. Like some of the critters and all that kind of shit is just ridiculous over the top and like really thought through. And they do convey a lot of it in the show. But yeah, it's one of those game series that, people always talk about Skyrim. Skyrim's like one of the bigger game series, right? Like Elder Scrolls. Ton of lore to it. It's really good, all that kind of stuff. And it's like Fallout and Elder Scrolls kind of trade off on their lore and the people and shit you meet in them and all that kind of stuff. Like, the whole I was an adventurer until I took an arrow to the knee. Stuff like this. Like they have their own little in jokes, all this kind of stuff. I need to go light as shit with this stuff. Just speckle it, kind of. I don't want to skin tone this too much like a human being. not to go too heavy with it. Oh, fuck. Hopefully I don't blow out on this. Shit. Forgot all about his fucking neck. Yeah, you know what, that'll work. Let me see. This should line up perfect now. Hopefully. Yeah, it does. I have to get in there with extra reds. Blowout here or there I can fix, especially like going into the darkness of it is fine. All right, let's see. How's he looking? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See, like I got a little blowout here. It's got to get fixed. I have not watched, I'd never watched Fear Factor when Joe Rogan was hosting it. I haven't seen any of the new Fear Factor. Is it any good? Yeah, we are looking. I think that's layering out nice. All right, that means this can come off. See how much I missed on here. Actually, I think I nailed this. Yeah. Yep. Hands looking good. I'm gonna have his. All right, so all this got to be inlaid. This is all going back to black. Shoulder armor, that's all goes black. This goes, I'm gonna have to make that black. I'm gonna re-black this before I go white on it, just to give it, make it look good. This stays black. I want to see how you're looking, Atrocitus. I think he's starting to come together. Do those teeth next time. First, I thought I snapped off a tooth. I didn't. Let's see what we're looking at. Hell yeah. I think we're getting there. This lantern, I definitely give it some kind of shimmer. So we got 4 legs. I think he's coming together. One of the things I'm going to have to be careful not forget here, guys. It's going to be real easy to forget, too. Right here. If I can actually get it to pick it up. Right there on the finger is his lantern ring. That is going to be a pain in the ass. Here's what I'm aiming for, boys and girls. Hopefully, like I said, Sunday I'll do cleanup on them. And, yeah, because like right here, there is this little spot here. I'm going to have to go in with a brush. So I've got that. Touch up these boots too. I have to decide. Do I want to keep it where it's just black armor and do black brakes, which means that this naturally would become red. Back here. Yeah, because that breaks down. Let me see if it's the same thing on the other leg. Yeah, if I go off the heel here, turn this all red. The straps, maybe do. No, his waistband should have red too. Yeah. I got these runner lines on the waistband that have to go red. So go red there. I guess that means the straps would be red as well, along with these. So nail those out in red. Make sure I keep all my reds in my. Go into his nails. Ooh. Teeth, his eyes. And there's still one part too, and I have to print it out. I have to load up my red clear resin. Johnny Knoxville's the host of it. Johnny Knoxville was like, yo, I want you to come on my show. What is it, Fear Factor? I'd be like, nah, bro, I'll pass. Some of the shit they did on Jackass is like, oh no. No, no, no. Yeah, the hell with that, dude. After watching some of the shit they put like Steve-O and like all those guys through, man, there's a limit to what you should do to become famous. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to get good because of that or it's going to be disturbing because of that. It's going to go one way or the other. That much is definitely clear. I definitely got to clean up blowout. Forgot I can do this too. Shit. since I'm done with my airbrush, actually break this thing apart, give it a sonic bath. Well, I mean, Joe Rogan said that, like, he was like, as Fear Factor was going on, he would tell people, like, yo, I wouldn't do this shit if I were you. Like, no money's worth what you're about to go through. Like, on certain case scenarios, he's like, people are going to get fucked up. Like, people are going to get jacked up. Got the relief spring too. I don't want that getting rusted. And the rest of it can all go in. Including especially the needle. Paradise. I don't know what the hell paradise is. I mean, I've been watching one Japanimation. Well, I always call it Japanimation, but anime series, and it's called Hell's Paradise. That one's kind of fucking creepy as shit, if I'm to be honest. Get these comic books together too, so I can put them away. I've been watching. That's just it. Like, you guys aren't big on anime, don't really watch it. You watch stuff like K-pop Demon Hunters and shit, or old school like Dragon Ball Z, Attack on Titan, things like this. Some of the newer series though are pretty cool. Some of the ones that have come out. Well, this is a good starting point for next time right here. Which what? Which anime series? The the one I'm talking about, it's one that's called Jack of All Trades. And like, dude, basically he's in a party. He wanted to be the swordsman. They wouldn't let him because they needed an enchanter. So then he started developing his own spells to make everything better for the rest of the party. like specifically to interact with them and stuff. They throw him out of the damn party, telling him he's the weakest one and they're going to get a real enchanter. They don't need him, and they don't realize like the service he's providing. So he gets kicked out while this other like group, like clan or whatever, their clan's starting to fail. And they, like the one girl's an enchanter and she's like, yeah, he was a really good enchanter, you know? He was doing some shit I can't even do. And he's like, she's actually the reason he got thrown out of the party because they watched her in action and were like, oh, she's such a better enchanter. So she's like, we're going to take a bunch of our like, our students that have just signed up. We got to get them to, I think it's like the 30th or 50th level of the dungeon. We're going to do it in 3 days, which is like almost impossible. And they end up in the dungeon or whatever. And he's like, he's teaching the kids all that. Well, in the meantime, his old party with this new enchanter, they're like, oh, we're going down to like level 80 or 90 or whatever. And because they've gone the furthest end, they're called the Heroes Party. And they're like, wow, we're going to take on the floor boss and all that, which is this big black dragon. And they start fighting the dragon and can't even really hurt it. And they're like, what the fuck? And, you know, like the enchanter chick's like terrified. She almost pees herself and they're all fucked up. And they're like, well, we can't hurt this thing. We can't exactly leave. There's only one way. We open this portal thing and it's going to send us up to the mid to upper levels. So like, you know, 50s, 20s, 30s, it's random where it sends you. And they're like, we can just fight through from there and escape because they're almost dead. Like they almost die. They open up this portal and the black dragon knocks them out of the way and flies through the portal before they can get through and ends up popping up in the level where this dude and the kids just clear out the floor boss. So they're like, okay, time to go home or whatever. And next thing you know, this black dragon just pops out of nowhere and he goes full on like crazy as fuck mode. And just like, he's doing every position, like a mage, a enchanter, a swordsman. He's a jack of all trades. He can do all the positions and ends up killing this thing by himself. And that's kind of where the series is at now. Yeah, Crunchyroll is a 7-day. They've got the only problem is a lot of the series I'd recommend you can't really watch in 7 days. Like Black Clover's one. One Piece is another. One Piece I always highly recommend though. If you want like if you want something like, it depends on what you're in the mood for. If you want something that's like goofy funny, cool funny, or adventure and like hardcore, Hell's Paradise is fucking crazy brutal though. Yeah, there's another one, and actually they just dropped an episode the other day I haven't watched yet. It's called Sentenced to be a Hero, where basically their criminals are called heroes, and they can resurrect them and stuff like that. And every time they do, it takes away their memories and a piece of themselves. But it's like people that did these horrific crimes and everything else, they're called heroes. And like they're fighting like this evil fucking shit, like these demon lords or whatever. And that one's kind of crazy too. Yeah, the only reason I have Crunchyroll is shout out to David Mon. David was kind enough to hook a brother up. Before that, actually, Rogue is the one who was hooking me up. But yeah, thank you, David, because I keep up on all the latest anime with Crunchyroll. But yeah, there's another one too, and I gotta look up. I'll look up the name of it right now that I was watching, and it's this girl. Like they play these games with these young girls. I know it sounds like some Epstein Island shit, but I guess it's like virtual reality they go into. Um, not Dragon Raja. What's it called? Shibuyaga is what it's called. Playing death games to put food on the table. And they put these girls. It can be up to like 10 of them, I think, in the one game. And they put them in like a setting in like a creepy ass mansion or whatever, and then it's loaded up with all these like traps, or like the current one has like a wolf, and because they can't get away with it, like it has to look like a game while they're in there. When they die or get dismembered, it's like fluff coming out from a doll. And like the one girl is like, her goal is to go through, I think, 99 of these. And it's different teams of people all the time. And only so many people can escape, but then they've got to figure out the trap, or they'll be in like like an escape room kind of deal, and get out of there before they, get killed off. And if they die in the game, they die in real life. But people bet on who's going to make it out and all this kind of stuff. It's actually crazy. Dear Lord, I still refuse to get a YouTube premium. Netflix comes free with my phone. Peacock, I had that on loan from a buddy because I used to watch all the WWE pay-per-views, and that's no longer a thing. They switched it over to, I can't remember, ESPN Plus or whatever, and I just pretty much stopped watching WWE anyway. So I got rid of Peacock, like I uninstalled it. Paramount Plus, I heard that's a good service. I still haven't looked into it. A lot of people talk about shit on Apple Plus too. Supposedly Apple Plus has some really good stuff to it. Yeah, I think Samsung TV though is just normal, everyday, run of the mill shit. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, this thing's gonna need a ton of touch up, but it works. At the under of the skull in particular, around the skulls and stuff. You have Roku. Yeah, I've never used Roku. One of these days, I told you guys I wanted to do like movie watches or whatever. And I think Beans was right. I think I can do it through Discord and get away with it. It wouldn't drive any numbers to the YouTube channel, but you know what I mean? It might be something to do. I wish there was a way. I don't think you can rebroadcast YouTube movies and TV, right? I'm gonna look into that, guys. If I can rebroadcast the YouTube movies and TV, as long as I let the ads play, then maybe we'll do something like that one time. I know that I'm running out of shit to paint though, because I gotta get this other printer going. Like that'll probably be my goal in the next like week I have off or whatever. Well, not week off, but you know what I mean? Like I stream on Sunday. I'm off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Well, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I can probably do it then. I'll fuck with it a little bit on Saturday, but I think I have to go shopping with the wife. But I have to get that thing going so I can start laying out the bases and getting like some new prints rocking. StreamYard. Like OBS and StreamYard are the same thing. It has nothing to do with your stream software. It has everything to do with putting it up on a platform where people can't, like YouTube has automatic AI checkers, right? Discord does not. I don't want to pay the $10 a month for it. I mean, legitimately, I usually, if it's a long ad, I got to wait 30 seconds and press next or skip. And I always have that shit going in the background. I don't sit here and watch, like, really, outside of, since we got away from ABL, right? I say that like in a negative way, but ever since we stopped watching ABL for the most part, and I'm not joining in chat rooms and stuff, if I'm watching like indie, then I'll be in the chat room and I'll actually interact. But outside of that, shit's just playing in the background. Like, I don't actually watch stuff. I just listen. I listen and absorb while I'm doing two other things, or at least one other thing, you know? I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure she uses StreamYard to stream with. That's how she has all the different little panels with the cameras and all that, which everybody she has with those other little panels, there might be one or two people that actually put their camera on, including Indy, right? They all just have their talking voices in there. I kind of get away with it just doing Discord and having you talk, because legitimately, I'm not showing my face on camera. The only thing I'm showing is the artwork, you know, like whatever I'm painting, whatever I'm working on. So it's like, with StreamYard does cost you money, though, I think, to use the premium version of that. But you can do pretty much everything the same with OBS. And if you really want to get technical with it, there's some stuff you can do on OBS you can't do on StreamYard. It's just a matter of really diving into the software and looking for overlays and all this kind of shit. But I've never even bothered with it. I mean, if you want, I can kill off the chat that's on the right side of the screen, like completely do away with it. And then I can go to an overlay. But I kind of like the chat the way it is, because then you can, you know, like if I got to go in and make an edit to a live stream, anytime you edit a live stream, it wipes out your live chat. Like, it'll take it away. It's not even you turning it off. So you can turn it off on replay, but say you want that chat, like everything you guys say, and that's just it. Some of the times where I pause, I've noticed this. Like, I'll be like, oh shit, I paused, but then I'll read the chat and be like, oh, that's because I was talking to Ian. That's because I was addressing this. I was addressing that. What the fuck? Give me 1 second, guys. I heard the dog whining. I go out. He's got his bone on the ground, and the cat's in front of it and won't let him get to his bone. I move the cat. Yeah, that's the other thing of it. You know, you guys are generous. Rebel's generous. Beans is generous. They toss coins to the Witcher and stuff like that. I want this to be where if you do something like that, you're doing it because you wanted to, or out of kindness, or whatever, right? I don't want it to be forced that you have to pay money for anything when it comes to this stream. If YouTube started charging me money to stream or something, or said, hey, you have to put up a members only thing for your streams, something like this, I'd be like, fuck you, I'm going to Rumble. Fuck you, I'm going here. I'm going to Kick. I'm going to wherever, because I'm not all about that. I want to, you know, like, this is supposed to be something that anybody can watch, enjoy, or whatever. Like, it's not made for kids, but it should be something for anybody who wants to watch it to watch it. Like, I'm not pulling that that shit. That's to me, it's just not right. Dude, but I appreciate that, Ian. That's awesome, but you don't have to. Like that's the whole damn thing, brother. Is that I want you guys to have fun, enjoy yourselves, have a conversation, listen at work, watch the painting even with the volume off. What I want it to be where it's something for you to chill to. You know what I mean? Regardless if I have Smurf on, David on, Rogue on, or whatever, and we're all cutting jokes and cutting up on each other and joking around, or Bob jumping in, shout out to Bob, telling old stories and hanging out and giving us his point of view. Beans jumped in the one stream. You know, you've jumped in the stream. You know, I want it to be something where people can come and chill and not be exactly what I have in the fucking title about Grifter of the Year awards, right? If I'm putting out good enough content and I'm doing a good job, then people will find this channel. People will come in, hang out, and bullshit and add their voice. You know, but I also look at somebody like Stranded, who is just barely making it by and struggling too at times. They shouldn't have to fucking pay anything to watch what I'm doing. They should be able to just come in, chill, hang out, and be themselves and have fun. And I'm going to keep it like that, even if or when I ever do get monetized with like super chats and all that kind of bullshit. Yeah, don't super chat me. Like, send it through Venmo or whatever, but don't super chat, because YouTube's taking a chunk of your money to begin with, so it doesn't actually go to the person who's getting their stuff, right? Now, granted, it's not going to push me harder in the algorithm, but also I'm not going to turn on any kind of membership option, because that's some bullshit. I understand wanting to support the people that create stuff on YouTube or whatever, but it goes back to, like, you got like that fat sloppy jerk off the quartering who now is like begging people for money and has been for as long as I can remember. My channel's under attack. I need my fuck that. Like, why? Like, yeah, I'm not trying to make my living on here. Well, honestly, that selling my work is coming very soon, Ian, because I'll tell you what, I'm going to end up running out of room. But at the same point in time, it's going to come to a point where, hey, tell me what you want me to paint. Let's see if I can get what you like, get it to the spot you like, the paint job you like, and then we'll go from there. And yeah, the coffee brown, the coffee brown coffee. Yeah, I went over that earlier. Six. Apparently, coffee brand coffee is from a distributor that does their own coffee and then will sell it to you, and you can slap whatever fucking label you want on it. So he doesn't roast anything, he doesn't flavor anything. He does, and he said he did, but that's all bullshit. He's just getting it from, allegedly bullshit. He's just getting it from this other company, slapping a label on it, and then selling it to you secondhand. It's like, but I don't want to be that guy who's like, oh, buy my coffee. Like, shut the fuck up. I mean, I thought about we should probably all come together, invest, and get some of that coffee, and then we'll call it Beans brand coffee, right? And then, like, you know, it'll be Beans giving 2 thumbs up, like, put it on the label and then sell that. I don't know. Tim Pool doesn't either. Yeah, I've never heard about his great coffee bean picking, enterprise. I know he had cast brew coffee or whatever bullshit. I can't say that about Black Rifle. I don't know with Black Rifle. I think they may actually make their own coffee. Two green thumbs up. Nice. Yeah, I mean, but that's just it, guys. I don't ever want to and never wanted this to be just a money scheme, or a grift. Or I watch a lot of people do this, and some of them, it's their entire living. And I get it. At that point, then you're hustling, then you're going for it. And it's also one of those reasons why, like D-Day Cobra, Jeremy Prime, he's one of those people I can respect because he'll tell you, like, if you think I'm going to use this outrage and this rant to generate super chats and get money, well, you're damn right I am, because I'm grifting your ass, right? Fair on him. He's telling you right off the gate what it is. But don't tell me how, it's up to me to save your employees' jobs because you mismanage funds as the person who's in control of them. That just tells me you're a shitty manager. And yeah, that sucks. Somebody's going to lose their job. But you know what? It sucks even more that they bet on you and you failed. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they're greenhouse grown. You know what I mean? I have no idea. I'm not going to even make some shit up. Like, I'm trying to cope with it and I can't. There's no copium. I have no idea what the fuck they do to make their coffees. I can just tell you that Wisconsin, even with a greenhouse, that shit would be difficult as all fuck to make coffee. Black Rifle's main stores in Savannah. I don't know. Like, I don't drink Black Rifle. I don't. The only thing that I ever spent like good money on when it came to like food items and shit like that, where I really went over the top, was when I was still a drinker. Would be like, oh wait, you're gonna put in some bullshit version of Jack Daniels? You lost your mind. I want actual Jack Daniels or nothing else. You fuck. But outside of that, like, yeah. And I don't drink anymore, so it doesn't even matter. Yeah, that's what I thought. You get like 1 pound of coffee out of like 1 pound of, or one tree, right? It's not like weed where you can, you grow it, right? You can get like 3, 4 pounds out of a tree. Hell, nowadays with hybridization, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 10 pounds, right? But yeah, I mean, again, I appreciate the hell out of, like, Rebel caught me completely off guard with that. I was like, I'm not gonna say I got teary eyed, but it definitely hit me in the feels, because Rebel, like, out of nowhere, I was like, it was Sunday. I got done the show or whatever. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm like, I wonder if there's anything in the Venmo. I look. I'm like, oh, Beans sent me something. Thank you, Beans. And I was like, oh shit, no fucking way. And like caught me completely sideways. I was like, damn. And I was like, all right, who was watching the show? Who was watching it? And like going through, because it says his actual name, it doesn't say Rebel. So then I had to figure out, I was like, I think that's Rebel. It's like, he's the only dude I don't know their names. Oh, I've got the orange hybrid lemon tree out back, which is fucking weird. It does like Meyer lemons, but like it grows oranges on it too. Because I guess when we got the tree from Walmart, it was a fruiting tree, like fruiting Meyer lemon tree and all this. They must have done something where they grafted onto an orange tree. So it's weird. You get these funky fucking fruits. Yeah. I mean, I don't but that's just it. I appreciate the hell out of it whenever I see that kind of stuff. I don't expect it. And I'm definitely not begging for it, you know what I mean? And I'm always deeply appreciative. But that's where you get certain people, man, where I guess if this is your bread and butter, right? And you do make millions of dollars on doing some shit like this. And then that pay flow gets cut off. I guess my point of view, I would always be waiting for the shoe to drop. Like what happens, people could, I say I have a hot take, people get pissed off at me and then cut off my fucking YouTube account, like gone. And I can't stream on YouTube anymore. Well, that's all my money gone. I think I would be saving damn near every penny if I ever got monetized, like out of it, just in case. If that were the only thing I had as far as income. And I think that's why I have zero sympathy for a lot of these guys, because a quarter in particular, because he just fucking spent his money as fast as he was making it. But somebody like a Tim Pool, if Tim Pool ever bottomed out, I wouldn't feel so bad for him because, like I said, 4 million fucking viewers or $4 million a month. Like, even if he's not making that now and he made it for 6 months, that's 24 million fucking dollars. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, dude. Those blooms are crazy fragrant. You don't have to say it, I will. Yes. Yes. I didn't even touch on those stories yet, or at all tonight, Ian. I have to find one dude did a video, and I've got to look up and find this video. He broke this shit down like it was the assassination of JFK, though, because quartering was, I guess, over in the UK, and he told the story of how he shit his pants in a Walmart. There you go. I'll take 1 million. That should be sufficient. You're 1,000% correct. Making $1 million to sit there and repeat other people's news stories in a very slow, edited pace for 10 minutes and make $1 million fucking dollars is unheard of. I'm sitting here painting, mixing paints, bullshitting, shooting off the cuff, everything else. I can't even get monetized or subs. This jerk off doesn't appreciate what he's got. And it's like, what are you doing, my guy? You got all this. Why are you looking at it like everybody owes you? Nobody owes you shit. Nobody owes me shit. I'm doing this. I'd be doing this even if the camera wasn't the fuck on. The difference is my mouth's running. That's it. That's the only difference. I don't deserve $1 million for that. Be nice to get $1 million for that. I don't deserve $1 million for that. I like calls too. I like it when I get, like Bob on here, or I've got other people to play off of, because again, not only do you kind of run out of shit to talk about if you're not watching anything currently or any of that stuff, but it makes it interesting because it's a change up. You're not just listening to the same guy over and over and over again, right? Somebody different. Yeah, tossing the same opinion back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It like that's one of my issues, right? You watch the Daily Wire, listen to Ben Shapiro's take. It's like people that ran in the same circle too. You can turn on Ben Shapiro, you could turn on Tim Pool, you could turn on the quartering, and most times you could turn on ABL, and everybody had not only the exact same take, they covered the exact same stories. How many fucking times can you hear it? I mean, throughout the course of my stream tonight, we have jumped through like 10, 15 different topics, and barely any of them even scratch anything resembling like mainstream news outside of Rebel coming in and talking about Iran. Like, come on now. Like there's other stuff you can do, especially if you've got an interactive audience that is actually paying attention. And even the ones that don't pay attention, that are like, at work and listening. Like they're tapping something on the screen to let you know, hey, I'm enjoying this, or hey, that was funny. It's yeah. And like I said, I don't fault any of these guys. Grab as much money as you can. If YouTube's going to pay you and people are going to give money to you, take it. Why not? Go ahead, take it, man. But don't fucking beg me for your, oh, you've got to save our channel. The fuck? I don't have to do shit, my guy. He was talking shit about Slavic people. I've said this before. Like, the whole thing is, and no, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to go the fuck off. We're close to cutoff time anyway. I don't want to go the fuck off, but it's like one of those. We'll keep that energy for Sunday, right? We won't even talk about it tomorrow. We'll wait till Sunday and get into that whole can of worms because I haven't seen it. Although I am happy of this. I'm not on Wednesdays anymore. So now I don't run the opposite of him at all, right? And to be honest with you, I saw a lot more people show up on a Thursday. And tomorrow will be interesting to see if I get a lot more people on a Friday. I mean, what is it? How does that even matter? He wouldn't hire somebody who's Jewish. He actually has to have some kind of money in a business in order to hire anybody. So he can give whatever opinion he wants on that. That motherfucker, the only job he's actually had was handing out fucking, hey, come to this nightclub kind of certificates and working as a waiter. Like that dude can't even do management. You know what I mean? Like the other part of it, it's like I said, with ABL, I can actually say is gross organic. His failures also are organic too. Let's just put it out there. When Eugene is saying shit to me like, hey, I don't see half the people that I saw in chat when I first started watching him. That should tell you a lot. You know what I see? I started this shit a year and I don't know, year and almost a half ago. You know what I see? A whole lot of the same people that came in when I first started it. I also see some that are gone. I see some that probably won't tune in ever again. Thank you for not canceling your sub to me, but probably won't tune in again, you know, and still kept their sub alive. Shit like this. But I can tell you now, I'll bet you, I'll bet you I've lost less subs than he has. Granted, I didn't have as many subs as he had either, so it's kind of cheating, but just the same, I'm pretty sure I didn't rage quit as many people as he has. So wait a minute. He said that Sweden was part of the Roman Empire? If so, he's fucking clearly retarded. Just remember when he says anything about anything, you just ask him, so when's the meetup going to be? Because remember he was going to do a whole tour. Yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, you know you're the devil because you use a white woman. You know why I think he doesn't like white women? This is a hot take. I'm just going to say in my opinion. Shall we do a GAM in my opinion? In my opinion, the reason why he doesn't like white women is because he's always tried to. That's always been the golden goose that he wanted to grab a hold of, and no white woman. Every white woman's like, nah, you either don't make enough, don't look good enough, or you can't provide enough. So yeah, no, you're relegated to the fucking friend zone, buddy. Because every white woman that he's ever met never gave him a bat in an eyelash, gave him any kind of play. They're just like, nah, like, I'm good on that. You just keep that shit over there. There's a GAM in my opinion. As yeah, again, like I said, I can appreciate a lot of things, and like I said, compared to Jeremy from the Quartering, fucking, he definitely hasn't pissed his money away, right? But at the same point in time, hubris will be your undoing, my friend. Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't listen to him, I don't watch him, none of that shit. I try not to piss on people who watch them either, or listen to them, or any of that stuff, because hey, everybody's got a flavor. Maybe I ain't yours. Maybe that's the one you want to watch. But I will tell you my fucking opinion, and that's free of charge. I don't even charge you $1 for it. So's my heritage. My heritage is Slavic too. Part of my heritage is absolutely Slavic. Have you seen my skin? Like, it don't get any whiter than that, guys. Right? Well, my thumb's red, but that's from the paint. But yeah, doesn't get any whiter than that. Like, for fuck's sake, I got Viking blood. You know? I mean, and I definitely don't want to hear a rant out of him Some people sold him. Sold his ancestors. He didn't come over here as a, like a settler or some shit, like his family. So don't give me that shit. Like, fuck him and fuck his ancestors. That's where I'm at with him. Yeah, well, that's why I'm so stubborn too. That's the Pollock in me. I get stubborn. I definitely wasn't like I said, I've got Slavic and Nordic roots. Not a good combination. As a war machine. Yeah, I fucked up with the whole ancestry thing. No, you didn't. You know why? Because if we're all going to be honest about things outside of like beans, because beans actually did come from a foreign country and migrate here legally and all that stuff, right? If we're all going to be real about stuff, then yeah, we all came here from somewhere else and we're all Americans. That is our ancestry. I was born in America. I don't know shit. I didn't grow up in Poland. I didn't grow up in like a Nordic country. I grew up in America. American. That is my heritage. That is my ancestry. Technically, that's ABL's ancestry too, but he doesn't care about that ancestry. The only one he cares about is the one that relies on the melanin in your skin. That's the only shit he cares about is the color of your skin. And the color of the green that flows out of your fucking bank account. That's it. That's the only two things. Although, I have noticed this. The two types of people that stay locked into his content, no matter how stupid his take is, are the super religious and the conservative, like ultra conservative, Trump can do no wrong type people. Anybody else who kind of questions that narrative or isn't super religious, like if they're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, whatever, right? But they're like, yeah, I believe in my God and that's good, right? They don't watch them. They end up tuning out from them. But those other two type people are the ones that are ride or die with him. The candy stripe ones. I mean, look, the only thing is, again, I don't talk about my dating history. I don't talk about any of that kind of shit because I think it's inappropriate. I think it's disrespectful to my wife to go on the internet and brag about things like this or whatever. ABL's not fucking married. When was the last time you heard him say, yeah, so I was out with my girlfriend the other day? Or, hey, I got this girlfriend. No, the only time you ever heard about anything was when he got married. It should tell you a lot. It should tell you a fuck ton. It tells you kind of where all that stuff fell when it came to him. Like as far as like dating and all that kind of stuff. Like he meets a girl and he's just like, yeah, I'm a big time YouTuber. I got 1.1 million subs and all this other stuff. And then they watch his content and go, yeah, you're probably terrible in bed. Yeah, I don't think I think that I'll give you a handshake good night. Have a great day, sir. Yeah, and you're right about that one too. No kid speaks out of place. You're right. I don't think he understands just how much children cost, how much like babies cost. Hell, just to have a baby nowadays, I don't think he realizes how much that shit costs. You know, same thing. He doesn't have pets. You, I've said this often. You can usually tell him how a man is, like as a human being, by how he treats his pets, how he treats his children, and how he treats his wife. Like how he treats his direct family and how he treats his pets. Now, maybe you don't have a baby, but most people have a cat, a dog, hell, a hamster, some fish, something, something. And this one where I can give the quartering credit. He spends like $1,200 a month on like dog food or something to give his dogs the best food. You can at least say he's a good dude in that way, right? ABL doesn't even have a fucking dog. Why? Because there'd be dog hair. Like, motherfucker, are you really like that severely OCD? Like, God, you're fucking boring. You're the equivalent of like oatmeal with no fucking brown sugar in it. Like, what are you? Well, the perfect age woman is 25 for any fucking adult single male. If we're going to be honest, right? That is the perfect age for any guy who's just looking for a one night stand. But if you want an actual meaningful relationship, you want somebody that's like in the same age range as you, or if not older. Like, what the fuck do you talk about? Like at that point, you know what I mean? There's too much. There's this thing where it's called life experience. And when you have life experience, not some internet, I'm going to talk on the internet experience, but actual life experiences that happen along the way. From being out in public and meeting people and going to parties and having friends and all this kind of craziness that happens that you want to share with your companion who has just as much, if not more life experience than you. And you guys grow that way because you may have had a similar experience or something close to it. You know what I mean? Like me talking to like somebody who was like 25 and saying, "Oh yeah, back when I was a kid and Michael Jackson and Cyndi Lauper and Madonna were on the radio." They look at you like that. Oh, you mean the oldies channel? Like fuck, I would feel like an asshole. Holy shit. Did you really just say that? Your dick doesn't work, but you got enough money, so it's all good. Like, yeah, that's a beneficial relationship right there. You know? Hey, yeah, there's you can be as unladylike as you want. I'm not exactly a gentleman. Neither is anybody else in this chat, I don't think, except for maybe Mister. Mister seems to be he's a player, but he's a gentleman too. But yeah, I mean, no, I mean you're just calling it like it is. That's just it. The only reason why I can see you want somebody who is that young, that much age different. That's 15 years age difference, right? Like I think he's 40. Maybe he's older than that, maybe he's younger than that, but he's right around 40. So we're just going to give benefit of the doubt since I don't know actual age range, but to a 25-year-old, right? You got 15 years age difference. That means that you know a lot more, you should have experienced a lot more and lived a lot more. Therefore, you should actually be able to be not just well seasoned, but also smarter. So unless you're just smashing, that's one thing, right? But an actual meaningful relationship, how the fuck are you going to have a meaningful relationship with that person? How? The only reason you go for it is, in my estimation, is because they're not as smart as you. So therefore you feel smart all the time. And you can kind of, I don't want to say enslave, but you can trick them. You can manipulate them. That's the best way of putting it, to whatever you want them to be. You can brainwash them. You can groom. We'll use that terrible word, but groom them into whoever you want them to be. Mister is the biggest freak here. You know what? If he is, he doesn't act like it in a chat. I'm just going to put that there. Anytime somebody starts talking lewd or out of sorts and there's a female in this chat, Mister is the first one to go, hey guys, there's women here. Calm down with that. So at least Mister has the intelligence at that point to know, like, yeah, this ain't the time. Now, for all I know, he's got a sex swing in his bedroom. That's Mister's business, all right? What happens in Mister's bedroom is what happens in Mister's bedroom. I mean, like I said, I don't think anybody said anything out of line. And to be honest with you, like, I don't have a problem saying it to him face to face on the internet, whatever. Because it's at this point, like, prove me wrong, motherfucker. Yeah, I hear you, but I know you're just joking. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, sorry, Mister's not here. I got to defend my boy. I got to put up the defense for it. And because, I mean, I know you know Mister's a good dude. We all know Mister's a good dude. And I like to tease him too. So, but yeah, there's one thing I can say about Mister is there's a point in time where I shouldn't have known he had my back, and he had my back. And it was nice of him. Like, he didn't have to do that shit, but he's a real one, you know? So jokes that, like, I joke with him and everything else, so do you. And it's all jokes right now, but nobody's a bigger joke than a guy who's 40 years old who probably wears footy pajamas and sings I'm an Oscar Mayer wiener. I did say probably. I didn't say for sure. Sings I'm an Oscar Mayer wiener because, whatever the latest song out is too graphic for him. Like I said, if you guys had told me he was gay, I would have believed you. Right? Up until that whole marriage thing, I would have believed he was completely, like, just into guys. He's doing it while doing the helicopter. Jesus. He looks 70. I mean, I don't know. Does he? Does he look 70? You know what? One of these days, I'm going to have to look up because I don't have Kick. I don't even know how Kick works or any of that shit, right? But I'm going to have to go to Kick and I'm going to have to put him on Kino Casino's radar. And I just want to see them shred. Like, those two dudes, I'm telling you what, they had me in fucking tears on some of the stuff. Some of the stuff was dumb, but some of the stuff they say is fucking hysterical. And I would love to put ABL on Kino Casino's radar. He's straight out of Compton. No, don't you remember? He grew up in the quiet country. Oh no, wait, he grew up in the hood. Oh no, wait, he grew up in the quiet oh no, wait, he grew up in the hood. Well, I guess that's what happens when your daddy takes on another baby mama allegedly and ditches yours. So I don't know. I've heard mixed stuff on that. I think Bob's the one who said to me that he's like, yeah, I know where ABL lived or whatever, and it's not a nice area. I think it was Bob. Might have been Eugene. Yeah, he must have really pissed in your Cheerios because you are kind of going ham tonight. I mean, I'm all down for it, and I think it's hysterical, but damn, yeah, he really did piss in your Cheerios. He must have said some shit that pissed you off. You know, he was around, exactly. Yeah, he was around the hip hop business. It was him, and he taught a bunch of girls how to rap and started making music, And honestly, you don't understand. ABL's Young Life allegedly, it was the movie Hustle and Flow. That's pretty much was his life when he was a kid. Right, exactly, Ian. He was passing out flyers for clubs. Yeah, I used to have guys who'd come into Walgreens and get those things printed for the clubs around here all the time. I need like 200 of those because the photo lab in Walgreens, we could print that shit. And they'd come in and be like, I need like 200 of these flyers or whatever. And like the person's making like $100 and using the club's money to print those flyers and then handing them out. And that's how that worked. Yo, man, you classless bastard, Ian. How dare you say he was selling mixtapes out of his trunk? Nah, man, that ain't good enough. He was selling CDs out of his trunk. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, god damn, bruh. And almost got arrested for heroin. I can't see him doing drugs. I mean, I think he's legit on that one. Because I'll tell you what, if I was smoking weed with ABL, I would feel the need to get up and smash the bong across his face. Like, just shut the fuck up, dude. Like, like, I'm going to tell you something about the news that you don't know. Now, I'm smart. Okay? It doesn't matter if they're black, white, or candy stripe. I'm going to tell you something about the news. The ABL is thick with it's thick with action and adventure. Oh my god. I remember one time I was hanging out with my sister's cousin, and my dad was macking on her, and my mom was getting upset. And oh, wait, I'm not supposed to tell that story. Oh my god. Yeah, I still try it, man. That's the one thing I can never square with. I wonder if you get to a certain size, if people take away your subs. Like if YouTube just doesn't delete old subs. He throws in Southern white boy twang. I mean, well, that's great. I mean, that maybe that's genetic memory or something. I don't know. Oh, let's take a look, guys. Let's see how is that channel doing anyway. I mean, I do have something, but it's on the other computer. Social Blade YouTube. Let's type him in. Let's see if he's increased or decreased, guys. What are you guys guessing? I mean, he's got 6.5 million views for the last 30 days. That's actually fucking really good. Hold on, I'll bring it up for you. Son of a bitch. I hate it when it does this. I hate when I have to recapture the same fucking window. Let's take a look. I mean, 6.5, he's making good money. Let's see, his views, he looks like he's on an upswing. His subscribers. See, this is what I don't understand. Okay, so this was, holy shit, May of 2023 for some reason. He lost 1,000. Right? He had a spike here. Spike here. Spike here. What the fuck's up with this, guys? Yo, something's fucked up. Is he paying for subscribers? I think he might be paying for subscribers. Here's a bar chart. Does this make sense to you guys? So look at this. Back in 2023, he lost 1,000, but gained 1,000, right? 3,000, 3,000. Those are like normal ass numbers. But look at this. 10,000 subscribers, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Then nothing till February. January, yeah. So if this is the case for these years before, right, we should see a trend of where he's picking up people. Then February hits, nothing in March, nothing in April, nothing in May, nothing in June. July and September, he picks up 10,000. Where's all your new subs for October, November, December, January? Why are there no subs? Like, this doesn't, something's not right. And as far as it goes, he was down to 2 million views in December. He's up to almost 7 million in January, which is way above his normal average. Like almost 7,000 in September, 7,000 in January, or 7 million rather. My bad, 7,000. I mean, he's getting views, but here's the thing: why does this run? Let's look at this in another light. This is his views, right? If he's got 10,000 new members here, and here, right? So from July till November, he picked up 10,000 viewers a month. We can kind of see where it's increased a little, increased a little, increased a little, then starts going down, right? Look at this right here. If we're following the same trajectory, February 2025, he got 10,000 new subscribers. February 2025, he only did just under 3 million views. How does that make sense? You know, if I have an uptick, like here, look at this. Here's another one. You lost 10,000 subscribers in May of 2023. You still did 3.2 million views, right? You picked up 10,000 a month for July, August, September, October, November. So 5 months in a row, you picked up viewers. And at your peak, you're at 5 million. How the hell is it January 2026? Now, mind you, this is all running flat. And then it spikes here when Charlie Kirk gets killed. This is your spike. Charlie Kirk gets killed. Why is there a sudden spike in January? What was he talking about? Nobody knows, right? But still, how is it you picked up no subscribers, yet you spiked? I mean, to me, the math just don't math. Let me look at something else. Wait, quartering doesn't exist anymore? What the fuck's up with that? Search. Not. Ooh, that's weird. Maybe quartercast? Well, that obviously isn't him. How about maybe he did this? There we go. There's that fat goofy fuck. Look at his channel. I mean, granted, this is... But I want you guys to notice something. Holy shit. Now, maybe I'm just being conspiracy minded here. Notice 95, 28, 1,100, 5,000, 7,100, 2,000, 5,000, right? It's rounded. Negative 100, 84,100. 54,000, right? Why are every one of ABL's numbers 10,000? Like I'm looking at Jeremy's, right? Hambly. And let me go back because those numbers were all odd, right? So you got 10,000, 9,000. Why is it always 10,000? You guys seeing this? It's not just me, right? Like you picked up 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. It's all 10,000. Something just ain't right. Like, why is it? I mean, up until this point, right here, 3,000, 3,000. All of a sudden, the number goes to 10,000, and every time there are subscribers picked up from that point on, it's not 1,000, 2,000. It's 10,000 every time. Let me see if this comes up. Buying 10,000 YouTube subscribers generally costs between $30 and $100+ depending on the provider, with prices often falling to around $3 or less per 1,000 subscribers. Wow, this is a common inexpensive marketing technique. Purchase subscribers are usually bot-driven or inactive, often leading to low engagement. Purchasing subscribers violates YouTube's terms of service, risking account penalties or removal, and these subs typically do not watch content, harming engagement rates. Inexpensive services may offer 10,000 subs for as low as $30 to $50, while high-quality providers may charge more. Alternative: the cost is better spent on creating high-quality content or using legitimate paid advertising to grow an authentic audience. This video explains how much a creator makes with 10,000 subscribers. Reaching 10,000 subs organically can earn a creator approximately $500 to $1,000 per month, depending on niche and audience, rather than just being a one-time purchasing cost. So you guys want to see me get monetized tomorrow? Because I got $3. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, you're joking with me. Like, am I nuts? Just please, guys, help me out here. Am I fucking nuts? I'm not misunderstanding this, and my brain isn't like, am I in full conspiracy GAM's gone fucking nuts mode? Or does this look like some bullshit to you guys too? I'm curious. I'm asking honest. Cause yeah. Yeah, it's not computing for me. Jesus. I mean, at this point, like, should I spend $3, get 10,000 subs? Does that mean what would that be? Maybe for $1, like I only want 1,000 subs. Let's see how much does it cost for 1,000. What do I need? I need 1,000 subs to actually be what you call it on YouTube, right? Right. You get 10 to 30 bucks per 1,000 video views, right? It just tells you how much you're earning. Ian, like I couldn't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do that. But yeah, now I'm looking at this shit. This shit makes, to be honest with you, kind of makes a little bit more sense because we go into our calculator here and we go 1, 1, 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Make sure that's 1.1 million, right? Divided by average video 40,000 equals 27.5% of an audience, right? Did I do that right? Or is it back? Did I do that right or did I do it backwards? Oh no. 0.2 or 2, right. I got to move it 2 decimal places, right? So 0.27%, 275% of your audience actually watched. Right? Yeah, I still can't do it, but this is what I'm saying. So we got to move that decimal place because it's percentage. Well, can I actually do percentage? How the fuck does the percentage work? Does it just automatically do it? Divided by 40K. All right, so this is average video. Let me see if I hit percentage. Oh, no, 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 no. It's not what I wanted. Delete out that percentage sign. I don't want to all clear, you motherfucker. There you go, math solver. You can do all kinds of equations. Damn it, I didn't want to do this. Shit. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. Yeah, 0.275. And if we go to 1.1 million divided into average watch audience is what, 1,500? I think I did that fucking completely backwards, like an asshole. It's 1,500 divided by, which means I did the other one backwards like an asshole too. Yeah, there you go. That's how many people tune in out of his audience. 0.00136. And then that would mean that .036% of your audience watches your videos. That sounds right. Because if we take a number we know, such as that, I did it again. Fuck. If we do this, feel like a monkey fucking a football. So 110,000 would be 10% of your audience. Yeah, it's just this. What I mean, something's fucked, guys. Fucking, we're all streaking. I can shut this down. I think I can shut down this because I'm about to log anyway. It is that time. It's almost fucking 4 in the morning. Still gotta walk the puppers, eat dinner, go into a food coma. Yeah, there's fuckery going on though. There's fuckery afoot, in my opinion. Yeah, that's. Can you guys next time you log in? Maybe I'll be monetized because I'll just buy 2,500 subs. You know what? I'm gonna buy 1,000 subs for not me. I'm gonna buy. Well, no, he needs watch hours, doesn't he? I was gonna say I'll buy 1,000 subs for SE. But that ain't going to help him. I think he needs watch time. I think he's got 2,600 subs or something. Trying to do math on just exactly. So the whole thing is with the bots. When you hire bots, means when we break that shit down, right? The big thing with the bots is you buy them in 10,000s. And they cost $3 for 10,000, apparently. Like they used to cost $10 for 10,000. So you buy 10,000 bot viewers, right? ABL, every time he goes up in subs, it's exactly 10,000, right? Now, I don't know if that's just rounded up, rounded down, whatever, but it's 10,000 across the board every time he goes up in subs. So if we do the math, though, the other way, where he's got 1.1 million subscribers, and then we do it into a percentage of how much of his audience is watching a live stream, we know that's 1,500. We break that also down into his videos, which do about 40,000 views on average, right? What percentage of his audience is actually watching? And the answer is not much. Okay, Poppy, I'll take you. So yeah, I'm just saying I see flat out fuckery. I do. I'm not buying it, guy. I'm not buying it. Like at this point, after seeing those numbers and seeing how much it actually costs to inflate your subs and stuff like that, I'm sorry. I mean, with me, again, right? I got up the amount of subs, I'm already monetized. Like I've got watch hours. Okay, Poppy, I'll take you in a minute. I think that's a fucking epic answer. I'm Slavic and all we do is scam people. What a fucking epic answer. Anyway, guys, we are at 4 a.m. I think that's a good place to wrap it. I'm actually happy with the way it's coming out so far. We'll continue on with him on Sunday, I think. I might even switch. Well, no. I'm going to hand paint Sunday. We'll see how far I get. But definitely the Thursday following, I'll be going to the Hangy Dune because that's got to get done. But I appreciate every last one of you guys. Thank you all for supporting, actually being real subscribers and being awesome, being good people. Guys are fucking amazing. I will be back tomorrow night with David. Well, actually later tonight with David and probably Rogue. Or maybe just Rogue. Who knows? It'll be one way or the other. And I appreciate you guys. You guys stayed up way later than you needed to. But hopefully I'll have something better to talk about with the rest of the guys. And I'll watch something on Saturday so we got something to talk about Sunday. And in the meantime, everybody, you guys stay cool. I'll see you later tonight. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you again to Rebel Beans. Always, Beans always tossing the coin, and Rebel for tossing the coin. That was amazing, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you to Stranded for being here, being an awesome mod. And I will see you guys later tonight. Everybody be cool. And until then, don't take shit from anyone.